your head cover will grow larger and you will eventually float out of the battleground. If a teammate shoots you, your head cover will shrink and return you to the ground of the aerial battleground. The aerial battleground is only available in the first 5 minutes of a match, so you better be quick if you want to experience it. New colorful bicycle. In the new version, you will have the chance to try out the new folding mountain bike. This bike doesn't need to be refueled or recharged, cannot be destroyed, and doesn't create any noise when it's used. So it's your best bet if you want to hide your tracks. You can even store it in your backpack at any time and use it at the right moment to quickly move about. If used properly, the folding mountain bike can be immensely helpful on this complicated battlefield. Do keep in mind that the folding mountain bike will only appear in the 4th anniversary celebration-themed event maps. Don't underestimate it. Small police stations, small military-themed camps, and party-themed camps. On the themed maps, small police stations, small military-themed camps, and party-themed camps will now appear. The firearms depots in these small police stations contain lots of extra supplies. Small military-themed camps have a chance of appearing with a vehicle radar that can be used to learn the location of nearby vehicles. Party-themed camps can be either large or small. If a player activates the exhibition in these camps, they will be able to get combat supplies and souvenirs and obtain exclusive season memories. To give players a party atmosphere in these camps, we've specially incorporated 4 Easter eggs voted on by the players into the camps. This time, you'll be able to get supplies and relive happy memories with your teammates. That's all we've got to say about the 4th anniversary celebration events today. We highly encourage you to play and experience it. If you want to know more about PUBG Mobile, please follow our official social media groups. Winner, winner, chicken dinner. See you next time.
Hola a todos los sobrevivientes y amantes del pollito. La temporada 2021 ha concluido, pero con ello le damos inicio a la nueva temporada competitiva de PUBG Mobile. Chicos, ¿están listos para explicarla?
Claro que sí, Kevin. Este año, la PUBG Mobile Pro League es la máxima competencia de nuestra región, donde los mejores equipos de Latinoamérica lucharán por alcanzar la gloria en el escenario internacional. ¿Y cómo está compuesta la Pro League, Corsario?
Jaguar, déjame que te cuente, porque PUBG Mobile Pro League está compuesta por los 20 mejores equipos de LATAM, de los cuales 16 provienen de la PMPL LATAM Season 2. Los 4 cupos faltantes clasificarán mediante la PMPL Qualifiers, que estará compuesta por 2 equipos de las PMCO México y LATAM, más los 4 últimos lugares de la PMPL anterior. Dichos torneos clasificatorios durará 3 días, donde todos los equipos competirán para cumplir su sueño de ser parte de los mejores equipos de Latinoamérica.
A ver, Corsario, está todo muy lindo, hasta ahora son los mejores y demás, pero ¿qué se juegan?
Es verdad, es muy cierto, pero recuerda que además del increíble honor de ser el mejor equipo de toda una región y recibir increíbles premios, también te abrirá las puertas de par en par a las próximas etapas de calibre internacional.
Entonces está buenísimo. Pero una cosita más que tengo que recordarle a la gente. Recordemos, sí señor, que nuestros torneos, o nuestro torneo mejor dicho, tendrá 3 días de transmisión por semana durante casi 2 meses de competencia. Así que agárrense y serán transmitidos por las redes oficiales de PUBG Mobile Latinoamérica. También tendremos torneos amateur como la Latinoamérica Open, que se jugarán durante el mes de febrero y de marzo. Contaremos con los clasificatorios que otorgarán lugares para la PMPL LATAM Season 3, que se jugarán durante los días 18, 19 y 20 de febrero.
Durante el mes de marzo tendremos nuestra queridísima PMPL LATAM Season 3 y además la PMCO 2022 de México, Brasil y de LATAM, y ambos torneos se estarán jugando en simultáneo ese mes.
Muy pronto conocerán más formas en las que podrán participar en competencias oficiales, así que sigue atento a las novedades en nuestras redes.
Así que ya lo saben, estamos listos y dispuestos para dar toda la emoción a este gran torneo. Me despido, soy Corsario,
Jaguar 70,
Kevin MPB
y Killer. Y nos vemos en la próxima.
Dear PUBG Mobile players, now that PUBG Mobile version 1.9 has been released, the 4th anniversary celebration events have also begun in the themed Arangel and Livic maps. In this video, we'll introduce the new content of the 4th anniversary celebration. We hope you like it. Colorful Spawn Island. Did you think you could only get in a fist fight on Spawn Island? Well, now you can do even more. On the new Colorful Spawn Island, all players will get colored balls that come in 4 different colors and can be thrown. You can use these to dye buildings into the color of your choice. When you admire your masterpiece from different angles, the shapes of the buildings will also constantly change. Interesting, right? Other than dyeing things in different colors, these colored balls are also important items that can be used to summon giant statues. When all 4 giant statues are summoned, you will trigger a special themed performance on Spawn Island. Try it now! Aerial Battleground. In the new version, the battlefield has been expanded to include the sky. This is the new Vibrant Aerial Battleground. Players who jump and land on the 2 aerial battlegrounds of the map will change into colored outfits and be able to search for colored shop tokens with other players and use them in the shop. Players can't be eliminated in this battlefield, so you can gather supplies or get in as many firefights with other players as you like. When you are hit by an enemy, your head cover will grow larger and you will eventually float out of the battleground. If a teammate shoots you, your head cover will shrink and return you to the ground of the aerial battleground. The aerial battleground is only available in the first 5 minutes of a match, so you better be quick if you want to experience it. New Colorful Bicycle. In the new version, you will have the chance to try out the new folding mountain bike. This bike doesn't need to be refueled or recharged, cannot be destroyed, and doesn't create any noise when it's used. So it's your best bet if you want to hide your tracks. You can even store it in your backpack at any time and use it at the right moment to quickly move about. If used properly, the folding mountain bike can be immensely helpful on this complicated battlefield. Do keep in mind that the folding mountain bike will only appear in the 4th anniversary celebration-themed event maps. Don't underestimate it. Small police stations, small military-themed camps, and party-themed camps. On the themed maps, small police stations, small military-themed camps, and party-themed camps will now appear. The firearms depots in these small police stations contain lots of extra supplies. Small military-themed camps have a chance of appearing with a vehicle radar that can be used to learn the location of nearby vehicles. Party-themed camps can be either large or small. If a player activates the exhibition in these camps, they will be able to get combat supplies and souvenirs and obtain exclusive season memories. To give players a party atmosphere in these camps, we've specially incorporated 4 Easter eggs voted on by the players into the camps. This time, you'll be able to get supplies and relive happy memories with your teammates. That's all we've got to say about the 4th anniversary celebration events today. We highly encourage you to play and experience it. If you want to know more about PUBG Mobile, please follow our official social media groups. Winner, winner, chicken dinner. See you next time.
Welcome back, everyone, to day number 3 of the very, very last week of qualifier. So for some of these teams, this is literally the last chance that they have to try to qualify into Super Weekend coming up next, which I believe day number 1 will be tomorrow. So for all these teams tonight, the goal is top 16, and that's it.
Yeah, it's crazy to see some of these teams playing the last time for this split. It's quite heartbreaking, to be fair, because we don't know where we're sending them off to, like for more preparation for what? Of course, it's for the next split, and that's very, very important. This is the difference for this competitive year as well, where they just don't lose their spot, but they need to, fix things and keep learning until then. But you said it correctly, it's the last chance for them, and we have quite a few teams that's looking a little bit more dire. Here's the thing, we had a little bit of a break, so they should have done quite a lot of preparation.
Yeah, so hopefully they took the time, like, let's watch back the maps, let's see, hey, what are other teams doing right and what are we doing wrong, or vice versa, right? Like if you're a team that's at the very, very top, like Team Queso, like any of them, they're like, well, we'll stick with it. They could be a little bit more consistent in terms of, like, we've seen some of them where they just die like first and then they win some of the others, but I think Queso is pretty much in a really good spot. It's some of our bottom teams, like really 9Z and Noobs Esports, that really, really need to go big this weekend.
Absolutely, and we will look at this flow chart right there. Not anything that I can pronounce, but I can understand good enough. So we're at I'm not gonna say it, but like the bottom left bit. Yes, that's us there. Like last day right there until we go into this last qualification week. So we've got 3 more days in the upcoming 3 days for another 15 maps. But today we are going to play 5, and it's going to be quite an interesting rotation, should I say, because we talk about how important Erangel is, like from tomorrow till Monday, but today we're going to just play 1 on that classical map, so quite heavy on Sanhok and Miramar. And I have to say that makes things just so much more exciting because of stuff like heal strat, the nature of Sanhok. There's a lot on the line right here.
Yeah, the rotations, it's made to make it so equally because we're still playing group stages, so everyone will have, like people in Group A, that's not like, oh, I'm playing more Sanhok than another team. By the end of the week, or by the end of the days of the qualifiers, or even the league, you will all even out. So the teams that are playing more of the other maps today, like they played more of, say, Erangel in the previous couple of days. But here we are, our groups, never changing like this, but like once again, it's going to be the same lineup as before. So Group E is out, and then D, C, B, and then A. So don't be scared if you tune into a match and like, oh no, where's my favorite team, Furious Gaming? Did they die already? It's okay. Just double check which map are they sitting out in.
Yeah, I think it's crazy for certain teams. For example, Group A, like if they've not been playing well, for example, Golden Eagles Esports, they are sitting quite at the bottom. Not really bottom, but in the cusp. 15th place is 36. Yeah, like scary. There's just a few points away from getting kicked out. So they play 4 matches first, right, Monica, and they have to wait and pray for that last one. And the thing with today, for Group C, because they won't be playing match 3, so they didn't get to play Erangel at all. So that's quite crazy. Like I think if they've done prep on that map, I'm sorry, but it's not quite applicable for today. And but if they're confident, then fine. Yeah, you can use those strats tomorrow.
Yeah, and of course these teams are playing from some cash money. So first place, we're gonna get $7,000. You could buy a lot with $70,000. How much
New
is that
devices.
How much is that?
Oh my god. Yeah, not quite a lot until more things change in the economy and whatnot. But here's the thing. Reinvestment is a key thing, right? Like find themselves maybe some good coach, sign up for certain things that helps with their well-being. For sure enough for everyone to get, new gear if they are lacking some.
Just
after
buy
all.
a new phone, right?
Yeah, exactly. Or buy me one if they have much to spare. So
charity for casters here.
Exactly. I mean, if you get the MVP, you get all the clout already. Like you get all the cheers. You look fancy. Everyone adores you. I do. So feel free to donate.
Yeah, and when I did talk to some of these teams just to get to know them a lot more, a lot of them gave me like their laundry list of achievements and like, hey, this player was MVP of like these 2 PMCLs in a row, and we got 2nd place in PMPL Latin America last season, stuff like that. So these teams, they do like take this super seriously. Like it's not just, hey, we get the money here that we can spend. It's also, hey, what are our achievements that we can kind of use that as stepping stones for the future, that kind of like, hey, we want to play in a certain community tournament, we got these placements in PMPL, like please invite us.
Yeah, that's great. And you know what, it's great that they have that history, and of course they wouldn't be here if they didn't have made some achievements, but whether they can use that to fuel the current confidence is important, because after all, I'm just going to call you out if you play bad. Like we've established that already, so it doesn't matter if you've MVP in the past. It's all about continuously growing and outgrowing your opponent. So that will be something that we continue to look out for. Consistency is not quite there yet for this region. When we look at these top teams, whether it's through those stat points from the last 2 weeks, or from this week alone, we've got teams who may win 2-3 games on a day and do terribly on the next one. So we are yet to find a true consistent team, Monica.
I want to see how much more serious these teams play, or how much more consistent they might play once we get into the leagues, once we get into the finals, right? Because this is like, yes, it's qualifiers, it's important to get in top 16, but once you're already in the kind of that top half, it doesn't really matter. Like if you finish in 2nd or you finish in like 9th in qualifiers, it doesn't matter, because the points don't carry over into the league play. It's just getting that top 16. So I think some of these teams, like I've seen teams in regions where they kind of take it, a little bit easier, try some new things that they're not in danger of not qualifying, but also like kind of saving their, go-to strats maybe for where the points actually matter in league and finals.
Here's the thing, like that's a very important thing, to start from 0 in the final. So a lot of these teams, if they have gotten a lot of those points from early on, they will feel a little bit weird, because there's no recent achievements like in the recent weeks. So it's hard once you're in there. Certain teams may break out to be an absolute surprise. It's a sample size of 15, I believe 18 games, right? Let's say 6 games a day, if I'm not mistaken. So it's not big enough of a sample size, but of course, it's about the idea of maybe periodization that I mentioned before, which is used quite a lot in sports, which is to prepare yourself up to a certain point, and you have to have the best performance within a certain period. So like everything from eating to sleeping to, learning, like how much to learn at each phase would be important, because sometimes you teach someone something new the day before, it makes it quite hard to just apply it on the day after, right? So it's going to be very interesting. I think there will be surprising teams that break out that we did not expect, but we are fine with that. We love that for a change.
Yeah, and here we do have the maps for a change. So again, Miramar, and then Sanhok, Erangel, and then Miramar one more time, and then ending on crazy Sanhok. So I mean, this is definitely, I mean, we talked about before, Erangel is definitely one everyone feels a little more comfortable in, a little more consistent, and then we get down to like Miramar is like okay, and then Sanhok, it's like total just, I have no idea what ever happens in Sanhok.
Well, here's strat. Huge threat happens, and I know that
we haven't
that is
seen
the
it
most
yet.
important one.
We have not seen it yet.
Have we? Like half, right? Like so for half of
Like
the
a
teams, they at
mini.
least prepare for it, and I think that's important, right? To have that in your back pocket, because for sure there's certain positions on this map where you can't get out of if you don't have a vehicle, and you just need to rely on that.
It's
And
annoying,
so this is
or it's a nightmare, or it's an annoying nightmare.
I hear pain.
In the pen.
I feel like you've been through that before. Like personally, I have, but you know what? I'm a happy medic on the field, right? So
Yeah.
I do quite like that, and it's time for some predictions. I personally don't quite like it. I like to look at more stats and whatnot, but it's good because it allows us to cheer on certain teams for no reason. It's blind faith. There's no favoritism. Okay, so I'm gonna let her pick first.
I'm feeling Furious Gaming. I have no rhyme or reason.
Right.
I think they're kind of at that top section-ish of the scoreboards. I think we
Right.
saw a couple really good games from them so far in qualifiers, but I think this is their time. Furious Gaming.
It's tricky. Oh, it's so tricky. I'm looking at the list, just think like which teams actually had particularly good games on Miramar? It's hard to say, but I'm gonna go with Team Queso. Okay, it's a tricky pick and is quite risky, I would say. Yeah, here's the no.
No take back.
I guess
You can't take back it now.
Yeah, I will see him on. So that will be my prediction producer for the next Miramar game. There we go, and I'm gonna pick Ventrue. There we go. I don't know why. I'm just trying to
yell out any team and just.
Yeah, there's this term in another language that I know where you would fall on the floor and you try to just pick some, mud back up as if you've gained something. That's what you're there for. It's exactly what I'm doing, guys. So don't say that. It's a very high failure rate. Like, it's not just today, the day before, I did the same thing in game 1. How could I, right? So laugh all you want, but I'm going with Ventrue, and you never know on Miramar or in this game, basically. So that's my choice, and producers trying to rub it in. No, he's good. Look at him just saying, oh, I get you now. I see a mistake, and he's going to laugh at me later on. But Ventrue right there, and I think Miramar is one of those maps that we have not seen teams to really have a very clear play style yet. But the most important one that we've seen so far was the Impala situation that we saw in day 1 of this week. And we saw teams, taking different preferences. Do we take outskirts of a city or inside?
It'd be really funny if Team Queso actually won this match and you took it back. Now I'm rooting for Team Queso.
What is no? Do you want to change? I'm gonna bait you into that.
You're gonna bait me into Team Queso. I didn't pick them because what we tend to see is they take a little bit to ramp up, right? The first one they're kind of nah, they're still kind of waking up. They haven't digested their food yet, and
the food.
Yeah. Wait, so you you almost did pick Team Queso. That was totally creepy. Wait, so is that why you changed it?
I thought you knew. Okay, I thought everyone knew why. Do you guys know why? Because Group E is not playing in the first game.
This is the second time.
For the second time, yeah. I can't believe it.
Okay, so 2 times you picked the team that was out to try to win. And then only 1 time had either of us, and that was me, by the way, I picked Team Queso the last match of day 1. Has my prediction come true? Other than that, we've been nothing.
Painful. I don't know why. Here's the thing though, we've got something right, which is during certain early game rotations, which I like to talk about that quite a lot, it's important to see teams know how to respond to each other's drop spots. So we've seen intentional, setups around maybe bridge against, southern teams on the Wrangle, which we only have one game today, and we've seen certain teams know their pocket the position to play and focusing on the correct side. So I think that is a very, very important way to appraise a team and how good they are, especially for today. I think you've got practically a whole week to prepare, 4 or 5 days, and you know exactly what your goal is. So, but here's the tricky thing. You don't just prepare for today. You need to prepare for the 3 days to come. So certain teams are allowed to do that. Maybe Aton Esports, Furious Gaming, Royals of War, they're right at the top right now. So they should qualify and they can start looking at that. But here's the thing, they don't want to do something extremely disruptive, or do they? They can really hunt certain teams down, and I think that's the luxury that you get to have when you have that comfort.
I'm a little nervous for something that we had talked about, I think, off air before, is I had asked you, remember, hey, if I was a team, any team, and we have this group system where, one team is sitting out the first match, one team is sitting out at last, would you rather be a team that sits out first and get to play the next 4, or would you rather be a team that plays the first 4? Or did I mix that up? I guess, would you rather be playing or not playing that last match if you're on the verge of qualifying? And what did you tell me, Tarzan?
Personally, I would like to go last. But that's just how So when 4 of the players are me, then I would prefer that, right? But I know players who wouldn't like that, because when you give them a goal towards that last game, they may crumble because they keep telling themselves, I only need 5 points, and is weird. When you do that, it's almost like you're not playing to win, and that's that like that bit of statistic gets stuck in your head and you start doing something different. But personally, I'm completely fine with that, and I like it. Like, I like to go last.
You're calling yourself level-headed. You're above the pressure. You're like, nothing phases me, is what you're saying.
Yes.
Yeah.
But at least I want these teams to do the same. And sometimes, like I said, like, one game at a time, you just need to see it that way. But it's very hard to not read into stats. And that comes with training, but also just the character of players. So when we will face some team roster changes, I think, after today, especially for those few teams that can't make it. Or they may not, which I would like to see, because they would say, hey, it's not each other's fault, like when it comes to who's in the team, that we played like this and that we did make it through, right? But it's us needing to grow together. And that is such a hard mentality to have. You're from NA, you know it. I'm going to rub it in, haha, all the time. And it's true, statistically correct. It's not the only region that struggle with this problem, though.
Yeah, and I think the kind of pattern that follows for the different regions is you might have like 1 or 2 to maybe 3 teams that now become kind of the super teams because they always kind of stay together or mostly majority together, and then you know they've got to figure out, they've got their comps figured out, they know how each other play and such. But then you have the kind of the next half is just completely like rearranged teams, like you're making like communication errors, you're still kind of figuring out, you don't like have that absolute trust with each other yet. And those are the teams that keep getting like shuffled around. Just like you basically just throw them like every single just in a blender and you just see like what comes out of it. Like in this region you have teams like Aton 7. They've been playing together forever and ever and ever. You know, you see like a great synergy with them. You see like Team Queso. I know they brought 2 players new, but you know the other 2 players that they have that you know have been playing forever together. That's like Ayala and Nitsu. You know they have like great synergy together. And they're able to use that as a foundation with their new players and now create like I think are they top 1 or at least 1 or 2 on the leaderboards right now? Quite
top 1 before this week, and not doing shabby either when it comes to these past 2 days, and they're at 4th place with 83 points. But I think we are expecting more from them, at least when it comes to consistency. It's tricky. Like what you said also reminds me of one thing that we talked about already. There's this mentality thing about, you know, teammates. I know a lot of players who just don't see anyone with any worth, like if their performance drop, but that's not quite fair. Like, as a human with other things that they need to do. I know you're a pro player, but we are not at that level yet. I don't think that we can just go like full time. It's not a problem. I think we will get there, but people just need to have some compassion against each other, and you can at least have a friend, right? And what can exactly just get good, like, and all these stuff like I don't need you, like noob and stuff like that, right?
True. So like if like some people, they just look straight at like kills and you're like, wow, you're the bottom fragger for the team, like you must suck. But if you like look at it a little bit more in depth, like what kind of role is this player playing? Like, is this person who's always like supporting their top fraggers, so your top fraggers can go out and frag and just like entry frag, push into, you know, a fight and have no worries because they know they have that teammate as an anchor behind them type thing. So you have to look even beyond just the numbers. You have to see what kind of role are they actually supporting.
Yeah, it's tricky, and I think it's going to be interesting for us to find out whether there's more maybe fixed roles players like in these teams. Of course, the leaderboard has been on the screen for a while now, and to be fair, we've been having this bit of a more average distribution, at least after that second day, and I quite enjoy it because that means you can just jump up quite a lot, you know, from just one decent game. And I kid you not, so many of these teams have been there for that reason. They have these odd chicken dinners coming through, and they just have a huge game with so many points, up to even half of their total points right now. So the ability to take huge games is extremely important in this game. Otherwise, we can't believe that you have what it takes to win, right? Like, there will be times, like out of the many games of PMPL, where the stars have aligned, you know, like you've got circles, you've got this and that, you've got the loot, you know, in the first house, and you should be able to win those, but not coming through for some of these teams, especially the bottom 4.
Yeah, and especially the bottom four, you know, beyond the 16th place, it's Isurus. We have Fraternity, CP9, 9Z, Noobs. I mean, they're not quite, I mean, it looks kind of dire for Noobs right now, right? But they can get, let's say they get the win on this first one. That's like, let's say they get 15 points in placement, let's say like 8 kills, right? Like that's 23 points. So they're already at, and let's say everyone right immediately in front of them didn't really do that many points. They're already right there in line with kind of that 16th place Isurus Fraternity. And then just like another maybe like average game, they can jump up right there again and they can be comfortably kind of 13, 15. I mean, these points, like it's only 8 matches so far, so it's not a whole lot of points or games under their belt. So like you said, it can still be very volatile if they can make some really big plays and get those really big points.
Yeah. Here's the thing. Isurus, 36 points, and on day 2, so the previous day, the first 2 games, so 4th place with no eliminations, right? The game right after that, 2nd place with 5 eliminations. Like that itself is 25 points out of their 36. And that is what I mean, guys. Like that is quite terrifying if you look at how the points spread. So I think every team sometimes needs to start to have some sort of their own system, with statistics, spreadsheets, so they can draw some curves to know where they usually drop off, whether it's a map specific thing, whether it's time of the day specific thing, like because people have got body clocks, like regardless of that, sometimes it's about 5 games. Oh, we always do well in the first 2, then the fatigue comes in, or the other way around. Oh, we need to warm up, then we will just actually start fragging and do well towards the end. Like that is part of the very important bit of studying of how you do. Like that is something very interesting to see in graphics as well. So many things to work on, and I think that's why I'm continuously passionate about the scene, because the room to grow is huge. There's so many transferable skills from whatever these players do, that they may work on the side, they may study, major in different subjects. It's a beautiful thing, but then they need to allow that to come in, find the relevance in there, and there will be some.
Yeah, something I also want to point out is so you guys know the qualifiers are the 3 days that you just need to be top 16 to try to make it to that weekend, super weekend. And then the super weekends are the ones where the points really do count to try to be in the top 16 for finals. So Isurus is in 16th place in the super weekends. So if I was a team like Mezexis, I think they were 2 points on the overall in Super Weekends right below Isurus. Mezexis is now comfortably like, hey, we know we're going into Super Weekend. They don't really have to worry about it. I would be targeting Isurus. They're in 16th place on the qualifiers, in danger of not qualifying for a Super Weekend for tomorrow, starting tomorrow. So I would be Mezexis or any of those teams kind of right below Isurus and targeting them to try to get them out of this weekend.
Yeah, like that is, what they need to understand. I think a lot of these teams do. So just to illustrate a little bit more, Mezexis just below Isurus, and they need to qualify for this week in order to get into the finals. But they are finding themselves quite some good games so far this week. So that's something that they can use. And we don't know. Like I'd say they've once again, in the occasion, a few games that they did particularly well. So do they have the cards to really play that? I think it's quite scary, to be fair. As a previous player, as someone who coached before, if they try to do that plan and it didn't work, and they go back to their usual plan, it's not too good either, then it's such a weird way to start this, 4 consecutive days of play.
What we saw from them, that was 4th place in Sanhok with 0 kills at all. Like the circle literally ended on them in Paradise Resorts, and they didn't really do anything with it, even though they had a ton of teams fighting around them. It just shows that a lot of these points that they're getting from placement is just kind of accidental. They kind of just like hid from everyone, and they were just able to outlive some of the other players, but then they're not really playing aggressive enough or have that fragging power enough to get those elimination points.
Yeah. And here's the thing, there's so many teams like that right now. I don't know, I need to track back and see what's going on. But of course, we actually need to figure a few things out as well. So we waited for quite some time. We're not scared to wait for just a few minutes longer. So we'll see you guys shortly.
Hola a todos los sobrevivientes y amantes del pollito. La temporada 2021 ha concluido, pero con ello le damos inicio a la nueva temporada competitiva de PUBG Mobile. Chicos, ¿están listos para explicarla?
Claro que sí, Kevin. Este año, la PUBG Mobile Pro League es la máxima competencia de nuestra región, donde los mejores equipos de Latinoamérica lucharán por alcanzar la gloria en el escenario internacional. ¿Y cómo está compuesta la Pro League, Corsario?
Jaguar, déjame que te cuente, porque PUBG Mobile Pro League está compuesta por los 20 mejores equipos de LATAM, de los cuales 16 provienen de la PMPL LATAM Season 2. Los 4 cupos faltantes clasificarán mediante la PMPL Qualifiers, que estará compuesta por 2 equipos de las PMCO México y LATAM, más los 4 últimos lugares de la PMPL anterior. Dichos torneos clasificatorios durará 3 días, donde todos los equipos competirán para cumplir su sueño de ser parte de los mejores equipos de Latinoamérica.
A ver, Corsario, está todo muy lindo, hasta ahora son los mejores y demás, pero ¿qué se juegan?
Es verdad, es muy cierto, pero recuerda que además del increíble honor de ser el mejor equipo de toda una región y recibir increíbles premios, también te abrirá las puertas de par en par a las próximas etapas de calibre internacional.
Entonces está buenísimo. Pero una cosita más que tengo que recordarle a la gente. Recordemos, sí señor, que nuestros torneos, o nuestro torneo mejor dicho, tendrá 3 días de transmisión por semana durante casi 2 meses de competencia. Así que agárrense y serán transmitidos por las redes oficiales de PUBG Mobile Latinoamérica. También tendremos torneos amateur como la Latinoamérica Open, que se jugarán durante el mes de febrero y de marzo. Contaremos con los clasificatorios que otorgarán lugares para la PMPL LATAM Season 3, que se jugarán durante los días 18, 19 y 20 de febrero.
Durante el mes de marzo tendremos nuestra queridísima PMPL LATAM Season 3 y además la PMCO 2022 de México, Brasil y de LATAM, y ambos torneos se estarán jugando en simultáneo ese mes.
Muy pronto conocerán más formas en las que podrán participar en competencias oficiales. Así que sigue atento a las novedades en nuestras redes.
Así que ya lo saben, estamos listos y dispuestos para dar toda la emoción a este gran torneo. Me despido, soy Corsario,
Jaguar 70,
Kevin MPB
y Killer. Y nos vemos en la próxima.
Dear PUBG Mobile players, now that PUBG Mobile version 1.9 has been released, the 4th anniversary celebration events have also begun in the themed Arangel and Livic maps. In this video, we'll introduce the new content of the 4th anniversary celebration. We hope you like it. Colorful Spawn Island. Did you think you could only get in a fist fight on Spawn Island? Well, now you can do even more. On the new Colorful Spawn Island, all players will get colored balls that come in 4 different colors and can be thrown. You can use these to dye buildings into the color of your choice. When you admire your masterpiece from different angles, the shapes of the buildings will also constantly change. Interesting, right? Other than dyeing things in different colors, these colored balls are also important items that can be used to summon giant statues. When all 4 giant statues are summoned, you will trigger a special themed performance on Spawn Island. Try it now! Aerial Battleground. In the new version, the battlefield has been expanded to include the sky. This is the new vibrant aerial battleground. Players who jump and land on the 2 aerial battlegrounds of the map will change into colored outfits and be able to search for colored shop tokens with other players and use them in the shop. Players can't be eliminated in this battlefield, so you can gather supplies or get in as many firefights with other players as you like. When you are hit by an enemy, your head cover will grow larger and you will eventually float out of the battleground. If a teammate shoots you, your head cover will shrink and return you to the ground of the aerial battleground. The aerial battleground is only available in the first 5 minutes of a match, so you better be quick if you want to experience it. New Colorful Bicycle. In the new version, you will have the chance to try out the new folding mountain bike. This bike doesn't need to be refueled or recharged, cannot be destroyed, and doesn't create any noise when it's used. So it's your best bet if you want to hide your tracks. You can even store it in your backpack at any time and use it at the right moment to quickly move about. If used properly, the folding mountain bike can be immensely helpful on this complicated battlefield. Do keep in mind that the folding mountain bike will only appear in the 4th anniversary celebration-themed event maps. Don't underestimate it. Small police stations, small military-themed camps, and party-themed camps. On the themed maps, small police stations, small military-themed camps, and party-themed camps will now appear. The firearms depots and the small police stations contain lots of extra supplies. Small military-themed camps have a chance of appearing with a vehicle radar that can be used to learn the location of nearby vehicles. Party-themed camps can be either large or small. If a player activates the exhibition in these camps, they will be able to get combat supplies and souvenirs and obtain exclusive season memories. To give players a party atmosphere in these camps, we've specially incorporated 4 Easter eggs voted on by the players into the camps. This time, you'll be able to get supplies and relive happy memories with your teammates. That's all we've got to say about the 4th anniversary celebration events today. We highly encourage you to play and experience it. If you want to know more about PUBG Mobile, please follow our official social media groups. Winner, winner, chicken dinner. See you next time.
Hola a todos los sobrevivientes y amantes del pollito. La temporada 2021 ha concluido, pero con ello le damos inicio a la nueva temporada competitiva de PUBG Mobile. Chicos, ¿están listos para explicarla?
Claro que sí, Kevin. Este año, la PUBG Mobile Pro League es la máxima competencia de nuestra región, donde los mejores equipos de Latinoamérica lucharán por alcanzar la gloria en el escenario internacional. ¿Y cómo está compuesta la Pro League, Corsario?
Uy, Jaguar, déjame que te cuente, porque PUBG Mobile Pro League está compuesta por los 20 mejores equipos de LATAM, de los cuales 16 provienen de la PMPL LATAM Season 2. Los 4 cupos faltantes clasificarán mediante la PMPL Qualifiers, que estará compuesta por 2 equipos de las PMCO México y LATAM, más los 4 últimos lugares de la PMPL anterior. Dichos torneos clasificatorios durará 3 días, donde todos los equipos competirán para cumplir su sueño de ser parte de los mejores equipos de Latinoamérica.
A ver, Corsario, está todo muy lindo, hasta ahora son los mejores y demás, pero ¿qué se juegan?
Uy, es verdad, es muy cierto, pero recuerda que además del increíble honor de ser el mejor equipo de toda una región y recibir increíbles premios, también te abrirá las puertas de par en par a las próximas etapas de calibre internacional.
Ah, entonces está buenísimo. Pero una cosita más que tengo que recordarle a la gente. Recordemos, sí señor, que nuestros torneos, o nuestro torneo mejor dicho, tendrá 3 días de transmisión por semana durante casi 2 meses de competencia. Así que agárrense y serán transmitidos por las redes oficiales de PUBG Mobile Latinoamérica. También tendremos torneos amateur como la Latinoamérica Open, que se jugarán durante el mes de febrero y de marzo. Contaremos con los clasificatorios que otorgarán lugares para la PMPL LATAM Season 3, que se jugarán durante los días 18, 19 y 20 de febrero.
Durante el mes de marzo tendremos nuestra queridísima PMPL LATAM Season 3 y además la PMCO 2022 de México, Brasil y de LATAM, y ambos torneos se estarán jugando en simultáneo ese mes.
Muy pronto conocerán más formas en las que podrán participar en competencias oficiales. Así que sigue atento a las novedades en nuestras redes.
Así que ya lo saben, estamos listos y dispuestos para dar toda la emoción a este gran torneo. Me despido, soy Corsario,
Jaguar 70,
Kevin MPB
y Killer, y nos vemos en la próxima.
Dear PUBG Mobile players, now that PUBG Mobile version 1.9 has been released, the 4th anniversary celebration events have also begun in the themed Arangel and Livic maps. In this video, we'll introduce the new content of the 4th anniversary celebration. We hope you like it. Colorful Spawn Island. Did you think you could only get in a fist fight on Spawn Island? Well, now you can do even more. On the new Colorful Spawn Island, all players will get colored balls that come in 4 different colors and can be thrown. You can use these to dye buildings into the color of your choice. When you admire your masterpiece from different angles, the shapes of the buildings will also constantly change. Interesting, right? Other than dyeing things in different colors, these colored balls are also important items that can be used to summon giant statues. When all 4 giant statues are summoned, you will trigger a special themed performance on Spawn Island. Try it now! Aerial Battleground. In the new version, the battlefield has been expanded to include the sky. This is the new Vibrant Aerial Battleground. Players who jump and land on the 2 aerial battlegrounds of the map will change into colored outfits and be able to search for colored shop tokens with other players and use them in the shop. Players can't be eliminated in this battlefield, so you can gather supplies or get in as many firefights with other players as you like. When you are hit by an enemy, your head cover will grow larger and you will eventually float out of the battleground. If a teammate shoots you, your head cover will shrink and return you to the ground of the aerial battleground. The aerial battleground is only available in the first 5 minutes of a match, so you better be quick if you want to experience it. New Colorful Bicycle. In the new version, you will have the chance to try out the new folding mountain bike. This bike doesn't need to be refueled or recharged, cannot be destroyed, and doesn't create any noise when it's used. So it's your best bet if you want to hide your tracks. You can even store it in your backpack at any time and use it at the right moment to quickly move about. If used properly, the folding mountain bike can be immensely helpful on this complicated battlefield. Do keep in mind that the folding mountain bike will only appear in the 4th anniversary celebration-themed event maps. Don't underestimate it. Small police stations, small military-themed camps, and party-themed camps. On the themed maps, small police stations, small military-themed camps, and party-themed camps will now appear. The firearms depots in these small police stations contain lots of extra supplies. Small military-themed camps have a chance of appearing with a vehicle radar that can be used to learn the location of nearby vehicles. Party-themed camps can be either large or small. If a player activates the exhibition in these camps, they will be able to get combat supplies and souvenirs and obtain exclusive season memories. To give players a party atmosphere in these camps, we've specially incorporated 4 Easter eggs voted on by the players into the camps. This time, you'll be able to get supplies and relive happy memories with your teammates. That's all we've got to say about the 4th anniversary celebration events today. We highly encourage you to play and experience it. If you want to know more about PUBG Mobile, please follow our official social media groups. Winner, winner, chicken dinner. See you next time.
Hola a todos los sobrevivientes y amantes del pollito. La temporada 2021 ha concluido, pero con ello le damos inicio a la nueva temporada competitiva de PUBG Mobile. Chicos, ¿están listos para explicarla?
Claro que sí, Kevin. Este año, la PUBG Mobile Pro League es la máxima competencia de nuestra región, donde los mejores equipos de Latinoamérica lucharán por alcanzar la gloria en el escenario internacional. ¿Y cómo está compuesta la Pro League, Corsario?
Uy, Jaguar, déjame que te cuente, porque PUBG Mobile Pro League está compuesta por los 20 mejores equipos de LATAM, de los cuales 16 provienen de la PMPL LATAM Season 2. Los 4 cupos faltantes clasificarán mediante la PMPL Qualifiers, que estará compuesta por 2 equipos de las PMCO México y LATAM, más los 4 últimos lugares de la PMPL anterior. Dichos torneos clasificatorios durará 3 días, donde todos los equipos competirán para cumplir su sueño de ser parte de los mejores equipos de Latinoamérica.
A ver, Corsario, está todo muy lindo hasta ahora, son los mejores y demás, pero ¿qué se juegan?
Uy, es verdad, es muy cierto, pero recuerda que además del increíble honor de ser el mejor equipo de toda una región y recibir increíbles premios, también te abrirá las puertas de par en par a las próximas etapas de calibre internacional.
Ah, entonces está buenísimo. Pero una cosita más que tengo que recordarle a la gente. Recordemos, sí señor, que nuestros torneos, o nuestro torneo mejor dicho, tendrá 3 días de transmisión por semana durante casi 2 meses de competencia. Así que agárrense y serán transmitidos por las redes oficiales de PUBG Mobile Latinoamérica. También tendremos torneos amateur como la Latinoamérica Open, que se jugarán durante el mes de febrero y de marzo. Contaremos con los clasificatorios que otorgarán lugares para la PMPL LATAM Season 3, que se jugarán durante los días 18, 19 y 20 de febrero.
Durante el mes de marzo tendremos nuestra queridísima PMPL LATAM Season 3 y además la PMCO 2022 de México, Brasil y de LATAM, y ambos torneos se estarán jugando en simultáneo ese mes.
Muy pronto conocerán más formas en las que podrán participar en competencias oficiales, así que sigue atento a las novedades en nuestras redes.
Así que ya lo saben, estamos listos y dispuestos para dar toda la emoción a este gran torneo. Me despido, soy Corsario,
Jaguar 70,
Kevin MPB
y Killer, y nos vemos en la próxima.
Dear PUBG Mobile players, now that PUBG Mobile version 1.9 has been released, the 4th anniversary celebration events have also begun in the themed Arangel and Livik maps. In this video, we'll introduce the new content of the 4th anniversary celebration. We hope you like it. Colorful Spawn Island. Did you think you could only get in a fistfight on Spawn Island? Well, now you can do even more. On the new Colorful Spawn Island, all players will get colored balls that come in 4 different colors and can be thrown. You can use these to dye buildings into the color of your choice. When you admire your masterpiece from different angles, the shapes of the buildings will also constantly change. Interesting, right? Other than dyeing things in different colors, these colored balls are also important items that can be used to summon giant statues. When all 4 giant statues are summoned, you will trigger a special themed performance on Spawn Island. Try it now! Aerial Battleground. In the new version, the battlefield has been expanded to include the sky. This is the new vibrant aerial battleground. Players who jump and land on the 2 aerial battlegrounds of the map will change into colored outfits and be able to search for colored shop tokens with other players and use them in the shop. Players can't be eliminated in this battlefield, so you can gather supplies or get in as many firefights with other players as you like. When you are hit by an enemy, your head cover will grow larger and you will eventually float out of the battleground. If a teammate shoots you, your head cover will shrink and return you to the ground of the aerial battleground. The aerial battleground is only available in the first 5 minutes of a match, so you better be quick if you want to experience it. New Colorful Bicycle. In the new version, you will have the chance to try out the new folding mountain bike. This bike doesn't need to be refueled or recharged, cannot be destroyed, and doesn't create any noise when it's used. So it's your best bet if you want to hide your tracks. You can even store it in your backpack at any time and use it at the right moment to quickly move about. If used properly, the folding mountain bike can be immensely helpful on this complicated battlefield. Do keep in mind that the folding mountain bike will only appear in the 4th anniversary celebration-themed event maps.
Let's go, Miramar. So back to the desert. Again, we're going to have 2 Miramars today, 2 Sanhoks, and only 1 Erangel match.
Ooh, the wait is even longer. For Group E, to say the least, they won't be playing this one, haha. And we know that already because there will be fans out there who are waiting for Team Queso to play. It's not just them. Also in Group E, we have... I'm going to test you on that one.
Yeah, so just to recap the last match that we saw from Miramar that was in day 2 of the qualifiers, we did have Royals of War get the winner chicken dinner with 15 position points and 11 eliminations. It was Aton 7 that ended up in 3rd position, but they did get 15 eliminations, so they were just 1 point behind them in getting the most points. But so Rose of War, Anton 7, and then CP9 is one of those teams that we haven't really seen much from them, but that was definitely their best match of the entire qualifiers. 12 position points, 2 elimination points to get 14 points.
Well, they did try, right? Especially in that on that first day, we've seen them engaging in quite a lot of early fights, right? Whether it's in Pachinki or the Northwest Island. But yeah, they need to repeat that with confidence and actually winning those fights, as we have that playing path from Puerto Perizo all the way to La Cabrera, which is slightly off what we can see now, but you guys get the idea.
I mean, it started on your favorite island, right? If you guys missed day one,
yes.
Tarzan was begging the circle to end on that miniature little island, and I was like, "Are you trying to like curse all these teams in here?" But this is, I think this is the most well-behaved playing path that we've seen from Miramar so far, because most of them have been kind of really south or just kind of not able to get all the way where they want to go. And we've seen a lot of kind of alt drop spots happening.
Yeah. I think the thing with this playing path is you need to look at how, let's say there's a team going to every city. Will they fight for car spawns? And to be fair, the answer is not too much. So that means it's going to be quite nice for them. Of course, they can hot drop against each other. We know cities like Los Leones can contain a good few teams, but may not be the case now. But we are looking into Impala. Just to that north side, it will be Buluc Chabtan and just grazing us with that early Winchester kill as well. What a way to start today.
I think we've had actually 2 different kind of hot drops here. So this one, Minas Generales area, and also an Impala. So we'll hop back onto that one in just a little bit. But Buluc, remember, they were the ones that we saw some unfortunate fights from them, and hope he doesn't get 1 versus 2. We saw him jump through the window trying to get a shotgun kill. I mean, Reyes, he does have the health, and he does just jump at the last second, whips up the DPS, and goes for the finish onto Ken. So, I mean, more bad manners, more just like, you know, I got 1 kill and I'm just gonna shoot your crate.
This is the thing as well, like the luck to face a DBS in the early game is just I don't know what to say, but Noobs Esports seems to be a team that's getting hunted down potentially, but right here Mezexis will be set up right there against, I believe, a trio from Noobs Esports. They might have just lost their player permanently. Something that is a bit of a falling out, maybe, but Folo's ready in there with the metas, one of the best guns. Right in there, UMP won't be able to take that one, but that will be the side angle from TNX, and we'll take that knock.
Yeah, I mean, great thing. I mean, Noobs Esports, like, using their numbers to their advantage, trying to push as a 3, but Mezexis Folo, he was by himself, got out there at the last second, but now he's pushing up, and he knows it's going to be just 1 player left alive, getting the information from his team. He does go for the flush of it. Noobs Esports, they were at the bottom of the standing, so that's very, very tough for them. Now turning on to Ventrue versus 7 Deadly Sins.
We kind of saw like 2 to 3 hot drops this game. We did say something, right, about the time, the abundance of time for them to do preparations, and they did come in with some really, really lovely stuff. And right here, that's my team, so they kind of need to slow down.
Elimination, nice.
Or me.
All you. He's like, you're not good enough. You need the caster to back you up for it. Hopefully you didn't curse them, though.
That's me. Hey, okay. To be fair, they could have done so much better, right, in the past 2 days. But here's a good start. And this is the problem as well, as they think about how to take this fight continuously. Meds is a problem, like 2 of them extremely low. So if they don't make the strategy work, is a quick, 2-piece right there. So that is going to be a small difference that we're going to be looking out for. So this is a good start that we are seeing, as we see on the map as well. Stelacy is one that we like to talk about because they started this week with 2 chicken dinners, but already losing a player somewhere else on the map. So we've got 4 fights going on.
Stelacy, I believe they were in that 8th, 10th place in the overalls. Buluc, but I mean, going back to my thought from before, Buluc, we saw them with like really unfortunate fight in Sanhok. I want to say it was on day 2 where they just kind of like didn't play as a team. They just kind of all went 1 by 1 and just kind of got picked off by their entire team. Estorm Gaming, though, looks like so they're kind of in the same boat as 7 Deadly Sins, landed in the same general area with another team, and then but have now lost 2. So Walls, I don't think they're aware exactly where he is, and clearly Walls just has 1 gun, his little floaty that he has around his waist and 1 level 1 helmet. So he's just like, I'm just gonna wait here or not. I guess he's coming up, and I mean the footsteps obviously have been heard now, and Buluc are looking to the skies to try to catch a glimpse of him.
Yeah, I feel like that's the problem then. There's no reason to really give footsteps there. It doesn't matter if you get the elevation, but you need to use some cover. The wall's not enough for walls, and that will be a punch finish as well. I think it's all that issue, right? Like when he's decided to crawl. Even when he crawled, like with good ears, you can pick that up, and that will be a Reyes with a little bit more BM. I feel like there's at least 2 targeted drops that we're seeing so far. One on Noobs Esports, the other one on Estorm. So it's not going to be easy, but this should be slightly more even fight. 7 deadly sins did show some great plays, and we'll hold that one there as a duo. Really good pre-spray through those staircase.
I'll say that was kind of a really just fatal error. Just one person shooting up, kind of really committing for it. And once again, just the overcommitment. Jumping down the stairways, has to switch to a different gun, and he's just out of bullets. So, I mean, it was just, I mean, at the end, it just came down to the numbers. But Ventrue, they almost threw that.
Oh, the time when you thought, I should have practiced more shotgun. If that double barrel was like 1 hit on each player, that's into a 2v4. But really good effort there. I think they pushed out in the least expected time. So Ventrue couldn't really, respond to that to the degree that they want. But it worked out. I mean, I can't be unhappy because I picked them for this match.
I mean, too bad he didn't have Buluc Chabtan, Reyes, DBS, and he could have just like, 12 pump shots just all the way out and just just never-ending shots from the DBS at him. But no, I mean, it was only a duo, but they did do, at least they got 3 knocks onto Ventrue. So Ventrue, I think they, they had to clean something up there because they really did narrowly just get 2v4'd.
Almost, but that's good. I mean, this is the thing. We'll have another match like this today. I'll already be looking out for potential repeats. We talk about 4, like at least 3 fights. And of course, we saw Stelacy losing someone elsewhere. We need to find out where at the moment. But this is going to be interesting because, first of all, it's not easy to fight early game. But we have these shotgun fights. Like I almost never see like fights in Miramar with shotguns, and this is such a treat already. And with this beep beep bus as well, I think it's going to be quite interesting because with those fights, phase 1 has slowed down, so means of transport will be very, very important.
I feel like it's more a Sanhok thing where you see just everyone have a DBS and just like just start having that early game fight. It's always just somebody has a DBS on every single team. But yeah, definitely Miramar. I mean, it's pretty, this is more, the amount of action that we've seen in this Miramar match is more along the lines of a Sanhok, I would say. Just everyone is clumped together closer, obviously a much smaller map, and then just seeing all the action. Like, we've not even hit the 10-minute mark, and we've already lost 13 players out of the lobby.
That's 12. Because Noobs Esports was like
12, yes.
Right. Or even more, because I feel like so that's one trio right there. And I just find this really interesting. I think it's all that break that we had, and therefore the preparation, and they are coming in with something fresh. And it's the first time that we've seen this scene, like this PMPL do this thing. So I'm thoroughly enjoying it. And with the circle as well, we may go back to some grounds which we watched previous games, and completely fine with that. Water treatment area, Hacienda as well. Quite a lot of good spots to play off, and we will go back to San Martin area.
I mean, this is where we saw kind of an unfortunate play between, I want to say it was Isurus versus CP9. Remember, they were on the hillsides right by San Martin. Had a huge third party come in from Estorm Gaming. We're probably not going to see that kind of third party with them only one solo individual left alive from their team. So right now, he's just going for survival. He's just playing for like, I just want to stay away from everyone. I don't want anyone to know I'm here, and try to go for that placement, maybe pick off some kills, but it's not going to be that great of a game for Estorm Gaming in this Miramar match.
Potentially the whole day. Feeling sad already for some of these teams. Here's the thing. If I've seen a team get hit early on and always come back okay, then I'm fine with that. but a lot of the teams at the bottom right now, they do not show that trend. And that is the problem. And right now, of course, with the extended looting phase, maybe Ventrue was caught a little bit off guard. That is not something that you want to see. When you've been fighting all along and you feel like, oh, now that we've finished fighting, let me continue looting. But it's at the 10-minute mark, like you said. Right, and that they need to really switch on that mid-game thinking already. It seems like there will be a little bit of a return, to say the least, onto Infinity.
Yeah, it's definitely what they gained in loot and like 4 points in elimination, they've lost in the time to rotate. And coming from a central position like Picado, you really need that early lead to get that first cherry picking spot. Here we're switching on to Isurus and Mezexis, and like I said, like if I was Mezexis, I would be having my bullseye target on the heads of every single member of Isurus. We'll see if they know that they're here. It is vague information, you know, it's like trying to hide that another level of competition that they won't be able to, you know, target them as directly. But I mean, if they went back, watched the VODs, studied the teams, especially this one that they're trying to target, they should know, like, this is where Isurus likes to take up. They know they land kind of in the general San Martin area, so they're going to be in this general area.
Here's the thing. There's one sort of preparation called hunting someone. If I'm Isurus, I would play a game plan of running away from being hunted. So sometimes
they always do that.
Here's the thing, like, you don't have to just stay with exactly what you've done in the past. Like, they allow someone to punish you. And I think if I'm, you know, part of this team, I would know that certain teams will hunt me down. And I think this one, like these 1-2 that we are seeing, is a very, you know, good educated guess, because they need to surpass us. They've been doing well so far in the past 2 days. That means that's what they will be looking out for. So this is a little bit disappointing, I think, like for certain teams to not change and allow exactly what some of these teams have been doing to them.
My team under fire from Isurus. That's going to be Furious Gaming. They are a fair distance away from each other. I mean, Miramar, there's so many hills, so much cover that even if you get knocked, at least you know, getting knocked in the match, it's just part of the game. You just need to make sure that you had positioned yourself in a spot that you're easily revivable, not, hey, I'm off in Narnia, I got knocked out in the open. There's no way any of my teammates would possibly find me. Royals of War, they were the very last winner chicken dinners in the last Miramar that we saw on day 2. So probably, you know, learning this, and Circle shifted even further to the west, right central on Royals of War.
Here's the thing, they know this area, they know San Martin, and they've won games on this map. So when they're given this, where do they go? Right. I've seen a lot of teams stay within the city. Not my favorite thing. I may play a 3-1, I may go exactly where they're sending players to the northwest, we go onto that peninsula, but then we may have one in town. So if they ever need to come back, they've got a point. But that person doesn't really only provide that re-entry point back into San Martin, but also a satellite, you know, that just stay right there, and then you can listen to all these important information. And interesting, it's a very dangerous cupboard. You need to shoot it, right?
I think that he just kind of fat fingered it, honestly. I was a little wary of his parking job right there. So I think, you know, usually you'd see people try to park it in the garage or something. Maybe he was just really just, hey, in the, you know, 0.01% chance that someone just camped in the corner here, I'm just gonna wildly spray it and maybe I'll hit somebody in case. But like, we'll see. CP9, you know, they still stayed within the city, but they're staying on that northern side, a little bit easier to exit out in case the circle does shift off of them, but still not the most ideal spot. Here we have Furious Gaming on the opposite side. And the second one does go down, this time to Buluc Chabtan. The Lambo coming in fashion, trying to run him over. So that leaves Furious Gaming down to only 2.
Here's the thing, like, this is early momentum, right? They had a plan, they executed it, they feel good about themselves, they play better. Like, you see this all the time. Reyes just already on fire. Like, he wants to shoot at absolutely everything. But here's where we're going to... Yeah, exactly. And this is where we're going to, you know, check whether they are worthy of the hype as well. They've been to globals, they know how to play, right? But in regions, when you get start like this, sometimes you play a little bit disrespectful. So we will be watching Reyes for sure, and we come back to this spot like we talk about. It's great. I mean, the sightlines and control over San Martin is quite good, and they have it, you know, in a very well controlled way. They understand these tips are strong, but they need to prevent the entry. Therefore, the split that you're seeing on the top right.
Yeah, I really like their proactive play. Like you said, it's hard to stay in the city. City was technically central, right on that western side of San Martin, but you saw them immediately see a shift done. They were going to go just slightly off center, have that high upper ground, have the huge sight lines all the way around them. So really good for them proactively. I think a lesser team would have just been like, we're center, just sit in the building and just wait to see where the next circle goes. Here they're opening up the options for the rest of the match. I would not be surprised if Rose of War had a really great game this Miramar match.
And it is interesting as well. We talk about the picking of points. Like Mezexis Dreams is in this spot that I find tricky because, yeah, you're trying to gatekeep, but you need to really spread out to be able to make that work. When you're on hard edge, then yes, it's very likely that you have to move, and it does. And I mean, what are the odds?
Wow.
What are the probability? 90%. And now they have to heal, and they don't even have to heal to do so, but this shift that makes Monica goes crazy. I'm gonna let you talk about it. Tell me about this circle.
It's just Royals of War is just literally sitting at the highest elevation within the match, and they're just I guess what are you? I'm predicting definitely a top 3 finish out of Royals of War. Just to extend our predictions because our other predictions probably weren't that great, but I think they're definitely, you know, just set themselves up really well, and they're going to be able to, you know, the circle is so small now you can basically see every single person trying to rotate into the circle. They just need to really hold it down on this backside because any of these teams could pull up on the downhill slope below them and potentially aggress onto the position and harass them.
Exactly, and they need to know how to hold it, of course. And we talked about this spot before, because at this caliber, we'd expect every team to know that you're there. Okay, so here's the thing: you need to play as if they know, and then you can manipulate them as they're trying to maybe come close or try to play smart around you. And that's not an easy thing to do. And right now, Royals of War will need to, you know, sometimes adjust to stop thinking about what to do, right? Like which one is the most important spot out of the few that they are taking. If someone's crashing in as a 4, it's so hard to 1v4, right? So although they have a good split, they need to have priority spots within the few that they've taken.
Yeah, Aton 7, these are your #1 team right now in the qualifying standings, and definitely want to hold on to that. But they're, you know, they're playing very casually. I mean, casually in that it's no stress for them. There's no way they don't qualify for Super Weekend. So here they can play aggressive. They can. This is just them like honing down their strategy, or maybe trying some new things that they want to see if it works or not, because this is the time to do it. Even if they lose every single game, like if they go out first every single match today, it doesn't matter. They're already in the Super Weekend. Now Royals of War under some fire from down below, lucky from Aton 7. It'd be really hard to try to, you know, take their spot just with off one knock like that, but definitely a great knock, forcing them to use some meds, take away one additional resource that they can't take that first aid into the end game.
I find this weird, right? I think I'm going to be quite harsh on Royals of War. Here's the thing, this is a classical spot. I'll continue to talk about it only because if you choose to play it and your team close by, you know what? Yeah, they can stop me that way. That's fine because we love some action. So Infinity's trying to stop AGG coming in. Yep. AG is not a team that has shown much. So far, in Infinity, we were extremely worried for them until they got that 17-kill chicken dinner in the second last game, the last day. Like, that game itself got them 32 points when they've only got like 55 in total. So this is what we like to see. Mid-game control. They know how to work the edges. They're working from a good spot as well. And of course, Ventrue as well with those early momentum. They need to bring it onto a tougher opponent, being Furious Gaming. We know how good they can be from the globals.
Oh no, our prediction teams are now in the same building, fighting against each other. I believe it's a 2 versus 2 Furious Gaming against Team Ventrue. Looks like, Trigger just left his teammate out just, you know, to die. Didn't give him any sort of support. You you already saw him. You heard the footsteps. He knew 2 of them were pushing onto his teammate and just kind of like, see you later, everyone, for survival, and gave 0 support for that one. All glory.
That's a bit of a mistake.
Yes, that was.
Infinity, though, still continuously trying to bully other teams, and they know the timing for it. And you can see the preparation as well. 10 seconds on the clock. This fight has a timing on it, but the rest of the team is already moving into the circle. So they had faith in how to control fights like that and those skirmishes. So it's really nice to see. And we'll have around 10% of San Martin still in this circle. We'll see how they play. Anton 7 is in a great spot because they're right in the center. They can have quick access to the outskirts if they need it. But here's the thing, they can't peek too aggressively, and on this northwestern side, what do we talk about? I mean, this is prime ground, right? So I want to see Royals of War actually move, use it better, knowing that no one comes close. They can actually third-party this.
Yeah, this is just classic. Like, we're gonna sit on the edge, we're gonna gatekeep you from coming in. They threw the nade down below actually Royals of War. He knew that a fight was happening here. He heard the vehicles coming in. This is their chance to aggress over the top, just shoot on down onto Team Fraternity because there are only 2 players left alive. Buluc Chabtan, they're using this as their opportunity while Royals of War is focused on the other side to come in here because you can see in the minimap there's only 1 person looking in their general direction.
Yeah, Median's trying to clear out these dips, and it's important, right, as he works in, but I feel like he drove close enough for himself to be hurt, so there's more work to do, and this is going to be very interesting, because we talked about this spot quite a lot this game, Monica, and this is really the test for a team like Royals of War who knows this spot, who's got it for multiple phases, to see how they can really use it, especially now when they are on this new edge. So they need to think about how to really capitalize on this whilst heading back down. I mean, that was a plan that they needed to have when they moved up here. Right, so that is why we sometimes look at these teams and be like, why are you just talking about them continuously? Well, 1, there's not a lot going on the screen right now, but 2, because these are the type of macro that will make you the best team if you can get it down.
Buluc still, I mean, I said Royals of War, I was really worried from, even though they have that high elevation, there's all these perfect spots here where a team can pull up just slightly below them here, and then using that edge of the mountain to have them to cover, and Rora about to get shot, and that was a dire knock. And Alien Kid, I mean, that's great for him getting a knock, and I'm pretty sure he's going to get the flush out here, but that's going to be so bad for Royals of War. I think they're, unable to get to their last player, and they're going to be down to only 3 for the remainder of the match. Circle is just slightly below them, but somehow they've allowed Fraternity to rotate around them and get actually ahead of them into the circle as all the chaos erupts on that San Martin side. You can see about 6 different teams right on top of each other.
Yeah, I'm not going to keep talking about that one now because I think it's quite self-explanatory what we saw on the screen. Something that we predicted, something that we talked about around 6-7 minutes ago has happened, right? So this is why we say this region's got more to do. I mean, it showed from AEL and stuff like that when they play against NA and Brazil. There's more work to do, and right now we've got Anton 7 in the middle there trying to hold up multiple teams. It's not an easy one. I feel like they might have to move a little bit themselves as well. I'm not quite sure, but this is very, very brutal open circle towards the end. The slope makes it even worse, and the amount of rocks there is just very, very minimal.
Yeah, this has finally left the city. The amount of hard cover, it's really not anything to write home about. I think some of them might just barely be in the circle on the top of the hillside, but Buluc Allen Kid now pushing on and aggressing and using the rest of his teammates as Overwatch down onto him, pushes and takes out finally that last player of Fraternity. So kind of opens it up on the northern side just a little bit, but here we have Isurus to somehow still kept all 4 players up alive, even with their kind of passive play style, and now they're kind of ascending the mountain. This is kind of a ballsy play, but if they can pull it off, they'll be having the upper ground, looking down onto teams like Royals of War and Stelacy, and they have all 4, 2 eliminations found so far. Maybe they can get some more points in this match.
You know, that is a good time to use some aggressive smokes, right? Like, you know who will peek you from where, and it's going to be tough. But doesn't matter, Stelacy will strike first. It's going to be the support not coming in yet. I think they're still thinking about how to set up the smoke, and it's not going to work as against multiple teams. It will be Isurus a little bit slow onto adjusting for that one. The trade did not come through, that's the key thing. And that will be even a tougher job to do. Those 30-ish meters has been further than ever.
Yeah, it was just a little fragmented play. It's kind of like 2 pushed up, and then the other 2 were still far behind trying to catch up, and they couldn't just all support each other, and they were basically pushed to 2 versus 2. Now let them only as 2 man left alive. very close to the last player of Royals of War. That's going to be Diego Kid, definitely the top fragger, the kind of strongest player on that team. We constantly see him as one of those last players left alive to try to clutch as many points as possible. I would say Infinity, you know, they've had such a great game so far. They could really close this one out once again. And you've seen when Infinity wins, they win big, as we see a knock come out onto Quinto.
This is really, really tricky, I think. Of course, Infinity, they needed this one. For 12 eliminations, when did that happen? My kill hit awareness is terrible. But Anton is coming in with a good plan, though. It's going to be taking care of, you know, this pressure on this side because they know the window for the revive and they have to push it in time, and they did. And this is such a good time, and that is what you know, need to suffer from when you peak too aggressively, when you have a spot to win.
Yeah, I mean, they threw a nade back and forth. That one's come back with interest now. Gamma now pushing and seeing Choco just weaving in and out of the smoke. The knock comes out, but the trade does come. So France's back to revive. Milo stays on to leave, you know, apply the pressure onto Infinity and actually does take them now out. Isurus Martino doing the heel strap, but it just wasn't quite enough. And the blue zone does take him out. So Aton 7, this was the team that they've already in first place. They didn't need this win, but they surely started this day off really, really well with the winner chicken dinner.
There's two things that they've done particularly well. They took the time when they could have used more, but no, they read the circles and they said we need to move towards the more center parts first, and whenever they've got the time to, they move the priority compound within San Martin. And two, of course, the quite textbook way, they know they have to get the entry. They found the bait, they made it work. But very important game for Isurus as well. I know it was a little bit weird towards the end there, but they made it work. And that's so important. That's at least, I think, 15, 16 points for them, if not more. So that will allow them to sit in a good amount of comfort. I wouldn't say comfort yet, but they are back into the middle table.
At least it wasn't bad, right? It wasn't great, but it wasn't like they had fallen down to I'm sure they probably climbed maybe 1 or 2 positional points depending on how the teams right above them did. But I was kind of rooting for, you know, Infinity needed the points, Aton 7 really did not need the points, and Isurus like really needed the points. So I was kind of rooting for one of those two, but Aton 7, I don't think you could have asked for a better way to start off the day.
Amazing. I mean, some of the biggest wins that we've seen in this PMPL is from them. I think it's between them and maybe Queso. And here's the thing, I want to see them win more games when the circles and stuff are not on their side. Yeah. I mean, that's a little bit mean, but it will happen. It's bound to happen in this game. It's all about how you can really either fight against that so-called tough luck in a way that we will see the true colors of that team. So congratulations to them. They will continue to hold that top spot and really expand that lead. But we will come back soon, guys, because we have Sanhok later.
El mayor obstáculo que tienen las comunidades cuando son tóxicas es la empatía, el ponerse en el lugar del otro. A todos, yo soy Kevin de Argentina, soy caster hace unos 7-8 años casi y en PUBG Mobile hace unos 2 y medio.
Soy Corsario, showcaster profesional de PUBG Mobile. Mi inicio en mi carrera como relator de PUBG Mobile fue un gran desafío. Saltar al mundo de los mobile siempre es algo interesante, lo tomé como una oportunidad increíble.
Inicio como caster en lo que es PUBG Mobile se remonta hace unos años atrás y en la búsqueda de gente, gracias a mi experiencia previa, termino ingresando. Como habían pasado muchos años, la gente no me conocía y por el simple hecho de ser el nuevo había unos comentarios así de falta de aceptación por falta de costumbre.
Siempre están las dos caras de la moneda, ¿no? La gente que te acompaña, que siempre está ahí, y también la gente que a veces no está tan de acuerdo con tu opinión. Chicos, chicas, amigos y amigas que sean invitados a jugar, siempre hay que darle una oportunidad, y la verdad que ser bueno o malo pasa a un segundo plano cuando la oportunidad de pasarlo increíblemente bien es, yo creo, el fin último de un videojuego.
What a match to start off the last day of qualifiers. It was going to be Aton 7 with the winner in chicken dinner. I mean, they first place already. At this point, they're just really rubbing it in for all those teams at the bottom that haven't gotten a winner in chicken dinner yet. It's like, we already got a ton of points and we're just gonna get another chicken dinner and not let you guys have any of these points.
Here's an interesting thing. They have not had a single one before today. I mean, when it comes to this week, of course. Like, the big games came from, a third place, two third place actually, and a second place. So those 3 games put together, they've gotten themselves 38 kill points. That's quite insane. And I think they've gotten at least double digits as well. Like, there, of course, we'll have more stats to see later on to really break down like how well they did, and we'll have some brilliant outputs from the damage and etc. But San Martin finish, I did not expect that one. What I also didn't expect is the amount of teams that respect not going into city too early on, which is, I would say, a bit of an improvement.
I'd say if you do take the city, take like the edge of the city, like you saw Aton 7, and they were like far to the northwest in the city, in the buildings of the city, so they weren't like trapped within the city. If they had been across the street and trying to cross it to try to get in the circle, they probably would not have survived that one. So really great positioning on their part. I'm really excited to see this next match though, because it was Sanhok. The last Sanhok we saw, Infinity did win. In this game, Infinity, they were doing pretty well. They weren't able to quite win it, but still getting a 3rd place with a ton of eliminations, I think really started their day off right. And Sanhok is one of those that they know how to play it, clearly, from getting a win. So I want to see if they can, come off the back of this one and get a really good match as well.
Maybe, but we need to see who did so well this one. We did not expect it, but Infinity having a very important 22-point game. Like, we've been so worried about them. So they've got, okay, so if we can count the last few games the day before, they've got a 17 kill chicken dinner, then they've got a 5th place, and then they come back for another one at 2nd place, but 10 kills there. And I think, no, it's the other way around. It's the 3rd place and 12 kills. So that's even better, in my opinion.
Yes. Yeah, it goes to show with the score points adjusting in the last 2 years or so, where really the emphasis on all those elimination points. You can't just, I'm just going to sit and camp for 1st place, which used to be 30 points. Now it's been cut in half to 50, actually went to 20 points and now to 15 points. So you really need to, go for the positioning, yes. So but you also need to get those eliminations. So you need to be eliminating well, and you be like as a primary, and then surviving well as well. Now looking into the second half though, and this is where it gets a little bit more painful, as we see some of these teams getting 0 points. And Noobs Esports, the very bottom, they had 8 points in total out of all the qualifying matches, and getting 0, big fat goose egg to start the day off is not where you want to see them, because now they only have 3 matches left today to make up those points.
Yeah, it's tricky. Like, to be fair, if I'm one of the good players in the region, I would never join a team called Noobs Esports. I feel like this, okay, it's important. It's not just because of a mentality thing, but you cannot, bear playing bad. Because like that would just put so much pressure on yourself. Like, when you get to this level, you will have fans, you will have people who, look out to see whether to join you or whatever. It's terrible. I feel like this team's been broken down completely because of how they played the past few weeks. Like, did not make a single so-called super weekend, so there's no points there. Started this last week, that first day, really poorly.
Yeah.
And they've gone since. They don't even have a full team. They keep dying on spawn. Like, the average game time of this whole team is within like 10 minutes or something. Like, it's a pure mentality issue, I'll have to say, because they must have done so many decent things in order to get here, right? We talked about that already. So right now, they've lost it because it's here in the head.
Yeah, it does. They are the newest team, I would say, in the lobby. Clearly identified by their name, but this is the team that they kind of all came together right before this tournament started. We have a couple of the players who have played in PMPLs in the past seasons, but definitely kind of like the first major tournament playing as a team. That's one of the, so it's them and then 9Z that are the ones have never qualified for a super weekend yet in PMPL. And I mean, this is literally their last chance. So I think Noobs, it's going to be kind of improbable for them to get there. So 9Z that we're kind of really looking at to see if they can make that big comeback story and try to get into super weekend starting tomorrow.
Yeah, probably a UC giveaway if they ever make it.
Yeah.
I don't know, like, they would have gotten enough, like, for themselves if they bounce back from that one. But in this next game, I mean, it's doable if they know their drop and they know how to play around, like, the features of Sanhok and get themselves maybe 10 points from healing or something like that. It's doable. We've seen teams do that even on the global stage because it's a reliable way, like, for them to get some points. Of course, we don't want that to be the plan A. We want it to be the plan B, and we said that multiple times. And this region has been doing decent when it comes to that. And but today to have 2 of those maps is going to be quite interesting. And right now, of course, we prepare to go into this next one. It will be Group D. That's not in here. So Furious Gaming, Infinity, Noobs Esports, and All Glory Gaming. So All Glory Gaming get to prep a little bit because we did say quite characteristic in whatever they do. I haven't really formed a style yet. And Noobs Esports, I don't know. I just, there's a part of me that makes me feel like it's just a longer break for them to have awkward silences or arguments. But I don't want to think that. But I have a feeling that it's going towards that route.
So who you got? I picked first this last game. So now it's your turn to pick your prediction first.
Let's go with Delta Stars because I've got a good reason for it.
What?
Did I take a choice? No, they've got a pretty nice. It's the most symmetrical, one of the most symmetrical logos, and I like symmetry. It lines well with the other work that I do. Okay, we love symmetry.
Okay. I am going to pick. See, you like think your prediction out like well ahead of time. I picked mine within like a second before you're like, Monica, what's your prediction? So I'm gonna go with Mezexis Dreams. I think they had a pretty nice Sanhok last time they came in. You know, they ended up in those mountains, just kind of the southwest of Paradise, and the circle just kind of shifted away from them. But I think Mezexis, they had good momentum this game. I think they shown some promise, and I'm really rooting for them to get this chicken dinner.
Not with you completely. I was just.
This one is the logo
terrible.
I like. I'm saying this is one I tried to tell you before. This is the logo I really liked. It used to be just like a white M with their logo, and then they came out with this one like a year and a half ago, and I really like this one. Really
that is how arguments sometimes go, guys. Like in this dynamics, I'm trying to prove a point why I don't like Mezexis, and she's just like, I like the logo, it doesn't matter. So I'm like, okay,
the logo too. You can't say like, I'll never, your strategy of picking logos is like BS, but you also picked out the stars because of their logo.
There we go. See, intentional double standard to see whether that person will attack you back. Brilliant.
Technically, mine is also very symmetrical if you cut it in half.
It's true. It's a very nice logo. But let's talk about this map as well. We've seen some interesting tension, like in certain segments of the map, mostly that temple area on the Northwest Island. And we've been waiting because last time we thought, maybe Team Queso can be there and CP9 can be around temple again. We have new teams coming in to fight around that area. They did not completely fight it that way, so there's been a change that could be good, but I want it to be sensible and, you know, intentional, especially with all the prep that they get to do.
So we're all trying to debating, was that intentional or not? Like when something good happens, or is it a team does well in a match because another team made a mistake or like wasn't looking in their general direction and they were able to just like storm up the mountain like Stelacy on day one and take the win? So I'm interested to see in Sanhok, again, this is so much smaller than Arango, so much smaller than Miramar. So these teams are going to be really cramped together. And we're going to see a lot of early game fights and probably just some crazy finish at the end.
Yeah, 4x4 KM map is going to be tight. And that also allows hunting to be slightly easier because Playing Path won't push teams away from the drop spots as often. But of course, although small, you still need vehicles. I think it's part of the key meta right now because of how good teams are with splits. That means it's so hard to thread the needles, right? So it's actually a point that I wanted to make in the game before. Isurus almost didn't get that, second place because they're trying to thread the needle that is not there. Like there's no more ways that you can, out-rotate another team, right? So it's a different map now. Let's see whether they can continue to do well because, oh god, we were worried about them, Isurus.
I'm not sure how Isurus, they're a team that plays so kind of passively, haven't seen them get eliminations, yet they have the most central drops in most of the maps. Right? Like in Erangel, they drop in Pachinki. In Sanhok, they drop in Paradise Resorts. I'm forgetting where they go in Miramar, but it's also a pretty generally central area. So they just, I don't know, they like go center, but then they just sit there and they don't really, you don't see them. You would think a team that drops center would be able to quickly like go set up. I'm going to like camp someone's rotation, like really just pick off these teams, but that's not the kind of play style that we've seen come out of Isurus yet.
Yeah, it's a bit, I don't know, it's just weird in a way, because you thought that allows them to, I don't know, like you kind of like said exactly what I wanted to say already. I just, it feels weird. It feels very weird because like power position usually means dominance. It doesn't mean the probability to not need to move, but they are so literal with not moving that is frustrating me. So, but here's the thing, they are also getting points, so that angers me. But then they are finally out of the bottom part, so I am excited for them. So I'm so conflicted right now. I don't know what to expect, but I want some movements from them in a slightly different way.
Professor Tarzan just doesn't know how to feel about these teams. I think, guys, the goal is this entire PMPL. Let's just trigger Professor Tarzan as much as possible, and just see how much we just get him to just like caster rage on stream, just watching these teams.
I like that. I mean, if you give me a reason to, I can use that as a good outlet, right? So right now, let's see whether they can do that properly to trigger me, I mean. But it's not too hard if they can't come in without some good, preparation. I think the other thing that really, I shouldn't say trigger, but concerns me, is how teams opt in for a fight. I say opt-in because they can see parachutes, and if you're very established and used to a certain spot, you should be able to have a plan B and know how to pull away if you don't want to take a fight. I see teams sometimes just don't pull away, and then they half take a fight. And yes, brilliant. We have Heart in Bridge in the middle of Phase 1 Circle, guys.
Okay, so this is very similar as before, but before we touch on the circle, we have here Team Castle. This was almost a repeat. I did see a member of CP9 in this general area, but Team Castle was like, we know, like we know how to win this fight this time around. We saw CP9 was actually the one to kind of pull off of this. They didn't want the heat, even though they were the ones to win and wipe out Team Castle within, I think it was 2 minutes of the match. Down here, Delta Stars, your one and only Delta Star Fraggers, down to about 70% HP.
Yes, they've got a numbers advantage, so they're going to disappoint me so much if they can't make that work. And Chiquito is doing the right thing to not give further audio cues, but here's the thing, they are buying time, and is that the time to be bought for someone to crash straight in? I'm not quite sure. Like, maybe he could have just baited from the outside, but at least he bought time, right? So let's see whether DBS is good enough, and Sass says yes.
We love to see the DBS, and like we said, Sanhok, you always see it come out right at the beginning. DZ gets knocked and gets flushed out as well. As the trade does come out, Delta Stars having one knocked as well as Fragger, I think, trying to now push up in. With the DBS now getting a secondary knock, and I believe it's just going to be one. Oh no! Let that lie before he does get knocked. Askenor, where were you off in the other side of the world? As now Athlon is going to be flushing up all those kills, going for the revive, as now Askenor is just like not really in anywhere close by. I guess going for the revive for this other teammate, trying to bring him up, but effectively it'll be kind of a 3 versus 2 now.
We need to share some mats.
Yes.
Eklund got one first aid, so can at least help one teammate. And you know what? I'm fine. Like Delta Stars, I'm just gonna choose to believe that they are dropping on 9Z to punish them. Okay, so A for effort, and how Scanner's got a huge gun to do more work. And here's the thing, a little bit late, and let's see whether he's got those, aim from that distance or not. Doesn't matter. I think that's something that they have to take, and that's quite good. And here's the thing, another scary segment to go through.
That's a two-person car, sir. That's a two-person car. I think he was trying to sit up on the hood and try to like, I need a ride, but they might just play taxi driver, Uber driver, just shuffling people back and forth. I do like how they just got out of there. They knew they didn't have the heals. They needed to, just go loot some more because they were fighting off drop. So good for 9Z to disengage from this. Mezexis, my dream team. Mezexis Dreams over by the quarry area with Team Fraternity. We saw Fraternity, they somehow was able to rotate in front of Royals of War the previous game. Didn't have the best of placements. Mezexis are well aware there's going to be somebody here, probably took some shots at him, and SAR going together. Be careful of your angles because there is a snake in the grass on the outside.
Scary. And he will find him actually, DNX with a good one. And I think it's just one, like 2 centimeters of crawling that can be picked up from someone's good ears, and exactly what you need. So seemingly Monica's team's doing so much better than my choice, and A for effort doesn't matter. Like, there's just not making it work so far. This is an interesting segment though. I think this is a split that is I like the thinking, because once you're up on that rich compound right on top, sometimes it's just so tricky to come back down. And it's about teams knowing that this is a typical spot, and they will have their eyes on you. A good spray.
Oh, we love the 6 times turned down to a 3 and spraying in the distance. Sorry, I think that was really great for him to identify the shots in the general direction over there. You don't see those hit kind of indicators anymore, those shooting indicators, so able to come back. Unfortunately, was not able to go for the revive onto TNX. So Mezexis Dreams down to only 3, while 7 Deadly Sins able to get the revives onto their 1, and is going to be staying at 4. So Mezexis, they have a good compound here, but being 1 man down, it's going to be really, really hard to defend it.
Ooh, and yep, it's my fault. I'm sorry. Like, I picked a team that decided to bite more than they can chew, but it's also a team that needs to really wake up. 9Z, he is not making it work. Will this be Stelacy back is the question. The thing is, Axial, we've been worried about the player, right? Like, we went away from a team that's been around all the time. It's almost like there's so much to get used to. There are 2 wins on the first day, and they've been quiet ever since. But right now, when we still have 16 teams alive, they have gotten 2 kills to start off with. Maybe they might be this team that has a lot of gas at the start of any day or any week.
Yeah, maybe you had something going picking the star logo. You just picked the wrong star logo team, right? Instead of Delta Stars, you probably should have picked Stelacy. Am I right?
No, I like black more. I like that color.
Black? Isn't their logo white? Wait, is it black or is it white?
Black or white? Okay, black and white. Okay, as a combination. Okay, like
depending what kind of
like
background
the plain
the logo's
colors.
put on.
That's true. But that's a good logo right there, if it can be applied that way. And I want to talk about this, because we talk about Temple, we talk about Team Queso, we talk about this area. Not there. Like, we are done with the logos, please, God help me. But, okay, Camp Alpha is where they hot dropped last time. So this is already an adjustment to push away a team like CP9, who was so happy last time being up there until they got eliminated by a team playing a huge split. So we want to see some change, and I think Team Queso can actually shift some focus towards the more eastern side, because I know it's not quite a conclusive circle, but I feel like they're taking a little bit too much time to think how to properly set up, because like it's quite methodological with that top. We've seen global teams going there, they know exactly where to go. It's like there, and they would just set up within seconds, right? But Team Queso running around, like, what could that be? I actually do wonder.
I do stand by I feel like Team Castle takes a little bit longer to get into the like serious mindset, like we're gonna be that Team Castle that we know they can play to. But usually the first couple games are just kind of warm-up games, like Maybe it's the first time they've talking to each other all day, so they're still kind of chatting around, like catching up, like, oh, how'd your day go, or how's whatever. So Queso, I mean, maybe they can break that pattern, and maybe we'll see a really good game from them. But it's usually those kind of last kind of matches of the day that I see them really come on top and put some big numbers up on the board.
Yep, let's see whether they can do that. Like, track record can only go so far until you break that pattern yourself. Like, it's just hard work every time. So Golden Eagles, we did talk about whether they will soar or not. Currently quite close to getting, losing their spot in the coming 3 days, and it's not what we want to see. It's not just because they are just not in, because we are waiting for them to have some thing to show for. Even Noobs Esports got like a very characteristic play, which is to not play practically, but at least there's something that we can remember them for. And Seven Deadly Sins, another team that, yes, like sometimes in the middle pack, but they have some really good fights that occasionally are very good games, and that's what we like to see. It's almost like you see someone and you remember the character because it's really stood out on certain things.
Yeah, it was unfortunate. We saw in the kill feed, it was Stelacy, they were just kind of moseying on over the bridge. One was caught out from Team Queso and one was caught out from Team Jaguar. So Stelacy, I believe, is going to be only 2 shooting stars on their team, as now Seven Deadly Sins laying out the trap. And this is that trigger discipline, right? Like they already saw Golden Eagles, knew they were down in this compound, waited for them to come out of the compound just a little bit and then out into the open, and then finally hard saying, hey, now's the time to use your guns and take the shots. And he's just barely able to see just the side of Ratchet and unable to land those shots. However, a grenade does come out right behind him and pushes him on the defensive, as he actually didn't see this last player. He's able to come all the way around him and get the knock in the flush. So very unfortunate for 7 Deadly Sins. Only 3 Deadly Sins left now on their team, as Golden Eagles now flock onto the top of the mountain and are now putting on the pressure onto them.
Yeah, I do like that fight just because it's around such a typical spot, to the northeast of Bootcamp. You would expect teams to know how to play it. It's one of the favorites drops of even in classic games, right? Against all the Bootcamp goers, whoever wins that will come out and just swinging and sometimes getting a little bit too arrogant. So fights around that hill is always quite interesting to watch, but you can't push past. You can't push past it if you're feeling that resistance. Unless the other team's doing poorly, you just need to know the limits and sometimes think about where to rotate through. And Golden Eagles seems to have not found. I mean, it's good one for 2, but if they don't have the meds, it's very hard to get good points out of Sanhok. If you've lost 2 players before this 10-minute mark.
Golden Eagles, believe they are. Okay, so 7 Deadly Sins still 3. Golden Eagles now 2, or one person kind of off in the distance. 7 Deadly Sins, Lucas Boy, though, running very, very far ahead of the rest of his team. Does not know. Oh my god, has no idea.
No
it literally
way.
Came into the claws of the Lion's Den. Gets knocked in.
What?
7 Deadly Sins, Credo now goes down. How did they all just... It was just... Oh my goodness. I think it was... I mean, the push commenced. They really paid for that one. It was just such a problematic positioning and just with no awareness. Or, this is just the problem of not checking behind every single rock and then just coming right in between them.
Please help me. I just made a point 2 minutes ago talking about that spot. Yeah, there's a little bit. You need to respect the boundaries. You need to know, it's almost like whoever's impatient around that hill will lose.
Mm-hmm.
And they've got 2, and they feel like, we've got the numbers advantage. Let's just push up anyway. And there you go.
No, sometimes it's play smarter, not harder. Really. I mean, yes, you have the numbers advantage, but that doesn't mean you play recklessly and just kind of throw those numbers around, because you can go down in one fell swoop, like we saw Golden Eagles. The Talons came out, and then they just really show why they're one of those predator apex bird.
Exactly.
In nature.
Exactly. Can't say it better myself. There's that fine line between aggression and disrespectful play. Like I said multiple times. I said it better last time because I didn't bite my tongue. But here, Jaguar is good to talk about them because they had some good games here. They actually had a win on this map before. Yep. So right now, also knowing the segment, they play it well. It's a little stacked, but they know exactly the angle. So 4 kills on board right now and still counting.
Yeah. I mean, they have Fraternity really pressured up, but Jaguar just can't. I mean, you can't just assume you're in, that there's no sights on you, but they do find the last little bits on the Fraternity. It was a beautiful grenade, but Jaguar, I keep getting it wrong, needs to get inside because they clearly know that they're surrounded by teams. You can't just be laying in the open, throwing a grenade through the window and trying to find them because Mezexis Dreams, I'm really hoping for them, way across the way on top of that hill compound. They still have huge eyesights on all these players in the general vicinity.
Definitely, and we're just giving them a compliment, and they were doing this thing where they were outside, and sometimes you would see like inexperienced teams or teams who are not into the flow state yet do this, right? They will see that fight as an isolated fight, as if the rest of the map doesn't exist, and that was so close to Jaguar actually losing 2 players, but they got reminded enough, and they were trying to, at least have long-range sprays against Royal of War. In Royals of War, we did talk about them being a little bit disappointing in the one before, and right now this is an interesting circle because the majority would go to Northwest Island.
Yeah, if I was Jaguar, I'd just be put the 180, go right on back where they were back into Hot Ting. But that was kind of 50-50 chance. I actually would have expected more to go on the main island, but it does come in the Northwest Island. Great for Buluc Chabtan. Huge spread over those compounds right along the roadside. Jaguar once again just not learning their lesson. They've been every time they step outside, they get shot at from Worlds of War or Mezexis Dreams. Just I don't know, they have like goldfish memory. Just forgets what happens every 5 seconds, and just a player got knocked. One almost getting knocked again, getting shot, in the toe. He carried his teammate to safety. I love how they added that feature. It's just such a desperate move, and it's just so funny to see.
You know what? Like, that was amazing. It's not just because it was actually the best time to use it to save their life. It was done because it was so far that we saw it. It was so good. And ladies and gentlemen, it was towards the last patch, I think, before the Globals, where we have that change where you can carry not teammates and enemies as well. Like,
you can carry as bad manners. I think we saw that on day 1 or something. Somebody knocked somebody and he was so far from his TV, just picked him up and was like carrying him around. I think it's just such like a realistic function that it's just such like a random thing. It's just so funny.
Yeah, there's just one step like that they still need is to have car booth so you can put it into the back seat of the car, and we can practically do that, I think, if you find the right car. And right now is about finding the right spot because it's tough. It's very, very tough. There's 2 ways to play this, I think, for teams that's from the main island. You can kind of just slowly fight your way through to the coastline, then see, and you just pray that it shifts back. Otherwise, which I think most of the teams will do, is to go quite wide and then do a little bit of strategic tanking and come back to the Northwest Island. But I think teams on the Northwest Island at this caliber should know that the teams on main island were trying to do that, and they can actually set up accordingly because coastline control, you don't need so many. As we see, of course, Isurus, and I need to give this to CP9. They know exactly what they needed to do. Strap got some mets enough to really play the spoiler, and they've already got players in the circle. So this is actually a well set up fight. They just need to know the time window.
I feel like you just always end up seeing CP9 and Isurus if they're in the lobby together. You always see them fighting, and David finds another knock onto Isurus, leaving only 2 left alive. I guess they are in the circle. They do have a little bit of a downhill slope, but CP9, they're descending from the mountain. They smell the blood in the water. They know they have Isurus right where they want him, and this is where he's smoking up, trying to get a little bit closer. I think 2 well-placed grenades like that one, and they could just finish out the rest of this team. At least they're spreading out just a little bit. Quinto going up a little bit further, and Valdiva right by the water. Mal, this is where all the utilities come out. Running out. Oh, he just got his head completely shot off. So it's only Quinto left. Once again, Quinto, one of the last players left alive from his team, just trying to play the defense against the CP9.
I think this is the thing. If it's not Isurus, I don't think CP9 can pull this off. Like this. There's one thing. Okay. Exactly what we want to see. I mean, there's still small bits. I will take that small island, thank you. But there will be Buluc Chabtan who needs to hold us down. Here's the thing. You need to tighten your split in a way. If you don't, you're just gonna die. And right now, to be fair, we are looking at that small screen still. CP9 I think they've gotten the job done. Right, so I think 2 points to talk about here. Let's come back to this fight first. The way that they put pressure onto Isurus was good. The problem is what we call a funneling effect that was not capitalized. So the way that they shoot would funnel Isurus to the coastline.
Yep.
I would prefer, a better team would really set up accordingly to shoot here and say, I will shoot here, so they will go there. And when they go there, we will kill them. But they did the shooting without catching the funnel. So they pushed down to get those kills, which was not the easiest way. But speaking of pushing, there's something to breach right here. Mezexis loved this spot. We saw them earlier. They did not cross once again. They want to play hard edge. We've seen that in the map before, and we're seeing it again now. And as a trio, they need to hold it down, and they have to do it for Monica.
I really love how prepared Mezexis was to defend on the compound. They heard the vehicle coming. They knew Aton was coming. As soon as Aton crashed, I saw a grenade go off. Like, they already had it ready and prepped, and now they're going to be defending. And Watcho, he pushes on up, but he's knocked and said, sailed. He's going to be back behind. He's going to be back behind, I believe, the last player left alive from his team, and now he's just kind of running on back through the compounds, using that kind of straight line to get on back and trying to hope that somebody else can defend just a little bit because they lost Follow. Yeah, again, this is just the last-ditch effort. Talk about a desperate situation, just diving down into the water and giving up this compound. I mean, he doesn't want it anymore. It's not really in a favorable position in the circle anymore, but losing that, his teammates, one person left alive, and he's going to be sharing the water with Estorm Gaming at the bottom of the cliff.
Yeah, I feel like I didn't like the way they hold. Yes, I get your point. They were ready, so there's a nade go off upon where they're pushing on. Here's the thing. This is a position to stop anyone to come close, and that is why teams should pick it. That's what I've seen global teams do, but they did not do that, and they didn't even use that spot to scout the bridge to be one of the earlier crosses, so that they can have survival. So they didn't get kills, they didn't get much survival, of course. But CP9 will have something else to prove. They will share this segment with Golden Eagles. Let's see which one is the better. When I say bottom team, that's a little bit harsh, but there's a fight breaking out for sure.
Yeah, let's see. Maybe Jaguar wasn't strong enough. Maybe CP9 can do it this time. But in the blue zone on the 4th phase, going on the 5th, that's going to be heavy damage for them. And Golden Eagles does find one member. That's going to be Oscar from CP9. Jaguar this time finding Rose of War. And they're going to be trying to cross the circle. I mean, everyone who was already on the Northwest Island was really set up nice and pretty. Everyone else, though, was kind of the crunch, all trying to cross the bridge at the exact same time. And CP9 does come on and find the last player of Golden Eagles. So out they go. 11 teams left alive in this lobby. But that was great from CP9, not letting a team further in the lobby from them, from stopping them from getting on in.
Yeah, it's tricky, to be laying in the grass like that when you didn't have a spot to go in yet, and no way to keep yourself safe either. And if I were them, I would at least, I understand there's a pocket to survive for now before they move in, stay further up so that you can at least get some third person perspective advantage. And Team Queso here, they've been chilling. I can't find a better word. They were just waiting for the circle to come to them. It does come to them, but now they have to find a way to get down. As you can see, Buluc Chabtan is more prepared. They say, I want to control all of it, so they've got 2 in the compound with more to hold the site, and they will try to spray them down.
Yeah, Nitsu was lost on top of the mountain. Unfortunate loss for them. CP9 just tearing up every single team in this lobby. Now finding onto Team Ventrue CDO. C9, I mean, they're really, they're just on a roll here. They came in, I want to see how many eliminations they have now. Team Queso came on down. They knew that Buluc Chabtan, they left 2 up on the hillsides, but he just played that little gopher, peekaboo that we saw Mezexis do in that first Sanhok match before on day number 1, while the rest of them are down below. So Reyes, he has a little bit of downhill slow, but none of his teammates have any sort of visuals to help with this push. But Queso, they're running out of playable circle. They're out in the blue zone. Reyes has to just go diving off and take all the damage. I guess it was avoid that, but Team Queso, it was just, I guess, what just happened there? It was just the blue zone, and then Buluc Chabtan, some of them getting a couple of those last couple of kills, and takes out Queso in 6th position. We're down to 5, Tarzan. It's getting real hot and humid in this jungle.
Pretty insane. I think it was such a joy to see Reyes playing, holding a full team by himself. And that's what you can do when you have a team that can have full sight lines to look at your back. But right here we see David and CP9. I've never thought they were a team that lacked aggression. They just went too blind into it sometimes. They're not scared of actions, which is a very different type of struggle compared to other teams. So they came in swinging. They had one decent fight where they really used brute force, and now they know, like, this is what we like. A plan B of into heal strat. Strep got 15 first aid, so with what they've done before, it's a solid double-digit point game.
Just happened. CP9 just, no one took that compound. So again, capitalizing on the mistakes of another team. Nobody had that compound. CP9 as a duo just really just ran it in the open and got into the only compound left within the circle. Now it's just the waiting game for everyone else to shoot at each other. That's going to be 9Z and Buluc Chabtan keeping their eyesight. I mean, they weren't properly set up to defend on here, and just two members of Buluc Chabtan just crash up onto the northern compound here and, get in, say it's safe, and then the rest of them will come in later. They do get a knock on the 9Z. Who is med stratting out in the blue? Who is our fourth team that's still left alive in this match, though?
Yeah, get them out of them, and right now just down to, I think, probably 2. And we do like it. I think Buluc Chabtan play this game amazingly. Not every team plays like this in a very methodological way to make it easy for themselves with a little bit more, mindful positioning. And why did players need to do that when I just say a term and they tell me that they don't have it? And now CP9 is in here, and you know what? I love this. They know, oh, we actually have time to move in, so they don't fully dedicate to heal strat and say, hey, we've got space to move in, let's do it. And they did.
Okay, this is 2v2. Strap almost lit himself on fire. On fire in the bad way. But Fernand throwing the flashes. I think this is a 2 versus 2. I like how CP9 has now spread out and has cut off the different angles, right? Like Buluc Chabtan can't just as one run in here. They know that this angle is not going to be free. David holding it and watching it as a third-person perspective, giving the comms, the straps that are pushing now. It's going to be only Elan Kid left alive. 1 versus 2. Can he make it in?
Well, it's going to be tricky. Now, I think both teams having a really, really good game so far. Strap will come back after saying, hey, we don't need that heal strat. So only use 2 first aids after all, and we'll take that chicken in. The first one that we've seen in a while from this team. And that was so nice to see. Yes, we were a little bit, as I always am, a little bit mean in saying how they could, execute things better, but the confidence is there. They have always had it. They didn't have all the best games. They were 18th place with 31 points before this, but they have never stopped playing like with all their heart. I'm not saying this because they're having this game now. They were always fighting. They play this style where they would try to fight for a spot instead of avoiding like friction to go in. Of course they can find a middle ground, but whatever happened this game, it really worked.
I think the first couple games they're a little too focused on, hey, we're going to target Isurus, and then it didn't really prove good for them. And now they've kind of, we don't need to target them. We can let them make their own mistakes, and we'll just focus on our game. And this is exactly what happened. They're able to get the winner chicken dinner, 9 eliminations, and it was such a great performance from them. But we'll see if they can keep it up in match number 3 coming up. We're going to go home to Erangel.
Mi inicio en la carrera como caster fue un poco extraña, ya que tuve un buen recibimiento por parte de la gente, pero luego lamentablemente la toxicidad empezó a llegar. Para los que no me conocen, yo soy Killer, oriundo de Buenos Aires, Argentina, y estoy casteando PUBG Mobile desde los albores del competitivo mismo, cuando era todo a nivel comunidad, y luego llegué a lo que eran los eventos oficiales.
Hola, ¿qué tal? Mi nombre es Jaguar 70, soy de Veracruz, México, y llevo prácticamente 4 años dentro de PUBG Mobile. Comencé como jugador competitivo y apenas hace 1 año tuve la oportunidad de arrancarme como caster oficial de las competencias oficiales de PUBG Mobile en Latinoamérica.
Creo que por lo menos en Latinoamérica es algo que llevamos culturalmente arraigado hace años. La falta de apoyo a los equipos, apoyo genuino, ya que con criticar a los jugadores y a los equipos mismos no ganamos nada y terminamos irrumpiendo de manera negativa en el entorno competitivo.
Algo afortunado de que siempre he tenido cierta aceptación por parte de la comunidad. Y yo creo que también otro de los obstáculos sería el que no haya nuevas generaciones dentro del ámbito competitivo de PUBG Mobile debido a la misma toxicidad que luego se genera dentro de este mismo ambiente, ¿no? A mi parecer, yo creo que lo mejor es simplemente hacer caso nulo a lo que otras personas nos digan, porque cuando uno se engancha, prácticamente le estamos dando el gane a esa otra persona que nos quiere afectar, ya sea moral o verbalmente.
Un consejo que podría dar para todas las personas que quieren alejarse de la toxicidad es justamente ignorar a aquellas personas que lo promueven.
Ooh, we finally saw CP9 with a game that finally put some big points, big boy points on the board. So they were in danger. I mean, they could still be in danger, but definitely this is the win and the amount of eliminations they really needed to jump even higher on the scoreboards. I'm really interested to see how much they jumped and how that changes up kind of our bottom-ish area. Because CP9, they were, I think they were, what, 18th place? You said somewhere in that general
something like that,
area.
yeah. 18th place. So 31 points before this one. And you know what's scary out of those 31 points that they got before?
Not everything's scary.
Yeah, a lot of things are scary. Like this scene has scared me. I'm completely scarred eternally, like irreversible. But 14 points were from one game, right? So they've got second place with 2 eliminations, and that is 14 out of the 31 that they've gotten. That game alone would have gotten them, I think, almost 80% of the points that they've got before. So what do we say about, important, timely, huge games? And the way that they did it was by no accident. There's a lot of confident play. They've prepped for the heal strat. They started to use it. They read the scene and said, we don't need it. So they reassessed and they went in and they held the building. There's actually a lot of good things that they've done, although we were trying to, nitpick, but, a win is a win.
I think it was also kind of capitalizing off the mistakes or the, opportunities that weren't taken from other teams, because you'd had that circle shifted onto that big compound, Nobody was in it. CP9 was they were on the edge of the circle healing up, and they just had a free run into the compound, right? I think if we had a team like, let's just say Team Queso was able to get down from the mountain proactively, get in that compound first, there was no way CP9 was making it into that compound as a 2-man.
I think it was also just a little bit of a downfall of Buluc Chabtan, which did very well. Like, they had a very, very good split. But then when they lost the time to get a backup, that's when they allowed the entry of other teams. And that allowed CP9 to win that game. Like, initially, Buluc Chabtan was very, very aggressive with their split, but a little bit too greedy. But we saw how effective it could be. They dealt a lot of damage across the river. They had Reyes to single-handedly push away a team like Team Queso up on those big rocks. So I have to give them credit still.
Yeah, I think 9Z was kind of the deciding factor in that, because we had that solo. He met his unfortunate demise. He was kind of caught in the animation of ledge grabbing up onto the rock, and he got shot at. He tried to get down, but he was still stuck in the animation, so he got taken out. I know 9Z definitely was we can credit them with taking out the 2 members of Buluc Chabtan. So then they turned it into a 2 versus 2 at the very end. But yeah, I think it would have been a different outcome though if 9Z hadn't taken out some of the members of Buluc Chabtan, and then we would have seen 4 BC versus 2 members of CP9. I think it would have been a little bit different.
Yeah, it's tricky. I think they already played extremely well. Here's why I'm gonna say that. Based on how a lot of these teams play so far, if they were given the set of compounds or the circle for BC there, they would have just all clumped in the buildings, or they would spread across the few buildings and lost the time to gather back up, and some of them will lose their life as they cross from one building to the next. I've seen it too many times that I understand that it really took great effort from them just now to take that second place.
Yeah, I mean, Sanhok, very hard to expect what's going to happen here. We're going to go back to Erangel soon, and then we're going to have another Miramar and another Sanhok right after that. Before we jump into that, let's see these scores from just this previous match. Remember, we're getting into, this is match 3 from match 2? Match 2 out of 5 from today. So some of these teams, they have 3 matches left. Some of these teams only have 2 matches left. So CP9, of course, they got the 15 points for their winner chicken dinner and 9 eliminations for, oh my god, 24 points. Great points to have in the Sanhok match.
You kind of need to say, congratulations to 9Z, because as a team who had 22 points, to get 11 in this one, that's a lot. Like, that's a lot of points. And here's the thing, like, how did they get those points, right? Like, once again, like, is that transferable? Like, back onto 2 big maps, right? We only have 1 on the Erangel, so there might be, I think certain teams might have underprepared for it, because there are a good amount of teams who can't have the luxury to start prepping for tomorrow till Monday, and they have to focus on today. But then they know that Erangel will only be played once, but they have a lot of time, more time than they expected. So I don't know what to predict, to be fair. Like, I think I want to see chaos, Monica, because like we've seen that from game 1, and that's for sure, like, with some preparation and homework.
Yeah, I mean, we always predict wrong, so that, I think that's kind of the proof that we never know what to predict. I predicted 1 right out of this entire 3 days so far. So I mean, it's kind of expect the unexpected, and your predictions will never be right, sort of type thing.
Oh god.
Okay, second half though, man, the Gooses, like Isurus especially, like they had enough points in Miramar and then followed that up with 0 points, and I believe Isurus is going to be sitting out this next one in Group C. So they're going to have only 2 matches left. I guess this is, I mean, it's hard to go from, hey, we got 0 points, went out early. I guess to say it can use this as an extended break, because they basically had 2 matches worth of sitting time now before they come into Miramar and then Sanhok once again in match 4 and 5. We'll see if they can turn it around in the meantime.
It's just going to be quite tricky, to be fair. And right now, I think I want to talk about Stelacy. Because I really remember the hype, with knowing Axial's story and the team to start this week extremely well, and now it's almost like so hard to see them
Yeah.
perform well. Hard to see this style as well. Like, they were not passive, but when they were aggressive, I don't think they have a clean way to execute it, and that's quite disappointing, from a team that has one of the most experienced players in the scene. We're talking about up to 3 competitive years now on the global stage. Like, I thought there's something that a player of his caliber actually can bring into the team.
Yeah. So, Erangel one more time.
Erangel, yes.
So we're gonna have C out, which is gonna be 7 Deadly Sins. Buluc Chabtan, which they almost got the win. So that I got, they're probably like, what could be done in the last 1 minute of that match to really kind of get that winner chicken dinner. So they'll definitely take this time to kind of reflect on it. Fraternity just went out way too early, and I think they just got picked off. Were they the ones that they had somebody just laying in the open and they kind of, no, that was Golden Eagles, never mind. But Fraternity didn't really have that memorable of a match, and then Isurus as well, really needing some points. But predictions this time around. Remember, don't pick one of the teams that I just said.
God, okay. Tough. Trying to use my memory now. Let's think about Erangel. Erangel. Let's go with Furious Gaming.
Okay.
Let's go with Furious Gaming because I want to see them use their spot well. They jump around that mentioned area. We talk about access to other spots. Not quite like Pachinki, but there's a lot of these favorite spots still. Like North Farm Plateau. We talk about Lumberyard. We talk about Heaven and all these stuff. Eastern spots were their home, so I want to see them use it well.
See, I was gonna pick Aton 7 because they're right next to you to kind of like maybe they'll end up fighting each other right at the beginning. I'm gonna go with that. I'm gonna go with Aton 7 just because they're
in Milta.
They're in Milta, right south of Furious Gaming, so maybe our teams will fight against each other early, and we'll see.
Yep, I like it. Once again, she haven't had enough like fighting with me. She needs our teams to fight as well. But here's the thing: the only only Erangel map today, and we will go into tomorrow playing 3 of those. That is going to be quite a scene, right? So today I think is an important game because it really tests teams when it comes to shifting focuses. Not the focus today, but we will have that tomorrow. But you can't have so little focus today that you aren't out from tomorrow, and that is the deal. Of course, we like theory crafting around that, but these narrations are very, very real, like from working with players, etc. So this game, we can even extend the predictions, to be fair, like circles that we want to see and playing path. I will start, yeah. I will only take a Stelber or Zaki finish. So sorry.
Extreme marks of the map. Okay, then I'll pick Novo Crates or southwest of Military Base Island.
Your brain's off. That's too mad. Like I feel like that is too crazy. Here's the thing.
No, I think literal obstacle. You've seen a Novo Crate finish. You've seen like along those coastlines there, like along the beach.
Yes.
It's happened.
So that
before.
it's happened before, but because it's so rare to see Stelber and Zaki. Okay, that's why I picked it.
I seen a Stelber finish up there before.
Okay, slightly more likely. But come
Zaki,
on.
I cannot remember.
Or just close to that. I don't need it to be on there, but I need maybe phase 5 to include the edge of it.
In that area, in the northwest.
It's really fun. I dropped that before I studied it, so I want to see where the teams can play it. But I feel like the 2 spots that you played, that you talked about, we've seen it on global stage in many tournaments, so we can expect that, and it would be a very nice one to see if we end up going there. But I feel like might just both be a little bit disappointed, maybe a little bit more.
It's gonna be a Pachinki finish now. Not that we picked all the corners of the map. Pachinki.
It's almost like I'm just creating more predictions for us to do so that we can be wrong more times. Yeah. Like,
okay.
Just try.
Who is gonna be first blood? Who's gonna die first in the match?
I feel like people know what I'm gonna say. I'm not gonna be that mean, so I'm gonna go with Stelacy. Okay, I don't know why.
Stelacy's gonna lose one first.
It's so but the first team to really die is my question for you. I'm gonna say.
I think it's like it's too early to guess. I mean, that's the fun of it, right? You guess when it's like way too logically early to guess. But it depends on where the circle goes, right? If we pick like Stelacy and the circle lands centered on Stelacy, they're not really going to be moving or seeing any other team, so it's very low chance of them dying early. Versus if it's in the opposite direction, they're going to make the longest rotations. They're probably going to be rotating through 3 different teams to try to get into that circle.
Yeah. Don't know what to expect really, and I think for this game, I think so far there's another thing to talk about that put teams to the test, because after all that's really the key about the scene anyway. You keep testing them with the stress, with each other fighting each other, and then whoever can withstand will be there for the long haul, and then you will get the training necessary like through staying there, and you'll be molded into the right star. If you have the work ethic, then you would just continue. A lot of players die out, so right just then we had a bit of a break, right? So it's a small delay here and there. Those things can be really, what's the term? Really jarring. It's like when you're ready to go, it's almost like you've done all your stretching and you sit there and you get cool again. So those are part of that challenge and part of the training from a very realistic and quite likely situation. Like I think the teams who played enough scrims or tournaments, even official ones, we know that can happen. So whether that have changed anything, I don't know, but want to see more surprises.
Yeah, I know some teams they go and play scrims and it's just a super just casual mindset. They're like, it's just scrims, like they don't really try. But at some point you need to start trying, right? You can't just wait till the tournament to actually start trying. Like in scrims, the time to practice, even just practicing the tournament mentality is something to practice, right? It's like not getting yourself distracted, not just not caring or not being able to focus once it does get into PMPL. So hopefully these teams, I know they're playing scrims, and I know these teams are very serious, and that they like to practice to win.
It's good to see, because we've seen a lot of teams that may not do that. To be fair, I've known some teams in the past who could only perform well when they have a bit of a laugh, even in PMPL. So I know North American teams that do that. I know certain European teams that do that, but most European teams are more like serious. It's just more like a hyper-focus style, but then you see different ways. I know there are teams who would really need to make jokes in between in order to function, but that is why it's so hard to find, good teammates. If they are good enough, then please work through it, even through small issues, because you would be so surprised how different other players work, and it's not easy to judge. They may be the best fragger, they may always top the charts, they may have a huge following here and there. Doesn't matter if it's not your fit, right? It's not going to be working. As we progress to here, we've got our theories out, we've been talking about these all the time. Some people may not like it, but it's very real, right? Coming from our pleasure of working with these players, teams, managing, coaching, analyzing, casting, right? So this one game, what do you want to see? We talked about something already, but which team, should we say, beyond our prediction, that you want to highlight?
I really just like Team Queso's positioning, because where they pick here, they got first entry if it's a military base circle, right? And they have first entry onto camping this western bridge over here, but they also do have, they're so split up like that, they do have the ability to get all those vehicle spawns that they're able to kind of get the cars that they need to be able to rotate anywhere they want to go. So Team Queso, usually I tend to see Irango usually like a pretty good setup, at least in the first half for them. Kind of depends on where the rest of the circle goes, where the rest of the teams go, and if they get picked off one by one.
Nice. Let's see whether they can do so, because I think for most regions you have a favorite. I think for this region the favorite might be them until the recent globals. I think that allowed maybe Entered 7, especially Furious Gaming, some other teams to really get that clout and get the community to like them even more. With Team Queso, with this huge disappointment, I think it's slightly more 3-4-way thing, like a little bit more like the Brazilian region's balance right now. So so we need to see like whether they can really hold that down. And right now through this map, we talked about the eastern side. We also talk about Jaguar, and I think Pachinki is another one to keep an eye on, just because we've seen this week started with some fight in there.
Yeah, and I think, you know, teams that do have like a super personable, like an outgoing, funny players also tends to be the one that people really like to cheer for. But Erangel, okay, so starting by your favorite spot, Zarky.
Yes.
Maybe that's a foreshadowing that it might end up all the way up there. But we have a really far western circle, so I mean, Team Queso is going to be really set up really well. But who did I pick? Aton 7. Aton 7 and Furious game that you picked there had the furthest far distance to fly through. I'm guessing they're going to drop for some vehicles, go all the way over there, unless they got some alternate drop spot on this western side of the map. But we already cursed them with, we already see Furious Gaming out of the playing path. We already kind of cursed them with a bad playing path to start.
It's okay. Alt drops. We like it. Come on. Like this is what we want to see, right? Like if they find that far and they just say, "Oh, it's so far, but we'll go for the cars anyway." But we're very sad. Like then they won't be where they've been past year, because they can do stuff like this and they are fine and prepared, and they'll just take an alt drop. That's great. Like Western Coastline, there's plenty of compounds. It allows you to catch teams off guard who rely on the comfort of no one coming close to maybe Quarry, Gatka, or even Everest. So that's the strength of that spot where Furious Gaming is taking right there, and we will see Mezexis. Okay. Ooh. 50% water circle, phase 1. We're in for something very, very interesting with Corey in the middle. And I think the key thing right here is you need to see how much of people know of this, map is not in phase 1 circle. Then you realize, oh, okay, we need to know Corey, Pierre, and a bit of Primosk. Everything else may not be as important. So they need to really think about what's good there immediately. Right, it happened like 10 seconds ago when I started talking about this, and it's really, really hard to play. Like, and you need to have not just the map knowledge, but you need to be able to assess on the spot to make it work. I love this game. Like, I think it's going to be really, really interesting just based off that circle, Monica.
I think having such a extreme southwest circle first pop like that, it's in those teams that may have dropped a little bit earlier, may have dropped a little bit further to say, hey, we really need to manage our time well. Such an extreme circle, we're gonna need to cut down our looting time by like 2 minutes just so we can get in the circle at a decent time, because we have so much further to rotate to go. Estorm Gaming though, I mean they're in a fair spot. Farm, I think are they in the circle? That not quite, or just on that kind of far eastern circle, really. Or eastern side of it. Not really in a good spot.
Not really.
In. But Aton 7, nothing is worse than I saw them still go like long jump, go for the vehicles, go all the way out to Milta area. Nothing is worse when you long jump, try to get there, and the circle is on the opposite side, so you're rotating all the way out there to loot, just to rotate all the way back to get into the circle. So it's already off to kind of like a very big question mark start to this match.
It's really tricky, right? Like, it's one of those things you can use that to your advantage. They can just comfortably say, okay, we're gonna start very, very slow, no problem, but you need to know how to work the edges and know when. Yeah, exactly. But it's tricky always, because like this type of circle, you may be pushed away very quickly if you are late, right? Because it may not shift back to the other side. It's just keep pushing and pushing, and then there will be teams even within 2 minutes to be in game-winning positions. It's the nature of this Erangel game, which I think is the craziest one that we've seen so far based on first circle. It's crazier than the southern circle. It's crazier than military base, like I said, because those are at least more understood, right? Because we see that more. We at least have players liking to go to military base to practice in classics. But how often do you go to Primosk, Quarry, like West Coast? That tests a complete different set of abilities.
Let's hot drop Quarry, guys. See how many bots end up there.
okay, that's a little bit mean that you didn't intend to be, because the next thing I was gonna say, I was gonna really happily ask, do you know who drops Corey back then? It's me, haha. And then just before that line,
You're the bot that I see in Corey. All jokes, all jokes.
Asking for 1v1 now. I'm joking. It would be fun.
Corey,
So
Corey gets tough though, because if it's similar to prison, as if you go into the depths of Corey, you never want to funnel yourselves in there. Same thing as like La Benita Crater in Miramar, right? There's only one exit. How are you gonna get out of there if like circle ends there? You're inside, and there's teams like stacked up all in the surrounding areas on the mountains looking down. It's gonna be very, you said it's annoying to get out of these situations. I think it's more just impossible to get out of that certain situation.
tough, yeah. I do quite like Quarry. I think the difference between that and Prison is we had the update making Quarry different. So I think it deserves more love than to be stairs and stuff. Yes, like we've got decent loot. Like I think back then when I went there, there's enough loot for 2 to 3 people, which is very surprising, which was not the case at all in the past. But since they changed it, adding like warehouses, hangars, it was playable and droppable, should we say that, lootable. We've got so many eyeballs, and right here we need the possible for Noobs Esports, because God,
that was nice. That was smooth. I like that.
Yeah, like I don't know, like that part of my brain, like the language center working just enough for one.
Welcome to English class, everyone.
Man, like I'm the last person to really teach that. But this is what I like to see. Okay, let's look at Stelacy and see how stacked they are. First 8! They're like 3-person looting within Corey. So I think it's actually one of the most underrated spots. The only problem with Corey, I think, is phase 1 rotation punishment. If you are used to rotating away from there, and teams can set up, in places that is very hard for you to scout. Right, so the next compound in the tour center, the first compound to the southwest of Gatka, for example, can be hard. But when it comes to loot and access to other spots, if you are quite fluid with your methods, then is it actually an underrated spot? And this is another very interesting one that we start to find around like early 2020. I think they know how to play the split from the spots where Curious Gaming is more like a mid-late game spot, right? Like you use that dip, you send someone up the hill, exactly where it triggers.
Yeah, Furious Gaming was your prediction, so let's see if they are able to pull this one out. Yeah, we see. I mean, this is the early game. We still haven't seen any action yet. No one's really shot at each other. No one's actually even seen each other at all. So this is vastly different from the start of Miramar, the start of Sanhok that we saw already today. This is good. This is more the Rango that we can kind of count on to be more consistent. You kind of know exactly where all the teams are in this lobby. They know exactly their kind of rotations in this. I think it's been a while since they've seen this kind of circle, so possibly we might see a little bit of shakeups. A CP9 coming off of the back of their win in Sanhok in the previous match. I think they're feeling very confident. They're feeling really, really good because, like you said, they got a huge, massive chunk of their points of the entire qualifiers just in this last match, and they want to keep that gameplay up. And now they're going to be overlooking down onto Furious Gaming.
Yeah, I think it's a team with a lot of future. They just need to learn through it, because we often see teams who were performing, who are not getting enough points, for the longest periods of time, and they can't play confidently. But CP9 is not that. I feel like however way that they were playing, yes, there were not a lot of points, but they've always been confident. I think that is a really, really nice thing to see. As opposed to maybe 9Z when we saw them, staying too long around areas or whatnot, or just the macro not coming through, or right now, they are for sure being very proactive, just trying to go all the way to Primos, and that is bold. And they found this timing that this region has not, rotated or started to punish teams. So right now, we may get something crazy. You could hear that reaction from Monica, and we get it. Because it's still...
Oh my god. It's just...
It's your full reaction.
I see it, and it's like, I just immediately my brain goes, the possibilities of where these teams could go and how this one could play out. And like I said, Team Queso, this spot here just gives them kind of really good that first rotation into wherever that circle goes, and this is kind of in their backyard. They landed just a little bit east of Fury Pier, and those blue compounds as well, and there's nobody in their general area, so they're just having free entry into this now new center of the circle right on top of Fury Pier. And also those circles that we see end in Fury Pier are just madness, right? It's like a Rozhok circle. It's just like compounds everywhere, people, and every single one is just absolute madness. People down by the water too. But I like seeing this kind of piggyback action, like, you know, Furious Gaming moving here, and then Jaguar kind of good timing here, coming right to where Furious Gaming just was and just kind of avoiding each other. But Furious Gaming always needs to keep that eye in the back of their head and being mindful of who might come up right behind them.
There's only one thing on my mind for a circle like this. And I'm so sorry, like, for whoever disliked this type of idea. I want a full water ending. I feel like probability suggests that it could happen. Track record of the algorithm may not push you towards it, but I want to see it. And right now, of course, Noobs Esports with the aggression. I love it. They needed this. They really, really need this.
Yeah, they really need this, and they're fighting against Infinity that did win a game today. So Infinity is one of those teams that are like, oh my god, it's Infinity. But Noobs Esports, I mean, they started with 3, as always. Gets the revive, or is trying to get a revive onto 1. They flush, I believe, 2, so Infinity already down 2. Another one driving straight at Andres. Yeah, the M249, definitely the kind of gun you want to have when you don't have a full man squad standing on up, but, you know, getting shot in the distance, a little bit of an off angle from the other player of Infinity, and quickly ducks behind some hard cover.
It's good. Like, I think it's great what they've done. Here's the only problem. They could not choke that, you know, player earlier, and now they're hard edge. They're making a lot of noise, and then rotating out of here is tricky. But I think to, you know, as a team that should fight through, you know, not just the rest of today, but potentially the split if they do amazingly well as trio, but the rest of the year. There's a lot of work. I think it will be mainly about team rebuilding at this point, because, you know, something is seriously not right when you are in this esport and you continuously playing as a trio. Right? Something must have happened. But of course, Axial is what happened to a lot of players in this scene. It's like, oh, it's him again. He killed me again. And right now, Ventrue is the victim to his wrath.
Yeah. He just, I don't know, it's just, I love the aggression here, definitely leading the team in the right way, as we do see CP9 finally finding onto Furious Gaming. They came up right behind them, I believe. Actually, no, they were right in front of them, and Furious Gaming, I think, came up a little bit too close onto them, as the circle is about to shift one more time, and it shifts onto Primors. Okay, we love that beach right by where 9Z is at, because it has so many bunkers and little just random, like, tanks that you can hide behind. Yep. Yeah, it's been a while since I've seen kind of a circle in that general area, but it's definitely just super out in the open, super just chaotic, as now it's going to be a crunch down onto that coastline.
Yeah, a 1-year update, ladies and gentlemen. Erangel 2.0 have those features that Monica talked about, making that circle a lot more playable. But here's the thing, like, you don't want to... I think half of the teams will actively take that spot. The other half just get funneled into it. But before we even get there, 20 seconds to go, Jaguar wants to pour something upon Delta Stars. It's going to be very, very important, Nate, if Patron Zin can land this one. Just renade wherever he was nading before, and that will be the finish. And that is a quick response from the other side to not really continue with that revive to get it and themselves killed. But here comes a blue zone, and here is those 400 meters making less and less.
Yeah, it's good to know when you can revive, and it's good to know when you're like, just cut it off and just like, don't try to sacrifice another teammate to try to go for the revive on somebody who definitely was not safe. 9Z and Team Castle, though, we saw them by each other a little bit before. One player is knocked from, it looks like Team Castle. 9Z has lost one before. So Castle, I think just rotating on through. Kunha, one of their new Brazilian players, now knocked, and that's one. He's just kind of by the ledge, landed down there, but 9Z was definitely ready for him. So Team Queso just, you know, like they always seem to lose one just a little bit too early.
I think it's just weird. Like, they play so many of these positions, you know, with a lot of aggression in, and then in how they approach that, they always lose one almost, and then make it hard to go towards the end game. But there were times that it worked, but it's for them to really figure out. Well, we talked about this like a bit ago, guys, so they are still stuck, you know, between each other. So it's not going to be easy, and it's going to be TikTok, you know, going the clock, and it's going to be. I don't know what to say. Like, I feel like it's one of those fights that you need to find a way to get out, like just by staying here, because you know this is a type of situation that you can get into, and that will be him taking it into his own hand and say, this is about time, and they know the window with a nade to celebrate, maybe a little bit of miscomms, but doesn't matter. They get those 4 eliminations and shall go in as a trio. Some grounds to cover, but a win is a win.
Yeah, it was going to clean it up there instead of just trying to drag it off, and both teams are kind of suffering and can't breathe out into the blue zone. This time it's going to be CP9 losing Drew. Still a 3-man, now defending against All Glory Gaming as a buggy comes right into their grasp. I mean, they saw him, they're going to just like, I'm going to hightail out of this one. Leono staying in some tall grass though, but they are on the downhill slope. They have the numbers advantage just a little bit down. As a nade comes out in the direction of All Glory Gaming, does just miss out though. Still all 4. I would say they're not even in the circle. They're not even fighting for positioning. They're just fighting to fight at this point, and neither of these two teams can disengage from this area. Strap, I'm loving this little bit of an off angle at them. In case someone tries to run from the rest of his team, he can get that kind of side angle, but completely unaware of Stelacy out in quarry area, getting the knock onto him. And it's going to be All Glory Gaming, even more of a numbers advantage at this point.
I think that play, once again, like the time window is roughly half a minute, and they've got 10 seconds now to say, hey, we need to make use of our entry spot. And Stelacy is also just running and gunning in a way, because they haven't got a spot themselves either. So I'm really interested to see how CP9 does this. I mean, they've lost 2 players trying to play this position already, so really need to think a little bit more, you know, ahead of time as Oscar smokes himself up, and that will be blue zone to add pressure to the opponent. Let's see whether he will be baited from that one. We'll first take that one a little bit too short, and it will be the side of All Glory actually claiming that one for themselves. And on the other side though, this is what we talk about. We've got more, you know, dips, you know, tangs, and it's suddenly quite playable, but you need to know how to use them well. Ayalo is showing a different side of skill as they hold a little bit few more of these hard covers in therapy.
Furious Gaming, your pick of the litter, getting a knock across the way of the compound. And I mean, it's definitely splittable, these compounds here, and they have that huge wide open in between, so it's kind of hard to like get a knock, and then, you know, you're wasting so many smokes just to push up into that compound, and then you don't have any smokes for the rest of the game here. So good for Furious Gaming. Like, we're not going to aggress on them here because there's nothing really to gain at this point. They're just going to keep their watch eyes all in the distance. Not a whole lot of hard cover on that side as we turn down onto Team Queso. I think they were able to get the revive onto Kunha, and then came up into the compounds where they were able to flush out 9Z. Aton 7 though, down to only 2. Got a nice little plateau on this hillside looking down onto Stelacy and Quarry.
Not very tricky circle, I'd say, in the sense that there's enough decent spots, but the battlefield is divided into so many segments. There's like a hill here and there, there's like a compound fight here, and then the other compound has like complete control around a certain side of the mountain. On the other side is a different world. So it makes scouting very, very hard. It's almost like if you want to guarantee your team a spot later on, the scout may need to be very prepared to lose his or her life. Like, that is the nature of this type of circle, and you need to allow time for it to happen. So I'd say the scout starts now.
Yeah, it's not like in Miramar where we had Royals of War on top and they could see everything in the circle and had a majority of information. Here it's just so divided. The people on this side of the circle do not know what's going on the other side. Jaguar now defending against All Glory Gaming. The perfect nade gets thrown though from Patron as he runs through the building. Just as the flare, or just the Molotov goes down, Jaguar, now another one falling down to his knees. It's only going to be Baby Rod left alive, peeking through the door. It's a 1 versus 1 as he tries to stick the revive, but it's going to be the information coming out from the knocked players telling their player, go, push, aggress. He's trying to revive. Why did he not push out a little bit sooner? Now it's going to be a 1 versus 2 as Baby Roy trying to find this last player, playing Ring Around the Rosie, going down the wall. But why did they separate from their team like that. Now it's going to be just Seba should have pushed with his teammate to give him that little extra help, because now it's just back down to 1. Grenade falls in his face, but it's just such a confusing fight as he now tries to go for the revive. It just seems very just unorganized.
Yeah, and I mean, we've only got, what, 6 seconds before the circle comes in. Yeah, it's just really weird, I think. The initial revive was basically in the open, like relying on a certain side to be completely open. So that is really, really, tough to watch in a way. Like, it's jarring, right? The word is like, what are they doing? Is it left or right? Like, what are you doing? But they will be spared for doing that for now. But Furious Gaming is for sure watching, and they have a spot in the circle right in there. Leaving this will be the nightmare, so I think they need to make sure that they punish a few from behind. Is expected.
Hiding behind a little tire, so he's like, okay for now, and he's like, okay, that's not safe, gotta warm my way over to the left hand side. But Furious Gaming, they were your prediction. They're doing well so far, keeping all 4 up and having 3 eliminations found so far. That fight between Jaguar and All Glory Gaming, though, whoever won that was still in a tough spot because neither of them won the circle. Furious Gaming is waiting right there for anyone to come out to kill and eliminate anyone who came out. Golden Eagles, though, under fire from Ayala up on top as a circle now, just out in the open, a little bit of hillside on the northern side, and this huge dividing road right down the center.
Yeah, I feel like this is very characteristic of mediocre teams. They say, oh, it's Ghost of Fairy Pierre. We remember those tips, and they feel, yeah, and they feel smart, and they would just take it.
Yeah.
It's so hard to come out of it. So that's Ayala saying that it's easy 1-2 piece, and that will be a quick one as well. Just well set up, know exactly what to do. And the early commitment sometimes not to compounds, guys. Sometimes it's to these fancy spots that actually take a lot more to hold them down.
I think they picked the most obvious spot to take, right? And that's going to be, you know, if you think it, another team is probably also going to be thinking that's a pretty good spot, and just like going into the exact same spot with another team versus being a little bit more creative. Like Furious Game has always been this kind of finding spots that aren't like the first pick of the circle, and they're able to look at them. Look how much control they have on the northern side. Now they're just keeping 9Z out from getting anywhere closer. No one else can really aggress them. Hopefully they can keep their eyes on all directions, though, because we've seen Furious Gaming get punished by not defending well and just getting too tunnel visioned onto one side.
And at least they've done this well. Like, sometimes so tricky to leave that position because, hey, like, you've been very noisy. Everyone knows you're there, and they would just hard peek you. But they seem to have found a way, right? Keep the vehicle safe, like found maybe a timing, or even we do leapfrogging, what we call. So we watch your teammates first as they come in, and then you send one by one, and they actually made it through completely okay. So 4 kills on board with 4 other teams now still surviving. A lot of them have been damaged, though. So Furious Gaming might be here to finally make me feel good about myself with any predictions, really.
This is the first time your prediction has gotten so far in the match, just to point that out. So Furious Gaming, hopefully they get it. Mezexis is still finding vibe. So Team Queso that came in, didn't have all their angles covered. And Nitsu just watching a little bit further than the rest of his team, as now another one gets knocked to Team Mezexis. It is debilitating for Team Queso, as they had that really good side, but now it just, opened up the floodgates for Mezexis to come in freely, almost to rotate in. And we see Furious Gaming, you see them in the mini-map, and they hear the shots here. They're like, we're going to capitalize, and good for them playing this aggressively, leaving one over there to watch 9Z, while the rest of them come in and they want a third party to fight on here. So really collecting up all those eliminations.
Yeah, it was great, like understanding the windows to move because of fights happening elsewhere, but this could be a bit too huge of a split. But no, they sent Mollivan out right here, and because they have every bit behind him completely cleared, and that's the amount of ground that they have. It will be Ayala to strike first against 9Z.
Yeah, this is the crucial late game moments that are really going to be the deciding factors of who's going to get the winner chicken dinner. Bye has a grenade toss. You see how great Queso is at using these utilities as one just a little bit shy. He actually does finally get the knock. I believe Mezexis is going to be the only one man up. That's going to be Solo. Very, very close to Furious Gaming, but Team Castle, they do this so well. They just knock, use utilities, open up the fight. They didn't have to expose themselves at all. And now it's going to be Mezexis. They're literally bleeding. Bad kind of sandwich right in between Furious Gaming and Team Queso. Even more utilities to be had. And now this is going to be a three-team left. Furious Gaming, Team Queso, and the last member of Mezexis Dreams.
This is going to be really, really interesting, especially with Furious Gaming having the utilities and the resources with a little bit fewer kills, yes, but then resources, the momentum on the side of Team Queso, as well as a circle, also a knock on the side.
A knock and a flush this time, so 4 versus 3 in Team Queso. I wonder how many utilities they still had, because it looked like they just committed all of their utilities over to wipe out Mezexis, but they really needed to save just a couple of them probably for this fight against Furious Gaming. They do have the man advantage though, and Furious Gaming, they did have the wider angle. They had the one with the off, but he was the one to get taken out, so that was very just devastating, because that now left Furious Gaming with less of an angle as Team Queso. Now they're starting to widen out. They're just clearing out that western side. But I think it's becoming a little bit more obvious they have Fierce Gaming all funneled onto this eastern side of the circle.
Yeah, it's going to be really interesting because it's about Team Queso getting more eyes on most parts when Furious Gaming need to find the key breaking endpoint and use the manpower on a particular side. So it's going to be very interesting. And Hitsu using the car there, but it will be Furious Gaming to strike first.
Yeah, I love him sitting TPP in the car, able to see just a little bit higher over the smokes, just trying to find the visuals onto these players. We got Furious Gaming, Milovan, almost knocked. Team Queso Kunha. I mean, this is going to be almost too late to try to get a revive. So effectively a 3 versus 3. Somebody here needs to play the aggression, has to push. I think the one lone member of Furious Gaming needs to come in just a little bit further. Team Queso has this really nice ridge line. The car actually does get blown up by the grenades. So Furious Gaming now down to 2. Trigger out, and they know this is the aggression. They got another knock. They know there's one player left alive, and that was it to close out the game. Successful win. What a sweet treat for Team Queso to close out match number 3.
Dang it. My team almost got there, but I can't complain because Team Queso did one thing really, really well. They chose a segment that they can control. Is within an open ground, but there's possible for resets with, you know, the good parking of cars and stuff. So it's going to be really, really hard for other teams to break them. And even towards the end, they are using vehicles and stuff to really create a space for themselves. So cannot complain. And that is the biggest win that we've seen so far this week with 19.
Wow, that's just, I mean, just great on Queso. Just super aggressive. Like you said, plays themselves so well to be able to get those resets. We'll see match number 4 coming up next, going back to Miramar.
Yo creo que uno de los valores más importantes en mi vida como caster y gamer es el respeto. Mi nombre es Jaguar 70, soy de Veracruz, México, y llevo prácticamente 4 años dentro de PUBG Mobile. Comencé como jugador competitivo y apenas hace un año tuve la oportunidad de arrancarme como caster oficial de las competencias oficiales de PUBG Mobile en Latinoamérica.
Buenas a todos, yo soy Kevin de Argentina, soy caster hace unos 7, 8 años casi y en PUBG Mobile hace unos 2 y medio. Lo que yo más valoro en mi vida como caster y como gamer es la diversión, el hacer algo que me gusta, compartirlo con gente que le gusta lo mismo y divertirnos, porque al fin y al cabo si vas a jugar y no te divertís, realmente no tiene mucho sentido, y al mismo tiempo como caster busco transmitir lo eso mismo, una emoción, una diversión, pasar un buen momento, que alguien que haya tenido un día malo pueda alegrarse y olvidarse de sus problemas por un rato y tratar de que mientras más seamos, mejor la pasemos y todos compartamos esa positividad, esa diversión, que al fin y al cabo, por más competencia que haya, un juego es un juego y lo importante es divertirse.
Al momento en que recibimos hate por parte de otras personas, igual nosotros no sabemos cómo está la vida de esa persona, por qué conflictos tal vez esté pasando en ese momento, y al momento de nosotros responder de la misma manera, con la misma moneda, pues podríamos todavía agravar más a esa persona que está pasando por un mal momento en su vida. Así que yo creo que esos serían los dos valores más importantes, el respeto y la tolerancia.
Para el futuro de lo que es el PUBG Mobile y su entorno competitivo, espero que todo siga creciendo. Lo mobile es increíble y el juego que narramos, el juego que tanto queremos y que formamos parte de la comunidad, está muy bueno. Cada vez la TAM sobre todo está aumentando su nivel y poniéndose a la altura del mundo que antes se veía lejano.
Yo la verdad veo todavía cosas muy grandes para PUBG Mobile, tanto como juego, de solo por diversión, también como en el competitivo.
Cuando los equipos de la TAM representan bien, les va bien, crece el talento en la TAM, mucha más gente se acerca a ver lo que la TAM está consiguiendo. Así que no espero más que cosas buenas para el futuro del PUBG Mobile competitivo en
We are back this time. We're ready for Miramar. That's coming up next, and then Sanhok will close out the day. This is the last day of qualifiers. This is make or break for some of these teams, and some of these teams are like, okay, we're finally done with qualifiers. We can go focus on Super Weekend for, starting tomorrow. But some thoughts on that Oringo match that we just saw.
Just strong teams showing why they are so good. In these rounds, we set the scene at the start of the match, knowing it's not an easy part to play, but they play off classical spots with confidence and just, push teams around. And that's what we saw from Team Queso in particular. And Fierce Gaming did a very good play as well when it comes to controlling certain segments and really choking some of these other teams. That was a joy to watch.
Yeah, Fierce Gaming, they didn't have as many eliminations as Team Queso with 19 eliminations, but they still were just setting themselves up. We saw them come down from, I think they landed in like North Gatka area, came down, it's kind of like slowly made their way in, and we're just constantly just seeing the teams fighting them out, even when they were sharing that compound with, I think it was Jaguar and All Glory Gaming, and they had a fight. They were just waiting there, right? They didn't come too early. and they were just waiting to pick off some of those kills, and then just really proactive coming on the northern side. And even still, they had the circle on the northern side, heard the fight coming out between Mezexis and Team Queso, and rotated 3 of their players down to kind of try to third party that. So really good plays from them. And then Team Queso, I mean, the circle was in their backyard, so they had kind of free entry. But still, even though they were given the circle multiple times, they still played it really efficiently. They still had to kind of fight their way in and you know, fight against Mezexis on that southern side.
I think we will need to give some credit to Mezexis as a team, the only team that needs to cross into that circle. They made it work. Of course, it could be because other teams didn't punish them, but it's not an easy segment to, you know, navigate. I feel like they know like that main island part from maybe gas station and just slowly work their way through that segment. That was quite nice to see. So patience is very key when it comes to working through that. If you go in earlier, you may have multiple teams looking, you know, towards your position and just really spray you down. And now to look at some stats, of course, I mean, a team like them, and that is maybe that one game enough to put them into top 3, but there's more to prove. Like we said, they should be completely set to join tomorrow, but there is more to prove, especially a team that had somewhat of a disappointing, you know, late 2021. And looking down the list, I think we also have to say 9Z, although they have not excelled in fighting, but they found some success in surviving and getting into close to 10 points in the past 2 games.
It's always entertaining to see when the elimination points exceed the amount of positioning points, because you know that team was just on fire the entire match, just taking every single fight that they could and able to keep their, you know, surviving really well and fragging really, really well as well. Furious Gaming, we already kind of touched on that. Just great plays coming out from them. Just wasn't quite enough to close it out. I think losing their kind of off angle that was a little bit west of the rest of the team. You know, if you're playing that off angle, playing that solo player, you really have to have a really high survivability, because there's no reviving you if you get knocked, and you get flushed, and now it puts the rest of your team in a really bad spot, all clumped together on the eastern side, and Queso was able to just kind of surround them. Somehow they still had some utilities and was able to, you know, get the win onto that. But looking at the second half, I mean, it's kind of the teams that we usually tend to see kind of at the bottom. And we see Royals of War, who had, you know, great games before, going out with 0. The only team to go with 0 points, but some of these teams is just like needed to see more from them.
Well, Noobs Esports actually doing okay. I think as a trio, they made a play, and the play worked quite well. But to navigate, you know, their rotation from that point onwards is always a little bit tough. Now, a little bit would be an understatement. I think that at 9th place, like Stelacy with their 1 positional point and 3 kill points, we saw kind of what was the issue there. Like towards that end game, they were so scared to enter late that they placed themselves into vulnerable positions. So it's quite tricky. You could see their game plan is, well, let's just go in because it might be tricky later, but then they're quite split and they just got taken down one by one. And that's the problem, committing that exact way, is you get your car, you know, blown up, and you have to pray that the circle goes to you. So we're still waiting for that team to show up better, and who knows, Miramar was one of the earliest wins, and maybe they can do it later.
This one, predictions. You've been 0 for predictions. You got so close this last one. Furious Gaming almost won, but you only have a second place. That's the closest. So Group B is going to be sitting out in Miramar. That's going to be Aton Esports, CP9, Royals of War, and Stelacy. So who do you pick to win this?
I'm going to pick Buluc Chabtan. Like the reason being the way that they played on Sanhok, and then also starting really, really confident on Miramar as well. They were planning to hunt, they made it work, and then through that second game, although they were spared from actions early on, they were very ready to fight towards the end, and they now taking the break, and I hope they come in really, really hot and ready once again.
I don't know, the logo's not really symmetrical.
I was gonna say, can we have one time that we don't mention that bloody word? They could be called Buluc something. I don't know. It was like BE, maybe it worked. No, the B isn't that way anyway. Doesn't matter. Like, I will root for them in this one because they've shown promise. And now it's your turn.
I think I have a great appreciation for logos because one season I had offered on my socials that I designed PMCO logos for teams for free. So I designed about 50 logos for teams like across the US in one season. I was just like, if you're playing PMCO for the first time and you need a logo, like I'll make you a logo. And I was just making logos like for people. So I think that's my appreciation for logos. But okay, predictions. I'm gonna go Team Queso. They had they coming off of the win, not just because they won this previous match, but I've seen them just like if they have a good game, usually the next one goes really good as well. And then they won Miramar. I think it was the first day. I want to say it was the last game of the first day with really great positioning, great elimination. So I have to go with the favorite Team Queso.
Yeah, you know what? My favorite logo from this region. I don't know why. Simplistic, looks good. Can go onto a race car. It's just
They simplified it. It used to be a lot more detailed and not as symmetrical. I remember because when I was quarantined going to PEC in China, I think it was last year or the year before, and just nothing to do because in China that you had to be in quarantine for 14 days before they let you out. And I think I was just on my Instagram story drawing team logos, and Team Queso was one of the ones I was just drawing on like a piece of paper. I remember. It used to be a lot more detailed and way more like navy blue and yellow.
Yeah, no one wants to see my art, so that's a difference. And I may get you to design me a logo, but I think you're just gonna troll me, so it doesn't matter, right?
I probably
I feel it already.
Like, and you already know it's gonna be like Tarzan with like a professor hat and like a spectacle going on, like it's something.
Yeah,
like,
and there's like pain somewhere on my torso, like so something like
a
that.
tattoo, just like.
Pain, yeah. So no, I appreciate it. Like for whatever reason, like I think I'd love to have one. And here I think like let's continue with why we pick certain teams, and I can see why Team Queso can be a good pick as well because the last time they played this well was actually on this map, and they played this style where they read the map well, once again with patience, towards the end game, trying to control multiple segments, and it's much needed on a map like Miramar. You just need to not be too greedy, so it's not just where your team can see, but to know what's beyond that hill that you can see as well, so where you cannot see, and that's where the experience comes in. So very excited to see this one, and I think the main thing for me, of course, after that game one is whether they're going to target each other. So we're looking at Noobs Esports around that eastern segment. We may have an early clash once again around Minas Generalis, and God forbid, if we go back to around St. Martin, please roll of war to hold that plateau a little bit better.
Yeah, we saw Isurus and we saw CP9 constantly having the fights. I think CP9 at this point is like, we are really hyper-focused and aggressive onto Isurus because they were right next to it. We saw that in day one. I think it was like 2 matches in a row. They were just targeting, landing with them. And now they've just kind of identified, hey, we targeted them so much that our own game is suffering because of it. So let's just ignore them now, play our game. We saw them come out with a win on Sanhok 2 matches ago. So hopefully CP9, I mean, they're gonna be out this one, but I like the change. The more like, hey, we gotta worry about us first before we're worrying about the other teams in the lobby.
Exactly. And we talk about that learning, right? You fix your own gameplay first, know your mistakes, and that sometimes really, regardless and irrespective of any teams. Like we're talking about comms things, the timing of revives that we saw earlier that almost, killed Jaguar. I think like it was too close.
We're like,
for my comfort, my God. And so things like that. But then we also see like more thinking coming through in saying, hey, we're gonna drop there because this other team may come through here, or just a hot drop like we saw in that game before.
Yeah. So this is remember, there's 2 matches left. We tend to see kind of more desperate plays, like especially the last one. Like people are like, this is down to the wire. Those teams right on the cusp of qualifying or not qualifying, or we don't know how they're gonna play. And this is the second to last match. I've seen some teams that they start to do that, but not as much as the last match. So we might see again a little bit more chaos, a little more unpredictability. Because some of these teams they're really on the verge of having your dreams crushed and not being able to make super weekend starting tomorrow.
Here's the thing, Estorm isn't, in a good position either. Many of the teams below them got decent games, right? We've seen CP9 have some, 9Z getting some, and we've got Isurus in whatever way they've managed to get points as well. And with the standings before this week, these are the 4 teams that definitely need to get in. So we've got Mezexis Esports, Golden Eagles Esports, we've got Noobs Esports, and 9Z. These will absolutely need to go in. If not, these are the last 2 games that they're going to play. But they have made some changes, and we like it. But right above them, like we said, Isurus not in the best spot either. They won't make it if any teams below them have gone in and they themselves don't. Estorm is the same. So I think this bottom half is more volatile than people think. I feel like there's a good handful of them who may not go in, and then it's just a good few games, short of, overtaking them.
Yeah, this is, it's not just this weekend, right? It's like accumulation of either, not enough points or not enough performances from all the previous super weekends. It's not like, oh, we did so bad this week, but it's like, how did you do in the weeks before? You can't just rely on the last week to try to qualify into super weekends. Miramar, it's a little more consistent than Sanhok. So hopefully, some of these teams, I would hate to be one of those teams on the cusp of qualifying, and the match that I'm trying to do really well on is Sanhok, because I really don't know what to expect in Sanhok. I don't really know how it's gonna go. But hopefully some of those teams in Miramar, they're able to rack up some points here, so it's not all or nothing on Sanhok.
Exactly. To have a last game, on Sanhok is just absolutely terrifying. But, have no fear, because the last game for Group A is here. So Estorm actually need to make this work. Golden Eagles as well at 15th, I believe, before today when it comes to qualification. So they need to make this one count. They have not made any of it count so far. So I need to maybe pull out some of my calculators, because one's not enough for my small brain for today, and see how close they are, from making this count. And Ventrue as well, another one that could use some buffer, to say the least. 14th place and 129 points before this week.
This is like when you're in university or in college and you have a final and you're trying to calculate, okay, what score do I need on my final to get an A in class, and then try to aim for that. So I feel like that just really preps all these people to like, we only got 2 points this match. How many points do we need next match? How many points do we need in the match after that? And then just really like, what is the chances, or how hard do we need to play to get that top 16 qualifying spot? And you never want to be one of those teams that is really like do or die. Like we have to get 20 points or more to try to qualify in this last match.
I feel, like that thing about studying, I've definitely been there a bit too keen, like for my liking in the past.
I feel that a little bit too much.
Oh, memories, I feel like. So stay in school, kids. Like, it will help you, and it will help you with the skills. Like we talk about transferable skills, it's a lot of studying, to be fair, and knowing how memories and stuff work, and then putting it at use. Even in this game, if you want to be the best, like if you don't have those skills, it will be quite a lot harder, almost impossible, to be fair, if you want to be one of the best. A bit of a different playing path this time, from Los Egos to La Cabrera. We know the amount of teams who love Impala and Minas, and you know what? All those spots are going to be hard to reach for this playing path.
Like you said, we love the alt drop spots, right? We love to see people shake it up. If we, like in a Wrangle, if it's much less of a chance that they have that people are going to alt drop spots, unless you're going to the extremities of the map. But having such a western playing path, it's gonna be a little bit more exciting for us, right? Because we're like, ooh, this team that doesn't normally drop here dropped here, and now the team surrounding them may not be aware of it, and they're like, wow, what is this team doing here? Oh, it's the western playing path, and it might change up, versus if we just had a very nice kind of like that first Miramar game today. It was very just kind of even keel right down the center of the playing path. We kind of expected majority of teams on where to go, and here it's just like I would predict probably like almost 50% of these teams are going somewhere different than they normally go,
which is nice. But I think it's going to be slightly slower anyway, because some of the teams that got targeted or been targeting others before, not quite in here. So we will see how it's going to happen. Picardo seems to be a little bit hot. May that be a rematch? We're not quite sure. I think so. Both teams should be in this lobby. So this is huge, right? Because like, if it doesn't go well, some of them may require that last game to be extremely well, and we have that circle going away. Oh, and someone's getting killed already.
I believe it was 7 deadly sins in Ventrue, and last time around we had Ventrue just almost narrowly die, but they did end up getting 7 deadly sins. Remember, there was 2 on the staircase, and Ventrue pushed up as 4, a little bit segregated. They ended up only with 1 left alive, but was able to close it out. This time around, looks like 7 deadly sins finding 2 eliminations already, really getting the upper hand on this one. So really, I think just watching back just that recent game, a 3rd headshot comes on out. It's actually only 1 member alive from Team Ventrue. What has happened? I think they just didn't. They're like, oh, we wiped 7 deadly sins. No way they're going to come here. Dropped all split up, and 7 deadly sins landing together and able to just use their numbers advantage, take them out. And it's going to be 1 less player left alive from Team Ventrue.
It's going to be really tough because they didn't have many points, coming into today, and they have not gotten enough like today so far as well, and they will be playing the next one, so 1 player to do it all for themselves. But of course we go on to the other side. One of my personal favorites, really, the main compound, and the old school Uzi's done some work. It will be a trade. The reset should come through. It's always tricky, I think, playing around Hacienda. You really need to know, like, and it's almost like you need to plan before going in. You can almost dissect the compound into parts, and you need to say, have a name for it, like we quote Pi9 last time, right? Like 4 zones, and then you need to know exactly where you need to go.
Yeah, Mezexis just seemed to be playing so split up, and I mean, I believe they dropped pretty split up. They weren't expecting the entire team of Delta Stars to come here, but Delta, I guess, great coordination on their part, pushing all together. Here they heard Sar jump on out. He's only about half HP. I probably would have used that first aid before he jumped on down, because now he's trying to take this fight, 1 versus 4 fight with only half HP and just getting shot. I mean, Vector, that was you couldn't even react to that, right? The fastest fire rate gun the entire game, and that's just gonna be out. So no golden Murado for him. Delta Stars are gonna take this one.
Well, the solo once again. So we've got 2 solos trying to, make it work for themselves. It's going to be actually doable. Okay, I thought of something, right? Is the discipline in not moving. Once they are gone, I'm going to drive all the way to Ruins. Like, I'll go to Oasis if I need to, just so I can loot up. I will carry that heal strat into the, to this map, and I've done it before as a player. And it works. It's fine. Like, you can still get points, and we know like how those 2-3 points are going to matter. And we often see the caution from a solo player who's got left to himself in the early game because he was forced to play with caution. They sometimes outlive just enough teams to get 2-3 points.
Yeah, the survivability sometimes is just being able to hide as a solo, because you're not running around like the confidence of a full team. You're not making as much noise as a full man team, and not like becoming a target. You're, hey, I'm hiding behind this rock, prone, quiet, not moving an inch as people are rotating past me, versus like a 4-man team probably would have all been all split up, shooting at any team surrounding them and giving away a ton of information to like a 3rd-party team out in the distance.
Exactly, and that is the key difference here, and we want to see it because especially for the solo from Ventrue, that's the only way. And this is the last game, and it could be the final game from this day so far. That's not been going well for them. So yeah, my mind goes out to a player like that, and there's only one thing to do in a way, and it relies on your enemies not really hunting you down till the end. I mean, Picardo was hard to leave, but this segment, once again, we talk about Estorm. They came off certain, a few tough games. They've been hunted, they've been choking themselves because of macros or whatnot. So another team to watch for sure. And this is the one that you are watching, and we've all seen them for multiple years now through ups and downs. And now with the new players in, Ayala and Nitsu will actually integrate with them very, very well so far. It's almost like, I remember you talking about the structure as a team. Maybe they have almost like protocols to bring players in that allow them to really settle in, and or even ways in the recruitment phase to really check all the boxes so they know they're finding the right fit.
Yeah, and even what I mentioned before, and I was very curious to what kind of language or what kind of communications were like, because two of them from Argentina and from Venezuela, something like that, they speak Spanish, and then the two new ones from Brazil, they speak Portuguese. So I'm wondering like what kind of language, or is this some kind of combination of languages? But apparently Aya and Nitsu, they can speak Portuguese, so they're just speaking Portuguese. So I think that was a really, really nice fit, that the language was already there. There's not a language barrier that you're coming over. For example, when I was casting in EU qualifier, there was teams that are this person speaks French and English, this person speaks English and Arabic, and then this person speaks English and German, stuff like that. And it's like trying to find, like, English is not the first language of any of these players, and that's the only language they have in common, and trying to communicate that way, it's very hard. Eventually, from playing together for so long, they're able to make it work and finally understand each other, but those first couple of months were very, very rough and trying to communicate in like a broken language.
You know what, I've heard a theory before, and from a team, to say the least. They were a German team, but their comms in German were not as good as when they were using their, limited English. Here's the reason. When they use their mother tongue, there's so many more words to say, or they know how to say, that they start to overflow the comms. But because a lot of them had experience, playing in an English-speaking team, they learned the needed words to play this game. And as a German team, they swapped back to speaking English altogether to streamline the comms. Like, that is very, very interesting, just because of, the abundance of vocabulary, whether you only know the keywords, and they ended up that way. And I think they've been playing better. So, yes, food for thought, everyone, and something that you can think about, like when you have your next maybe big team, that we can maybe cast you at some point.
Only saying what's necessary instead of the mumble jumbo of a just first language of like you said, just garbage comms, or over flooding the comms with things that are not needed.
You would mumble. Right? But here, this is another great effort from this team, and I feel like Noobs Esports feel like, okay, we're just gonna have fun towards the end, and once again, two very good eliminations, and I mean that one's gonna go, and I don't know, this is what I love to see. I feel like they finally let go of something that's holding them back. Like, someone said something almost, and they said, okay, we'll just play the game, and they made it work.
I saw one too many toxic chats in streams chat. Like, okay, we gotta turn this one around. I really like the trigger discipline. They waited for these players to be out in the open, ready to, just easy pickings for them, and put All Glory Gaming down to only 2, almost a third. Now about to go down Guapo. He finds a little bit of hard cover though. Okay, so he's in the clear. And Noobs Esports have now found 2 eliminations so far.
And this is one of the best ways to play this game, which is a disruptive style early game against someone's drop. You didn't have to hot drop. You can drop close enough. And I think they've done their homework. They know All Glory Gaming is a team that is punishable, who does not excel in fights in general, especially in their early game. And you can see 2 of them, losing their life quite quickly, and it's down to Noobs Esports knowing when to open fire as well. Like, if they open one after the next, then they would just use the hard cover, right? But Jaguar, also another team that was a little bit inefficient when it comes to fighting, like we saw the game before. There's a clock on their back, and but Team Queso, smooth as butter.
I mean, that was great. I mean, that was a 2 in the overwatch, applying the pressure, keeping him to a spot that he cannot get rid of or get out of, and then send the other 2 on a buggy, once again, the famous Team Castle buggy coming into play. Was it Nitsu who was driving? No, it was Bye Bye this time. But, you know, coming in, they had nowhere to go, come down, and just, I mean, it was just easy pickings for them for sure. Isurus coming on getting the second helpings. Second helpings of loot from, who was it? I'm forgetting which teams landed here before, but it was two of them.
Mezexis
Yes.
and
Mezexis
Delta Stars.
and Delta
Stars. Yeah, it was a tough one. Yeah, but
Look
they
at
made
you,
it
better
work.
memory than me.
I don't know why, but you know, here's the thing: because I tried to use that part of my brain too much, now I'm losing hair. So would you choose hair or memory?
You can pick hair. And I'll
Such
remember.
What? It's actually such a hard question. It's almost like when your girlfriend asks you, "Are you gonna save me or your mother?" That type of thing. You know what? Like it'd be an utter failure if you end up with someone like that. Haha. Okay, I'm not gonna bring it too far. Right. Okay.
Terrible choices around.
Terrible choice. I mean, like how? Like why? You would wonder, huh? How did I get here in the first place? But you know what? Buluc Chabtan say exactly the same. And how did I get here by picking them? But it's actually just a good setup from very, very hard team. And we know 7 Deadly Sins, they can fight. We've seen them before. They swapped Paradise Resort to get a huge win then. So that's why they've got the comfort now to play exactly the way they are.
Yeah, great number of eliminations from them. They started the match with 3 eliminations on Mezexis, or no, sorry, Ventrue already. Came up the mountain, got into the graveyard area, and now, maybe a little bit too far exposed. I'd come down a little bit more, buddy. Yeah, the roofs are great, huge vantage point, but you are so wide in the open. There's nothing protecting you. If you get knocked up there, it's almost an immediate flush because there's no way you can fall off you can't just roll down the roof in a speedy manner to get off.
Yep, absolutely. And 7 Deadly Sins ran one of my favorite spots, but I think it's a very interesting spot based on how you split around it. You read the map. So in this phase, you need to look at 1 plain path and then 2 circle. Right, then afterwards you need to look at shift directions and therefore adjustment of splits. So the inflow of players is predictable from a certain side. And I wish more teams, use theories like that. And I feel like they just love Hacienda this time around. I have no bloody idea. Like 2 teams visit there, and now Fraternity went to look at the 3rd team that's gone into there. And well, let's bring back some. We talk about a lot of technicalities, like sometimes too often. Let's talk about something of a classic mentality, right? So, no, I mean in classic games, you see the Golden Marauder not being there. So someone's been here. So do they want to actually hold that compound is my actual question.
I mean, I think everyone just feels comfort in Hacienda. That's where the original hot drops always were when Miramar first came out. It was like, go Hacienda. And so it's very similar to like, go Bootcamp, go Picado on Miramar. So I think like you're talking about classics. This is literally classic. Just everyone just, I think that's just like home coming back there and trying to hold that position down. But here we do have a lot of teams kind of right in this general area. We'll see if
You
any
know what?
fights happen.
Until they get aggressive, I'm going to continue with the nostalgia. Remember when that patch first came out with the Golden Marauder? People were trying to do that mission, and there's some noobs that would literally drop right in there, get into the car and try to drive away without any other thing to do. And you have this phase where you can literally run a few over. As we speak, Furious Gaming will be gunned over. Delta Stars with the early pressure continues to strike.
I think it was just Furious Gaming just finding just a little bit too linear in their kind of spread and just allow Delta Stars to be so, just kind of come around them. They're not standing in the exact same position at all. And now it's going to be Trigger, and it can be triggered just to, just dive bomb it out into the distance, try to get away from this area because there's no way they're saving their teammates. They knew Delta Stars was right on there and they just came over the top, and it was just, that was unfortunate. You're just bullied out of your positioning like that.
And that's the thing, like, it's good for them to understand, hey, like, this is how much the pocket gets to offer. If someone's there, we just need to go. And right now, Jaguar will try to punish Team Queso, and that itself is a little bit of a missed opportunity, to say the least, but doesn't matter as a solo, and that will be a finish.
Dang. I mean, there was... Okay, the fight did break out, though. I was going to say it's just solo. Everyone is bad manners. It's just... We have an actually very similar circle to, I mean, it's not exactly the same, but it's just shifted a little bit more to the right-hand side. But, I mean, maybe it was good that they took Hacienda because it's still right dab center, and it's easy to defend in terms of you're elevated, you can get on the roofs, and you can see everyone, like every surrounding area, just kind of the hills, and you can catch people rotating because it's slower rotations on Miramar, right? You might find someone, hey, I hit a hay bale, I'm going a little bit slower, might be an easy target for Isurus, who really needs some of these elimination points.
Well, we'll see. There's a lot of grounds that can be, you know, that allows reset if they just do it well. I think that's the power of Scout and progressive rotation, but Noobs Esports, they've been showing more signs of life. To be fair, I can't really fault them. That is quite nice to see some waking up. If they've got 4 players and they've played the game like this every game, I think they would be in a very, very different place. So I hope they can take this and just as encouragement. And as well as these Delta Stars, to be fair, probably the best game from them so far when it comes to aggression, confidence, you know, the attempts to do something that will, you know, help themselves. This is great, and we want to see more teams. So this week so far has been very, very pleasant to watch. Both teams to do well, new teams to maybe make it work, or some terrible driving from time to time.
Yeah, I remember Furious Gaming, they ran away from Delta Star. Delta Star continued to aggress. Escanor a little bit, you know, pushed out into the open, was getting knocked from Trigger this time. Now he comes in. I mean, if you're a 2-man, I would really, really want that M249 to really provide all those extra gunshots. I saw Utility get thrown right on behind him. He tosses the smoke out in the open, though, down to about 25 HP. Where's your teammate? He's right behind you, but Delta Stars, they do send one out to go to get the revive on the Escanor, and it's going to be back to a 4 versus 2.
That was just so bold, to be fair, as a solo player to, you know, go out there to take a nade. And I think Delta Stars were good in their plan. I think it's very hard to read why that initially not happened from that driving. Maybe that's all they wanted, establish info, and they just made it through. And Trigger understands that it's important for them to find a way out, so slowly trail their way back, checking his own back, but doesn't matter. There's someone cheeky right in there. That is the advantage from this TPP mode, and you know, and it's going to be Delta Stars to maybe react to if they somehow read into that. To be fair, they have to. Okay, in the old kill feed, yes. In the new one, they need to have that particular skill set to remember the numbers.
They clearly heard the mini very, very close. Saw in the kill feed a mini knock somebody. They have to know it was right there. Okay, now they know. Without a shadow of a doubt, Fraternity went for the flush on the Trigger. They know that Delta Stars, this is up to them to start getting a little bit more aggressive, but also be careful of the third party in the distance. Yeah, Trigger is hiding in the bed of the truck out, you know, out into the field. Okay for him. Cannot peek out because his head might get taken off as we see the circle start to close on a little bit. Heavy casualties. We're only at 39 players left in here, and you see how much more aggressive these players are playing as we're getting down to the wire into the second to the last match of the day. Circle shifting right onto Hacienda, right in the northern side and just the western side of San Martin. So I wouldn't be surprised if some of these players took like that warehouse on the northeastern side, have that kind of center just on the outskirts of the city, but there's a lot of kind of little valleys to play in right in the center.
Yeah, very interesting circle, like many different types of dynamics. You can take key compounds, you can play full building defense, or you can just stay on the outskirts. I think it will all work if you know how to execute it. We don't always say this, right? But of course, it's going to be once again Distractor, and so at least they found the last player, and the support can come through. I think it's about time, but third party pressure though from that long range makes it so hard.
Oh, I would have. It was a Molotov inside though. Yeah, he couldn't have done anything. But that was just for just a millisecond. That was a good kind of, you know, sandwich, right? You're right in between these two players. Delta Stars couldn't come up to shoot at you because Team Fraternity was there in the distance shooting at keeping the eyesights on him, but he just wasn't very long for this world. So out he goes in 12th position. It's starting to get closer to the I'd say like late mid game right now. Delta Stars not quite in. Fraternity, great positioning from them. And Estorm, one of those teams that you said we're looking for a standout game from them. It's going to be Delta Stars in a little bit of a tougher spot. Circle shifted away from them, and they're stuck right in between Estorm and Fraternity in the distance. It's going to be really hard to rotate out of this warehouse.
Yeah, they have to know the map to know what's the next spot to go, and I think this is too long now. Like with the clock now down to 0 seconds, just as we speak. This is too much pressure upon themselves, right? You need to make something happen. You need a distraction of some sort. You don't expect all your players to survive this one, but you need to successfully keep 2 alive upon entering this one. So that's the half-hearted idea there, as they already lose 1 player from trying to drive in, 2 actually from that elimination feed.
It's like Estorm spent too long looking at Delta Stars that they forgot to rotate in themselves, and now are getting shot in the back as they're trying to rotate. Escanor now getting knocked to Ryder as Elite now sees where Ronaldo is, trying to shoot him through the smokes, but he does have a little bit of the van to give him a bit of cover. Fraternity also laying the shots onto Delta Stars. I think they are just not quite within the circle and still need to get in and push a little bit closer to Estorm Gaming.
I feel like we can go one phase earlier. Like if Estorm's hearing all those actions around where Delta Stars are, they can actually first third-party that fight so that they didn't have to be shot from the side earlier. But that's a bit too late now. It's down to some solo play right here. Seems to be pretty good because the support from long range is not close enough to trade.
Yeah, but it's going to be Isurus in the distance actually playing the thorn in the side and does not allow an Escanor to come up any closer to provide the support right on top of the roofs of Asi and the huge vantage points of everywhere around him. Ronaldo, he's still holding on about halfway health, and every time Escanor peeks out, he's just getting more and more shots from Isurus up on the rooftop.
Helmet's gone, and maybe he just needs to use that bolty. And who would have thought that that is the compound to hold towards this end game? And the gods of PUBG is on their side, but we will need quite a few more. Infinity is ready to breach. They understand there needs to be a wraparound, and they're first here for some clearing, but that will be Fraternity quite ready.
Okay, that was a mistake from Fraternity from not getting that first initial knock, and Infinity so just laying out into the open, and Gamma now running on inside behind. I mean, they're able to infiltrate into the compound now. Infinity has, but they're only a 2-man now trying to fight in this compound. It's not even quite in. Good for them. I mean, the one thing going for them is Fraternity is split up. 2 of them went ahead as they were transitioning to rotate in, and I think Infinity timed that really well. Well, I hope to give them the right kind of credit. They timed it well while half the team was in and half the team was still on the outskirts. They do find a knock with the utility. Okay, it's going to be 1 player Fraternity in this compound. If Infinity can stick together and use the man advantage, as Fraternity is running down the hill to try to return to the rest of his team.
Man, like this is really, really ballsy, and I think Fraternity just didn't expect it, thinking that they were just right there and just get pushed out of the compound, actually. But of course, there needs to be a next point to it, and they're just forgotten about a guy right there, and it's going to be so sad. But the prize will be paid. The blue zone will come in and help anyway. And on this outside, we still have 7 Deadly Sins going, and to be fair, like they've got bridges to work, and I think it could potentially be, a 2-digit game.
Yeah, we have 7 Deadly Sins still kind to come in, and Team Queso, that was my pick. We have Nitsu knocked here. I think Bye he's kind of like, I'm going to stay behind, trying to go for the revive on him, but we need to hold off this duo from 7 Deadly Sins. They see a grenade come out and blow up right in their face, which pushes them back. I think that was just instinct, right? It's like, just push back a little bit, as they also use most of their utilities trying to find the knock onto Team Queso. Bye still though holding. He's like, I'm not gonna let you go. I'm best teammate of the year. Gets the revive and tries to, give him a little bit more smokes, a little bit more cover to heal on up to try to defend from 7 Deadly Sins.
Here's the thing, they know exactly what to do. It's a 2-2 split. 2 already got a spot in there. Oh, the 1 knock is on that southern edge, but Bye can slowly maybe move their way back, and it's good. I know to split the bets is sometimes tricky, but they know exactly how to do it. And here comes the support as well. Basically the anchor spot, right? So they did come in 10 kills already for Team Queso. So we were not wrong. Like the momentum was real, and of course the experience.
Yeah, I mean, it was okay to get knocked. Yeah, it's part of the game, right? But you need to be in a position where your teammates can come and get the revive, which Ayala was in a safe enough spot. They have it all over there. They go for the flush onto Team Buluc Chabtan. Is that who you picked? Or was that a previous game that you would pick for this one?
No, it was my pick. So it's okay, like, do it for the lady. And it's not really just to hide my shame. But here's the thing, like, working through the correct side of the circle is so important. And you can see, like, Northern teams really struggle from there, but Ken also there to really help Estorm because it's their last game and they will at least get, I believe, 6 points. Not sure whether that's enough, but everyone's going down. Isurus with the position advantage did not get out in time.
Isurus is just, they need the position to be gifted from them because clearly they don't know how to get back in the circle. And now they're getting heavily punished by the Golden Eagles. Isurus, only one person left alive and still just like will not leave Hacienda, going for the med strat. We have Team Queso on the southern side. Golden Eagles down to only 2, but they have the circle. They have the stables, and Team Queso at some point needs to come down. Isurus, I mean, all they can do is just med zone. Met it off, try to survive as long as possible. As Queso is Ayala, he's going to be the scout. He's going to go a little bit farther ahead. The play zone does take out step up from Isurus and leaves only 3.
So that means there's at least 13 points for the Golden Eagles in their last game. You know, and whether that will be the last game in the tournament, we don't know yet. But the longer they can survive this, the better it will be, of course, because they were too close from below, and today we've been watching them and Isurus all day to see whether they can hold on to that spot. But now with their positions known, they need to pray for sure, because on that hard edge, they may not get the spot later. And for a team like Team Queso, they know how to not breach that ground.
Yeah, Infinity and Team Golden Eagles as a duo. Maybe they can do like a little just semi, like not intentional, but it's kind of like, hey, we're gonna not look at each other. We're gonna focus on Team Queso that we know have 4-man strong. Golden Eagles does find a knock as Ayala throws down the smoke, comes in right in front of Infinity, goes for the 1 versus 2, gets a knock onto one as the other also goes down. This time a little bit of help in the distance from Nitsu. Now Team Queso, they've completely surrounded Golden Eagles. Nowhere left to fly, nowhere left to escape.
It's prime play, and they got it, I think. Oh, it's too small for me to even tell, but that is fun. He finds it, and the spray through the smoke. It's a 2-0. It's going to be 2v1. Ayala needs to work the magic. Whether this will be the game-saving one for Golden Eagles, we don't know, but it's for sure their last game of the day. Ayala knows the position. He's got those skills. The clumping can be scary, but they for sure know it's a 2v1. Here comes the push.
Here I'm pushing on over the top, and it just wasn't enough for him. And Golden Eagles, they say sweet dreams to Team Queso. We're gonna walk away with this win. So I really thought Team Queso had it in the bag, but it was Golden Eagles somehow, some way able to win it.
2 things really. The setup for those smokes was a good attempt. When Ayala pushed away, they somehow just, the spray through the smoke just got those 2 knocks. So is the confidence there and knowing where teams could be? Like, sometimes that's the thing. Like, without the smoke, you can't live, but with the smokes, you know, people know you're there anyway. So it's a 50-50 thing.
Yeah.
But I'm actually very, very happy for Golden Eagles because we have not seen any game like this. Yes, I know they've got the compound, but when the circle is on their side, they made it work in the last game for them this week. May not be if they come back tomorrow, but I hope that's enough to really fuel them for a good few days, if not weeks.
I thought I was gonna get my second prediction right. So you cursed me. Both of us have had our predictions get second place today. Didn't get the actual win. You had it with Furious Gaming, and I had it with Queso.
Like like before you were going to say the second part of that sentence, I actually thought, oh, she's gonna blame it on me, and she did. So we are just gonna get at least that prediction right for me, right? So guys, we've got another chance to do that for later on as we go on a short break, and we'll come back to Sanhok.
Yo creo que uno de los valores más importantes en mi vida como caster y gamer es el respeto. tal? Mi nombre es Jaguar70, soy de Veracruz, México, y llevo prácticamente 4 años dentro de PUBG Mobile. Comencé como jugador competitivo y apenas hace un año tuve la oportunidad de arrancarme como caster oficial de las competencias oficiales de PUBG Mobile en Latinoamérica.
Buenas a todos, yo soy Kevin de Argentina, soy caster hace unos 7, 8 años casi y en PUBG Mobile hace unos 2 y medio. Lo que yo más valoro en mi vida como caster y como gamer es la diversión, el hacer algo que me gusta, compartirlo con gente que le gusta lo mismo y divertirnos, porque al fin y al cabo si vas a jugar y no te divertís, realmente no tiene mucho sentido, y al mismo tiempo como caster busco transmitir lo mismo, una emoción, una diversión, pasar un buen momento, que alguien que haya tenido un día malo pueda alegrarse y olvidarse de sus problemas por un rato y tratar de que mientras más seamos, mejor la pasemos y todos compartamos esa positividad, esa diversión, que al fin y al cabo, por más competencia que haya, un juego es un juego y lo importante es divertirse.
Al momento en que recibimos hate por parte de otras personas, igual nosotros no sabemos cómo está la vida de esa persona, por qué conflictos tal vez esté pasando en ese momento, y al momento de nosotros responder de la misma manera, con la misma moneda, pues podríamos todavía agravar más a esa persona que está pasando por un mal momento en su vida. Así que yo creo que esos serían los 2 valores más importantes, el respeto y la tolerancia.
Para el futuro de lo que es el PUBG Mobile y su entorno competitivo, espero que todo siga creciendo. Lo mobile es increíble y el juego que narramos, el juego que tanto queremos y que formamos parte de la comunidad, está muy bueno. Cada vez la TAM sobre todo está aumentando su nivel y poniéndose a la altura del mundo que antes se veía lejano.
Yo la verdad veo todavía cosas muy grandes para PUBG Mobile, tanto como juego, de solo por diversión, también como en el competitivo.
Cuando los equipos de la TAM representan bien, les va bien, crece el talento en la TAM, mucha más gente se acerca a ver lo que la TAM está consiguiendo. Así que no espero más que cosas buenas para el futuro del PUBG Mobile competitivo en
We finally saw the Golden Eagles spread their wings and really soar and get a chicken dinner and a decent amount of elimination points. We saw Queso just, they were my prediction team and they didn't quite make it, even though they had 4 versus the 2 Golden Eagles at the end. It was very, very close, almost had it, but cannot complain. They had up to 13 or so eliminations at the end, somewhere around there.
Yeah, enough to take the top spot, I think, because Aton did not do as well as they needed to. But this last game, I can feel the nerves already, because relying on Sanhok as your last chance is just terrifying. And I think it might be pressures almost off Noobs Esports. I know it's been a rough week, and we've been harsh, and here's the thing, we came in with a reason for it, but then also they have actually done themselves quite okay in the past 2 games. The attempts to punish certain teams based off some, basic research, to say the least, is working out. So I want to see at least more of that competitiveness into this last game, and we are lacking quite a lot of that from these bottom teams. So but the tides have changed and it has turned for sure, and we will never know, we didn't know the clear picture until we see the leaderboards later on. But Golden Eagles, what a game that was, and so really enjoy that one.
Yeah, another thing we'll be lacking in this last match will be Group A, which would be Estorm Gaming, Golden Eagles. So what a way to end it, right? They're like, this is our last chance to get any points, and we go for it with a win. So great from them getting the winner chicken dinner. 6 eliminations, so not quite as high as Team Queso. And in doing so, Team Queso with their outstanding amount of eliminations, 15 actually, I thought it was 13, 27 total points. So I mean, Team Queso didn't really need it, but Golden Eagles definitely needed it. Infinity, Isurus, actually, that's a decent points, 13 points, while they're right on the cusp. So 8 positioning, 5 in eliminations. But as we saw, when the circle is gifted to them, they're in a great spot, right? Like they're in Ascenda. When it shifts off to them, they seem to not know how to get in the next circle, and they were out in the blue zone forever trying to med heal to try to get in.
This is the thing with Isurus today. They've played 3 games. They're about to play their 4th. They've averaged 10 points per game, roughly that. So that is so important for them. And a lot of these other teams where we sometimes forgot to talk about them just because they feel like a little bit less relevant because you thought they were safe, but it's no longer the case, I think, after these few games. So that is how things can change very quickly. Speaking of Ventrue, this could be very scary for them already. They can't play this last match because they are in Group A, and they were at 52 points before today started, and that is just a 20-point buffer. I don't think that's enough, and that brings us back to maybe that overall standing like we talk about. They are at 14th place, 129 points. So if any of the teams that can overtake and actually get in, they can overtake them.
Yeah, it's literally down to the wire, and it's up to these teams that are right on the cusp. They really need to have a standout game, and then here I would even, hey, if I'm a team that's really solidified my spot, maybe I'm gonna target some team to, for example, I've seen this happen before. Say I'm a team and I'd rather have this team qualify because they're not anywhere close to me. I might target the team that that I would want out alive, so it's more favorable for me. But predictions, all right, we're 1 for how many matches? I don't even want to know. We collectively are 1 for 20 some.
Let's just try.
Or no, maybe 15 some. I don't know.
But we were at 2nd and 3rd place. The teams that we picked were close enough.
Half a point for that? Half a point.
Yeah, 0.4 4-6 maybe, like not quite halfway. But anyways, I know you guys were with us because some of the teams that we picked, we understood that really needed, the encouragement, to say the least. So this last game, I'm gonna go all the way to go for CP9 because they were that team that started with aggressive plays like quite a few times, and they have the previous chicken dinner, and if they can keep playing that way with a little bit, more, how should I say, calculated aggression, so they don't, go with brute force, I think they can still do well. Not sure whether they'll actually win, but that is my vote for confidence in the things that they attempted so far.
What if they fight Team Queso right at the beginning of the match again?
They will win.
They will win no matter what. Team Queso Team Queso's on a roll right now. There's nothing stopping them right now. They won one. They got second place with 15 eliminations. They got 19 eliminations in their win. They're like no.
It's out of love. It's okay. Like we just encourage them. Dark horses, whatever you want to call them. To be fair, out of all the teams that's around the bottom, like 5 or 6 before the start of today, they were my favorite. Just based on the style that they were willing to play. As a decision, at PMPL, all the teams gone through enough. They have won enough games as a team to be able to get here. So to lose that is not a nice thing to do. But sometimes that's what you do reactively, knowing, oh, there are these top teams here, and suddenly they really hide what they're made of. No, shine exactly like the way that they got here, and I think CP9 maintains that.
Okay, just to combat you, I'm gonna pick Buluc Chabtan because they got second place from C9. Remember in the previous Sanhok, I think they felt robbed of their win, so they're gonna come back even harder, and they're gonna come and get this chicken dinner this time around. See, I always pick mine after yours and just pick one. What would be the funniest one, or what would just to go against your team? What would make the most sense?
We will see. I think there could be some Northwestern Island rather early clash between the two, and not less than the way that you clash with me, but I'm joking. Anyways, this game, once again, we don't get this a lot, guys, to have quite an important game on Sanhok, and heal stress and stuff like that can come in even more handy in a way, because you just need to know, oh, we only need this amount of points and we should be okay. So you're very much lured into doing so, but we don't want to see an over-reliance on that for sure. And looking across all the teams, of course, we have a few that's shown good signs in the past, good games, but have not come through quite enough. It's almost like they are intending to do so, but then got stopped in the middle. Just to name one, Jaguar. Reason, they won Sanhok before with one of the biggest wins.
The first one, right? The first Sanhok from qualifier was the one that Jaguar won. So we see a lot of the thought was there, and it just wasn't fully executed, right? They didn't take the extra couple seconds to be okay, how do we make this foolproof to make sure we don't fail at it? But okay, so beyond just the predictions for the teams, let's do our predictions for the maps again. Where do you think it's gonna end on Sanhok?
Give me Sami. You know what? No. But on that island, still, I want something around ruins or the hill to the west to Painan, because I think that segment is tricky and requires some skill that we haven't really seen before, because we're really heavy onto that northern part, or often around the riversides, between Northwest Island and stuff so far this week on this map. So that's where I want to go, Painan.
Where I was gonna pick, because I was we've had a lot of Northwest Islands, we've had Paradise, so I figured Southwest was the last one. So I guess if I can't pick that one, I'm gonna pick Quarry. I think Quarry might be a contender for a circle.
The synergy is here, guys. Quarry was actually my second pick, and the reason, like the other map, on Erangel, those
you
two
also
were
went
my
Quarry
drop spots.
there.
Yes, I'm a Quarry person. I don't know why.
Is there a Quarry
underrated.
on Miramar? No.
Come on.
Where did you go on Miramar? Ruins.
No. Take another guess.
Power Grid.
Oh, this is fun. Nope.
Okay, so Quarry on Irango was slightly off center, decent loot, hole in the ground. Same thing with Sanhok. So in Miramar, you went Chumacera.
Ooh, close enough. Chumacera was my secondary drop spot. I went Cruz de Valle. I think Cruz de Valle is good.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. So Cruz de Valle, I like it because quick access to outskirts of Hacienda if you move down south. If you ever get pressured, then you can always move to, you know, maybe Campo Militar and stuff like that. You can have huge splits if you really need. Quick access to certain huge separation, so you can be the earlier teams to go to Hacienda or even San Martin, or another route through the northern side into water treatment and stuff like that. And now that I said that, I want to see more teams going to Chabtan because I actually really like that spot. And with the loot, with the access to other spots, very hard to hunt you down if you are very fluid with your rotations. But that is all my spots revealed. Don't let me see you in my classic game, please. I don't go there in the classic game. Okay, and if I ever play, I will have to change my drop spot now, so I have one fewer career choice. I can go back to playing.
I want to see everybody dropping on all those 3 spots if you're in the same lobby with Professor Tarzan, just to spite him.
Terrible person.
But we've seen, like, my team went Pachinki, Picado, Paradise. So, like, the 3 Ps, right? And then back when we still had Vikendi, we went to what was it called? Podvesto? Was that the city?
Podvesto, yeah, the long one, the one that's
the one
very
north
leading.
of Castle. Yeah, so it was like the 4 Ps. I don't know if that was like intentional, but it was all like very central, like positioning.
I think, like, to be fair, maybe sometime we'll have Vikendi back into the rotation. I do quite enjoy that map, but you can see the meta that's developed because of the map. Right here we've got some heal strat, also heal strat on Vikendi, but in Sanhok, of course, is a different beast. And right now, to have it in as your last map is going to be a different treat for all of us. Maybe Temple, right? We see it where the helicopter is, will be another fight where it happened again. Let's not forget, last time Team Queso went there, not this recent time before, they got wiped.
They did.
Do you remember that? So
yes, I remember that. I remember because I predicted them and they died 2 seconds into the match because they landed there with CP9. I remember.
See, guys, like, it's not too hard to trigger her either, and I prefer you do that instead of against me. So, Paradise Resort, we've seen teams, a very interesting ending around here. So once again, like, those ideas of within the compound or not, what time to leave will continue to haunt these players if they can't find the way to play around that. Sanhok is our last match for the day. The beautiful boot camp is where some things may really happen. Like, boot camp, like, we are one boot camp half drop short from a wonderful week, Monica.
I want to see, because I'm thinking a team such as like Noobs Esports, maybe one of those teams that are at the bottom where it's like we need to have like 40 points to even attempt to qualify into the top 16. I'm wondering if some of these teams are just gonna kind of throw this game and just try to just like, oh, we're mad at this team for wiping us this game, we're gonna drop on them just to you know, like, curse them, you know, just to get back at them.
I would. I really,
like, don't mess
am
with
terrible.
me.
Yeah, like, don't mess with me, or I'm just gonna cast a curse here. Okay, do we have a deal? Look at me go. Okay, pretty good playing path. Well, as we said for this smallest map, go to wherever you please, and then this will be, once again, good for some of these teams who have prepared to punish some others. This is the time to do it, as we see first ones off the plane, Cow and Tapmock for the Royals of War. And we know how that segment can be tricky, and sometimes a common landing spot for the first rotation coming from the other side as well. So pretty even so far, but wink wink, we can see Camp Alpha looking a little bit spicy already.
Not even just Camp Alpha, it's boot camp. We have team Buluc Chabtan, that's who I picked, right? Versus 7 Deadly Sins, Who did you pick again?
I picked CP9.
CP9,
and,
that's right. Okay. All right, looking. Uh-oh, was that? Oh no! Did Buluc just lose one? I think Buluc Chabtan just lost one. Are you laughing at me right now?
No, I'm just looking at the screen and just waiting for it to happen further. And looking at Painan and places, and it can happen. And we also had some very interesting dynamics around like Ruins and Tambang area last time round. So, and let's bring ourselves back to all the way back. Kampong was an interesting spot, right? And right now for Noobs Esports, I believe, right in there. And they always just clash with Infinity for some reason. It's almost like they didn't like each other. And here's the thing, like with the big split from the side of Infinity, they need to add the support to Kampong quick enough. And we are back into boot camp to see how Monica Teams does. And Buluc Chabtan as a trio and have already lost one. So in this last game, when she predicted them, they decide to play the Noob Esports strat by playing as a trio.
Oh man. Okay, so not only do you're taking the classic just boot camp, fight it out. I think they're just trying to disengage at this point and running down a little bit further from them. 7 deadly sins. They landed all 4 in main. I think they suspected that somebody might land here, and the best way to survive this is to all land together. So they're only a duo. 1, 2, 7 deadly sins. Maybe they were able to count how many parachutes came down with them. I wouldn't rely on that completely though, but they have to know that they have the numbers advantage at this point. Pushing together, clearing out the little compounds here as Lankit. He's kind of all by his lonesome. I would come up a little bit closer together if I was the 2 members of Buluc Chabtan.
It's funny because to see 3 parachutes, maybe they thought it's Noobs Esports and they say, we can play confident now. And they realized they were against a really good team.
Oh,
and here's the thing, like the Tommy Guns is very, very strong when they really make this patch.
Nice.
And that is a really good crosshair placement on that headshot line. And that will be the next one actually getting pinched. And unfortunately, that's a good attempt, but not quite enough. Almost a 3-piece from that play with the Tommy.
Yeah, it was just the health just wasn't there. The support from his teammate wasn't there as well. And Buluc Chabtan, I wish that he had bought him a little bit more time for his second teammate to come up a little bit closer. Hard just keeping the hard angle, getting stuck in the animation of throwing a utility. That was a dire, fatal error getting knocked here. But Buluc Chabtan, fortunate for 7 Deadly Sins, there's not more of Buluc Chabtan here to aggress onto this, and it's only 1 left alive, throwing a flashbang this time around and trying to find this kind of outskirts player of 7 Deadly Sins.
A rookie mistake to say the least. Like we need to ask, why did we have this lean throw in the first place? So that you didn't have to expose yourself. So when you miss those few pixels, it's not going to work. And what's not working so far as well is Infinity, with them holding whatever grounds they regained in the last few games of last day, the previous day.
Yeah.
So right now it's tricky. I feel like this team has shown up quite well overall when it comes to points, collectively, but this week has been a little bit tricky. They were the teams that we repeatedly talk about, saying that we just really didn't expect them to be there until they got one of the biggest chicken dinners. So who knows? And Quarry, only good teams go to Quarry.
Yeah, you love to see the sort of Cinderella story, right? You had very low expectations for a team. Maybe that's not good that you did so bad that no one has any expectations for you. But having maybe a more new team, or the underdog Cinderella story, all up and coming sort of thing, and seeing them really perform out of their minds and going toe to toe with these top teams in the lobby. Buluc Chabtan, though, I can't really say that for them. This is one of the teams that I was expecting a lot out of, and they now found themselves as only one. He's the one player, 7 Deadly Sins, getting caught on the open. Be careful. Oh, what the? Oh man, he knew he was in there. He heard the footsteps, got stuck in the animation of trying to get in, and it was just unfortunate. I would have not vaulted in. Maybe he was trying to jump, but vaulted in. But that was just fatal errors.
So that's one of the most anticlimactic ending
That's
of
where
a
we're
boot
like,
camp
pain,
fight.
pain.
Is
But once
holding-
again, the one I picked in Sanhok dies like within the first 5 minutes of the match.
Oh yes, that's even better. It's a team that you
Even better.
I mean, like with boot camp fight towards the end, to see someone with a DBS ready for a 1v4, and then realize that he wants to do something else. And right now, finally, the support comes in. It took them long enough, and that will be Noobs Esports not having their time, and it's not their PMPL. But I personally have been very harsh on them, but through them we talked about so many of the important things. We talk about team synergy beyond just playing the game. You know, you need to first have those players, you need to fix whatever issue you have. It's tricky, but they finally come in and say, hey, we will be more active in this. And I mean, once again, 2 early kills for them, but this is going to be quite a nadeable position. Let's see whether they will be able to hunt them down.
I guess the end goal here is just like, we're just gonna take them out. We know they're bottom of the leaderboard. Noobs Esports, which, oh man, it's just unfortunate for him. He's gonna push Lux a little bit closer with the UMP. I think he saw the trajectory of the utility being thrown out from Noobs Esports potentially, but I mean, here's the buggy coming on out. They borrow the buggy from Nitsu. He gets a knock onto 1, but Noobs Esports gonna be down to a 1 versus 1. I think 2 focused on the flush this time around. It's gonna be very, very low health, but really way too focused on the flush and doesn't even get it and gets taken out anyway.
I mean,
He could have gone to 1-2.
Exactly. Like, okay, sometimes this is what the type of mentality you have in the final day of collocation or sort of stages is every single point matters. But in that situation, it was a 1v2 situation because it doesn't matter if you get that 1 point or not. You are not qualifying. So just take the 1v2, which it was so close. So we've got 2 huge fights already, like different ones, just 4v4 on boot camp. No, sorry, 3v4 on boot camp, and the other one 3v4 once again on the outskirts close to Kampong and Docks. But both with a little bit of an anticlimactic ending, really. Like the type of mistakes with the pressure, I'd say, or misclick or whatever, was a little bit funny to watch. And we talk about this team as well, Jaguar. We know that Team Queso is the team to beat, and maybe if they play this one well, they will continue to be one of the best teams on this map because they've already won one like really well. Then they can bring that over to the Super Weekend.
He got headshot sniped. He just peeked out a little bit too much, and Jaguar was waiting for him. And Ayala, I mean, he's usually the one that's just a little bit separated from the rest of his team, but he constantly just gets, like caught out by himself, and now forces teammates in kind of a dire situation where one has to, if he can, go all the way up there. They smoked it out to see if they can go get for the revive. And if you cannot get knocked here, just be so careful. As Jaguar actually, good pro. They knew one was knocked. They sent one up on top to try to, prevent Team Queso from getting the revive. Now it's going to be Kuha to get knocked, this time from Skeller. So now they've surrounded Team Queso. Great play from Jaguar. This is the Jaguar that we've been waiting to see since day 1.
Exactly. They found the compound, very bold to make that. Look at that map. It's a really, really good pinch. But they need to make sure that they are not overly aggressive, though, as we see. Once punishment does come through, the pinch continues, comes in. Bye-bye, might need to say bye-bye. And that will be him actually closely getting into the building. So the last 2 players all pinch right here. And I think the info is clear for Jaguar.
Yeah, literally pinched, both of them in the same building. Jaguar, they lost 1, but still 3, going for the surroundings and trying to get it.
Well, see whether they can make it count. The pre-fires key, and that will be bye-bye. The last one going, and he will be saying that exactly that bye-bye is the term for Team K. So in this one, Jaguar, the waking up of his squad, will be here to bite for sure.
I think it's just automatic. If you're in this Latin American lobby, you have to shoot the craze of any team that you kill, and especially a team like Team Queso, renowned for their skill, #1 right now, and you took them out. Great job from Jaguar. They cleaned it up on that northwestern side. Now they need to cross. I mean, it looks like they have pretty much free entry up until they get to Fraternity, but the circle is going to be pretty close into this. I think they're in the center this time around. Oh, it actually shifted a little bit to the northwest, you know, with eastern side. So Rosa Roar, Isurus, who needs that really great game, just stacked up just on the outskirts of boot camp. I like the spot. Okay, they got the compound. They have a little bit of the hillside behind there. And it's going to be really that kind of southwestern Howard. Those teams going to get into the circle.
Very important spot, and we may get a quarry finish. Here's the thing, I was also looking at... Yeah, maybe. Like, I low-key wanted it too. I mean, it feels like home to me. And to be fair, P9 was also where we were talking about, and we see a team. They're going there and always a little bit reluctant to move. So All Glory Gaming, that's their spot. And I think with P9 teams that I've seen so far, like historically, so many different ways. We know one of the best teams in the world, Nova Esports, go there. And it's tricky, like the leaving time of that. Like if teams know that you are there, it's always very easy to hunt you down if you leave late. So this is the thing with All Glory Gaming, and they know they're not quite center. Of course, it can go anywhere, but they were split to hold P9. Now they have to leave. So whether they can get out without casualties, I really don't know, based on their track records, to say the least.
All Glory Gaming though being gifted a crate right in their lap, fresh. Just looking at what's on the ground, a fresh level 2 vest, fresh level 3 vest, fresh level 3 backpack, and whatever other goodies came out of that one. All Glory Gaming, one of those teams that, you know, they've got the impressive name, right? Like All Glory Gaming, that sounds like a pretty strong team, but they just haven't really lived up to the name quite yet, and we haven't seen that kind of great games from them. 13 teams left alive. Stelacy in the hot seat with Furious Gaming just down below them. Again, some of these teams, it's go big or literally just go home, and you're not going to be any more part of PMPL after this.
Well, we have to say, like, we are definitely sending off 4 teams today. So that is, you know, this is important. And probably some of them are within this game. So that is the pressure that we need to remember that they are feeling. And in a way, to sympathize, like if they ever, you know, choke a little bit under that pressure, because whoever's been tricky, like, or should I say, mean, like me, sometimes need to ask whether you can play as well as them. You know, sometimes you just need to remind people that it's not easy to get onto this stage, and the pressure is very, very real, as we have the pressure from snakes all the time, haunting players in Sanhok.
Yeah. Furious Gaming Patro, like, he has to know that, yup, he knew it there. I think he saw him come down before from the compounds, had no idea the snake was in the grass, gets the knock on him, and quickly, this is the eruption. He's like, okay, guys, get ready. I'm going to get a knock right here. Everyone on their feet, ascending the mountain. They have the smoking Lambo just right to his left, as the rest of Stelacy is now focusing on, but you have to be so careful, because now All Glorious Gaming, they heard the shots, they're on high alert, and they definitely want to come in third party and steal some of these eliminations.
Yeah, and the right thing that we see there from Furious Gaming is to understand that that is very hard to get back out. So they have the backdrop in the main quarry compound. That's exactly what we need. When you put pressure onto a particular side, you need to have the retreat path. As we see this one going away from quarry in one of the huge, the most important junction compounds. We've seen teams qualify maybe from NA, I think. You know, just in the Americas region, we have quite a few important games on Sanhok ending around these junction compounds. So let's see who will be there to take it first. It's open for now, but without a vehicle, it will be a tough task.
Do you want to compliment and admire that All Glory Gaming? Yeah, a lesser team, I think they would have saw like, ooh, kills, and then just hyper-focused on this area. But they were really proactive in getting the information. We saw them as soon as the circle shifted onto that junction, like you said, just south of boot camp. They immediately got away from this area, went to the opposite hill to take up one of the best spots in the circle. This time, Royals of War. We've seen some moments of glory from them, but also some really just not great matches come out from them. Now looking over onto 7 Deadly Sins as they try to take over and become the king of the mountain.
They played really well in so many skirmishes, to be fair, like dethroning key teams, but Rose of War, at least on the macro side, they have this down. It's very clear they want to put pressure here and with an anchor point, so let's see whether they can do that. It will be a battle of nades.
Yeah, trading it. It's a little hard to throw a nade down the hill just because you have the gravity. It's going to roll. It's going to bounce a little bit further than, say, 7 Deadly Sins, Jacko throwing it on up. I mean, the utilities that continue to come out, and utilities are, pretty, low in supply in Sanhok. One member does go down from 7 Deadly Sins. The second one does go down right in his footsteps. Now the advantage is definitely to Royals of War. They know they have 2 left alive as they're trying to go for the revive. Tosses the Molotov just in the distance. Try to get some damage. But Dreams does get shot. I think they're kind of falling down. They're kind of losing their synergy together. You see the DBS coming this late in the game. He's missing all of them, but he finally does get it, and he does get another knock onto 7 Deadly Sins. It's going to be 1 left alive as they quickly, both sides, I think, are trying to go for the revives, and you see Royals of War now under fire. Jacko, M4 in hand, just loses the shots, and it's going to be the wipe for Royals of War.
And that is great. That's great control around, a pocket of position. They had the anchor, they realized they need more support, they wrap in and use the blue to their advantage. Unless someone sneak between them, they will be able to go back in again. But right here we see Stelacy, Rolex Boy trying to pull a play, and that was a replay that we saw. Look at that pre-fire through with the favorite loadout of many competitive players now with that UMP, and the M for the drop shot was so sweet. We need to come back to see this. This is exactly why. And we will see 9Z with the last breath need to make this work, and this will be a very, very important fight for the qualification.
9Z, they're constantly just outside in the blue zone. They really need to clean this one up if they want to get into the circle and not, get dealt too much damage. As we see 9Z, they're going to get knocked from Stelacy. Stelacy finally having kind of a redemption game. We haven't seen that much from them since the first, I would say, like 2 matches from day 1. And Furious Gaming, 3 eliminations found so far, but 9Z just not in the greatest of spots as the circle shifted a little bit further away from Quarry, but now it's the crunch. They've got 13 seconds left to get into this new circle.
Yeah, this is a tricky spot to leave, but seems like they found the space. They have pushed people away enough so that they've created themselves a path. But on this other side, Fraternity, it's a team that we really didn't talk about enough. Hard to really pin down the style, but they for sure know when to claim a compound to maybe just punish, but a rock might be a little bit harder to hold, and that will be still a struggle to enter the circle. I mean, key compounds have already been taken up, and that is from a team that really needs it. But do look out for your toe, my friend, as Fraternity get themselves small bits of breathing room by trying to take it off multiple sides.
You see these kind of just simple mistakes that some of these teams do, just completely like, hey, I'm standing, there's a window over here, this is possible. I definitely heard some shots before in that general area. Like, I had to know that a team could possibly see me, and it just, the lack of awareness like that is costing these teams games like this. As they, you have them, they need the points. Isurus does, for sure, to be a little bit more comfortably up in that top 16 if they want to qualify for Super Weekend, so you cannot be making mistakes like that, my friend.
Yeah, it's tough, especially for the compound. They need to pray to get it, and they do. And it's going to be really, really tough because you're so tempted to peek and shoot other players when you have a compound like that, but your position's known for the past 2 phases. So whether they can hold this down, we will find out, but a good nade comes through to clear out a little bit of this more northern part, as we have Aton Esports right at the top for long enough because we've got a few days break. But today, they've only blessed us with 1 huge game on Miramar. Whether they can bring it back to somewhere more green, we will have to see. Fraternity waiting for the time, but the wait can't go any longer as the clock comes down from 5 seconds.
Isurus, 1 elimination found so far. Quinto has been lost, kind of one of their standout players, and we see Isurus, if they get the circle, they need to be gifted the circle is basically what it comes down to, because I don't really see that like 200 IQ rotation of play and stuff like that. He hears the vehicle behind the rock, quickly throws a utility, just does a little nick of damage onto Gamma. Good for him, but gets one thrown right back in his face and does quite a bit more damage right in return. Gamma still unable to be knocked, and they've wasted 2 grenades already onto this just 1 player.
This is the thing, like, these are the basics that you need to know. Finally, the molly can at least crease through those small gaps, and that will be a much needed few points. And Isurus continue to try to get their 4 games in a row of averaging 10 points, I would say. So that is really, really important for them. Let's just believe that they've done some good homework whilst we were away, and they are back to show a different type of gameplay. But All Glorious Gaming, once again, here to join this last few circles. Phase 7 is what we're on now, ladies and gents. It's going to be really, really tight.
How do you get knocked when you're in the compound like that? You just don't need to overpeak. Use your third-person perspective to know when to look and to start shooting. Because now, I mean, for them, at least Team Fraternity is gone. So we have, okay, you cannot get knocked here. But we have All Glory Gaming, I don't know, literally to the back, to his back on the blue zone as Aton 7. They got a little bit more control on the eastern side, but All Glory Gaming is coming to a grasp. And we got the one. We finally see the med strat trying to out-survive. I think they've out-survived a couple of teams here and got a little bit more placement points.
And this is important. We talk about those peaks. If they are running low on meds, they will not be able to hold this compound properly. So it's all about when to peak again, because these other teams will need to fight each other. It can be a glorious ending for Isurus if they stop making the mistakes, the same mistake for the third or fourth time from those hard cover. And here comes the blue, and it's going to get really, really messy.
All Glory Gaming. One is knocked out almost outside the blue zone. No way to get in this time. Ergo, you really need to get a knock here to open up the rotation in from his team. He does find Milo, but gets knocked instead. The trade does come through. So it's going to be 2 players left alive from All Glory Gaming, and they go for the flush. And there goes out Aton 7. And we still have Stelacy. Axel out in the distance, still med stratting and able to get these critical positioning points.
And he touched him just in time for that as well. But here comes Axial trying to make it hard for them. And that is exactly what you need to do when you heal. And that is the damage. And that will be the end. Isurus takes the last one. And when they need it most.
But once again, it's Isurus just capitalizing on mistakes of others to get their points. It's not really to their merit. They were gifted the circle. They had the high elevation, got a couple of eliminations, but it was really Axel to be that pivoting point in that match, and he was able to take out half the team of All Glory Gaming to give the win to Isurus. But Isurus, they really, really needed that. That was the one team that I was like, they really need to finally show up, and I think they finally did.
I think they got at least 50 points today, so really can't fault that. Like, I think they've got a 13-point game, then a 9, and 9 or 8, then with the last game like being 20, a chicken dinner. Yeah, so it's quite amazing. Like, at least based on the points, we know that they've been very survival heavy, even in this last one. So when the gods of 5 years bless you, you've got duties, right, from tomorrow onwards, which is to continue playing good and find your base, consolidate those key things, and then move forward. There's still more that we need to see from them, although the math for today speaks the same. So that will be another team's heart that we will hear breaking. We need to find out with some tables later on. It's not quite clear so far today. We don't have all the tables that we want to see, but it will get quite clear later on as we are just waiting maybe for more words from you after a game like that. Let's forget about how it started, because that's quite sad for you, but the ending was quite different.
Yeah, as always, we just jinx it. So out of all these qualifiers, we're one for, I want to say, like 30 predictions right. But congratulations to Isurus for getting their chicken dinner at the last possible second. And we'll be right back with the tables.
Uno de los consejos más importantes que yo creo para evitar la toxicidad son varios puntos. El primero es que es un juego y hay que tomarlo como tal. tal? Soy Corsario, showcaster profesional de PUBG Mobile. Uno juega por diversión y el fin máximo es justamente divertirse y pasarlo bien. Es cierto, es verdad que duele no poder llevarse el pollito cuando lo tienes tan a mano y que a veces no te tocan los mejores compañeros para poder asegurar la victoria.
Para los que no me conocen, yo soy Killer, oriundo de Buenos Aires, Argentina. Las experiencias tóxicas nunca faltan. En mi caso es un poquito difícil darle un ranking de gravedad al asunto, ya que solamente me veo afectado en situaciones donde mi estado anímico no es el mejor. Uno de los valores más importantes que tengo en mi vida como caster es la responsabilidad de transportar a la gente al juego y poder sumergirlos en cada una de las partidas.
Recuerda que juegas para pasarlo bien y cuando a veces te tocan esas personas un tanto molestas que no entienden bien que es solo un juego, pues hay opciones, hay mejores maneras. El no escuchar, el mutear, etcétera, te van a ayudar a pasar un buen día. Y vuelvo a repetir, no le tomes tanta importancia, es un juego, hay que pasarla bien.
El juego ya cumplió 4 años y sigue contando. Con esto que quiero decir, que el futuro todavía es muy prometedor para seguir entreteniéndonos. Así lo mismo, el entorno competitivo que día a día crece más y más.
Los jugadores han subido increíblemente el nivel, la verdad que esperamos que la rompan. De hecho, ya un equipo de Latinoamérica llegó a la Global. La verdad que el futuro parece próspero y seguro que todos ustedes, acompañándonos a nosotros y a los jugadores, vamos a llegar cada vez más lejos.
Well, that's a wrap, ladies and gentlemen. The last match of the qualifiers. I'm so excited to see which teams may have just slipped in at the end to hopefully get to the to Super Weekends. Remember, top 16 in qualifiers to make Super Weekend, which would be the next 3 days, and then the overall scores that have been accumulated from all Super Weekends, top 16 to make it in the finals next weekend.
Oh, I feel like the production team's trying to toy with my feelings today. I want to see more stats and stuff. I do need to wait for this final
Build the suspense.
moment. You know, yeah, it's the suspense, but we need to first look at how that game happened. There were just actions through all of it. I really like that Sanhok game based on where we thought it could go somewhere, but we have fights all around, different types between key teams. Then we brought them back to this outskirts of Quarry, and it's really interesting to see how some of these teams decided to fight around certain segments. And of course we have to talk about Isurus today, as they find themselves a lot of success compared to before. But also, to our surprise, Noobs Esports, yes, not exactly to that level that we want, but they did something good. Let's look at some replays from that game to really recap what happened.
Yeah, it happened. Once again, the team that I picked first was the one to go out at the very beginning of the match.
Well, yeah, the ending was also fascinating, right? when he bolted through somewhere with the DBS, but also Infinity right here. Like, they were, to be fair, like Noobs Esports been putting up some good fights, and when teams wanted to punish them, other than that game 1 on Miramar, they have not found, easy fights, right? So it's going to be something to remember. I do hope them come back, for a stronger season. And of course, Jaguar punishes Team Queso. And yeah, that was just a really brilliant one with the M24 in the dome. You don't see that quite a lot, and Team Queso actually just losing out on this one towards the end. And Bye-Bye says bye-bye because their team just get absolutely pinched. Surgical removal from Jaguar right there. Stelacy once again, like the mid game was not so easy, but the last player there for sure turned the situation quite a lot.
I mean, it was great. It was a great med strat, right? To get up. I think he started med stratting probably 7 teams left. I'm not sure exactly, but was able to get all the way into 3rd position. I want to say it was. So I mean, it works in Sanhok. I would say above any of the other maps, just for the amount of damage dealt. Wonderful drop shot from Rolex Boy, and really able to clean it up for his team. So Stelacy, it wasn't. I guess they made the most out of it for the bad cards that they were, gifted before, and losing too many of their players too early on.
Yeah, and the 7 deadly sins, like, this was a very good fight, I think. Worlds of War showcased how to control a side and knowing how to time aggression. A lot of bold plays as well, as you see the pressure getting to 7 Deadly Sins, and Roro will be able to get that DBS really nice pump through there, and off a really good team fight from 7 Deadly Sins as well. So it's just all about team on team non-stop, and Isurus finding that compound, and we've complimented them for that. Selection of compounds, it seems like they know that, but to play it better is for sure the next objective. All Glory made it towards the very end as well, which is not something that we expect from my memory. I think they really need this game, and I think it will still be tight. So that is how that game wrapped, and we for sure need to remember this last spoiler from Axel, and that is just terrible. And 1, 2, 3,
No.
Look at the efficiency, absolutely no mess with the double spray coming through,
Yeah.
and that was such a joy to watch, and Isurus got them to thank for sure.
Yeah, I mean, it was talk about waiting for the last second to try to get the win. I mean, I'm not sure exactly how close they were to qualifying or not qualifying, but it was definitely, I mean, they could have used this, days ago, right? Because I think the amount of points that they got in just today was several times fold the amount of points they got in the previous 2 entire days of qualifiers. So I guess finally waking up and showing some signs of life on day number 3.
Yeah, and we will have the tables very soon, and I think there will be something very interesting to talk about as we watch this replay once more, because it's that good, and I actually really enjoyed this game. Like, the dynamics there is, and this one we just gotta watch it twice, right, from Jaguar. And I think this game, there was one thing very interesting, is there so many fights happening almost independently, and teams have been very proactive. We have not seen one team, I don't think, that was slow and say we're just not going to take this fight at all, at least not on screen, right? So like Worlds of War demonstrated how to play that against a team that poured and absolutely murdered the side of Buluc Chabtan. So it's going to be just teams swapping between themselves and just taking the action. Even Rolex Boy, almost like a prelude to how a 1v2 or 3 can happen for Axel.
This is pretty textbook one versus multiplayer. It's like you're by yourself, you isolate the player, so you effectively force them into, like, I'm thinking 1 versus 1, I kill you, and then I go to your teammate 1 versus 1 them, and just kind of twisting the angles and contorting it so I can have the the best chances of winning this fight as I can. But again, 7 Deadly Sins, you said, they did find their demise in Royals of War. They did have a pretty great aggressive start in boot camp against Buluc Chabtan.
Well, amazing day so far, I think. We've been waiting for this, and it's going to be just... There won't be something like this in a very long time, right? We had the break that we didn't expect. It allows teams to adapt to it. It's a different type of challenge, and what a pleasure to come back and see some of these teams really making the change. And sometimes, like, habits are hard to get rid of, but we can see that at least when it comes to knowing themselves of what they can pull off, they for sure made something count. And so we need to see, like, All Glory once again. I think they were close to the bottom, but that game might have saved them. I'm not sure, but it's going to be really close towards that bottom table.
Yeah, you love to see at the last second, totally unexpected. That's what makes it exciting, right? It's not exciting when you see, hey, it's these 16 teams. Before the last match, you already knew that they were going to qualify. There was no way the bottom 4 is. It's fun to see this kind of shake up, see these teams play out of their minds and play really, finally clicking together and then getting the points they need to hopefully qualify. So I'm very excited for these teams. And I want to see the difference in play for these teams in qualifiers and for those that do qualify for Super Weekends coming up for the next 3 days.
I feel like we've established one thing already. Like, although we've seen better games from 9Z and Noobs Esports, I don't think they have enough big games. For example, like Isurus or Golden Eagles to really get them back in. So that would be quite a painful one, at least to miss the 3rd week in a row. And when that happens, there's a lot for you to learn. Let's not just say that you're not good enough. I don't think that's the case. You just need to know, well, you can be a sponge, then there's more for you to learn, and that is okay. And so that makes it like the other 18 teams will fight for 16 spots, and who knows, like we will have a very different situation, I think, from tomorrow, and even more so in the finals.
Sad to think though that some, like, today was, for some of these teams, it might be just the end of PMPL, even though we still have one more weekend of Super Weekend, one more weekend of finals the following weekend after that. But some of these teams, if they didn't qualify and they didn't get enough points throughout the rest of the previous weeks and Super Weekends, this is it. This is no more for you. This is, you're gonna have to re-qualify, or if you get invited back for the next season, that's kind of, you know, a jaggering halt to your professional PUBG Mobile career at this time.
Here's the thing, because we had the pleasure in working with teams, so I know what to say potentially for a team that may not make it after today. So there's no weekend to play, no finals to play, and you've managed teams as well. What do you think would be the first things to do? Okay, I'm gonna say the first thing is, of course, you know, get some rest, but what do we do after that?
Like do after we don't qualify?
The break. Yeah, so you didn't qualify, your split is basically over. You go on to a short holiday, maybe, or you take some break. What's next?
I think really reevaluating your team, seeing like, is this the best possible combination of teammates? I mean, we always want to encourage, like, stay together, you know, keep that synergy that you have built up, or everything you've worked for, instead of just like, hey, I'm just gonna throw everything I worked for out the window and just start completely from, you know, level 1 as before. But I think it's you know, reevaluate and just kind of see what kind of better combination, if we can make it, but also just going back, hey, what the mistakes we made, are they fixable mistakes, or like that can we work on it, or are they ones that we can't really come back from?
Oh, that's a tough one, because I can already hear some players saying, if he's still there, I'm not playing. Anyways, we need to come back to this very interesting three-way tie at the top for this map, to say the least. The top 3 teams all got 19 points, so very different ways in getting these points. This game, some got blessed by the compound, some we've got insane 1v2 or 3 plays, as we see Aton coming back to the mid pack as well. Royals of War showing some really good plays. Furious Gaming controlling a different side. I love this. I feel like this top part, maybe other than Fraternity that we didn't see as much, but they fought their way through, and we've seen, you know, highlights from all these teams in the top 8, you know, out of the 16. This is quite rare, to be fair. Like, for the amount of PUBG that I watch, this is pretty amazing.
I'm even though Isurus got the win, I'm disappointed by their low number of eliminations. I want to say this is the lowest eliminations for a team that got the chicken dinner, because they're just really relying on the circle coming to them, but they're still not being aggressive. I mean, you saw some really fatal knocks that Isurus did get knocked within their compound. I mean, the only reason they got revived was because they were in a compound that they could just, or in a hard building that they could get their revives. But just if they were out in the open, I don't think that would have been super ideal for them, because they probably would have had a team like push up on them, take them over, and they may have not been able to get the chicken dinner.
Yeah. So, of course, like, even on the second page, like, I think the bottom 4 or 5 teams, like, we established kind of what happened. So painfully, both of our choices are not in here. No surprise anymore. Okay, so don't have to rub it in, guys, like that. We've accepted it, but this is what we need to look at. Aton will take and keep the top spot after today, and it will be Team Queso in second. And we can see the amount of teams that got averaging 10 points. It's 3 of them, like, but you can see Buluc Chabtan very close, and Royals of War breaking out of absolutely nowhere to hold that 4th place.
Yeah, Aton is. Yeah, I think Team Queso, they had a good run for it. I mean, they definitely had the most eliminations for all the teams within the lobby, so great for them. It was just really the consistent positioning points from Aton 7. I think it was just very rare for Aton 7 to go out in the first, you know, half of the game. Like, they're always kind of in that mid pack or even closing out the game. But again, only 1 winner chicken dinner versus Queso with 2 just goes to show how very consistent and how very focused they are on the placements and being able to get their team into, you know, those placement point earning slots.
Oh.
Wow.
Okay. Right, guys, so it's established. So Noobs Esports and 9Z's out, unfortunately. And thank you for playing, because they did try. I can see, I mean, a few of them's hot on the stage. So they're out, but let's look at 17th, 18th place. Ventrue will not be in, and Fraternity, but look at 17th place where they will be dropped out. It's only a 3-point difference between 17th place and 14th place. And there's so many of these teams that needed the point, otherwise it's so easy for them to get overtaken. So every point matters, guys, and that will be scary for Fraternity and Ventrue. They did not make this week, and their positions are, for Ventrue, 129 points at 14th place, and Fraternity 138 at 13th place. So if Isurus and Estorm, all these teams played well this weekend,
wow,
they can push them away.
Yeah, super
Painful.
close. Super close for, I mean, those teams at the bottom, and that's what makes it exciting, right? And Isurus, even though, I mean, we went into today like, are they going to qualify? They were able to really just turn it around and able to get up into that top 16, and they will be playing for this weekend, so for the next 3 days. I'm sure they're super happy about that one, and unfortunately we definitely know that 9Z and Noobs Esports will not be joining us for the Super Weekend, and then not joining us for finals because they were unable to make any of the Super Weekends all season.
Well, yeah, seems like the teams are running a little bit out of gas. Maybe I am as well. Like, never mind. I think I'm a little bit back. I was a little bit more like rendering, but the render continue. Not just me. Like 3 more days to go this weekend, guys. Extending it to the Monday. We will have 3 more days to see who gets into the finals. And it's been such a pleasure and heartbreak for some of them, but we had a lot of joy, you know, to watch them. So a little bit more final remarks, I'd say. We've done a lot of math. We talk a lot about mentality. We talk about legends who've been built and now got more things to prove once they move around. So what are your thoughts?
I think I need some of these teams like Isurus to really just, hey, like I can't just rely on other teams making mistakes, and I can't just rely on the circle coming to me. I need to have glorious rotations like Aton 7, like we've seen Team Queso do as well, to be able to get in those tricky circles that, hey, it shifted away from me. It really shows that next level team that they're still able to make something out of nothing. You can't just, like, any team can just be gifted the circle and, you know, get a win out of it, sort of thing. So I want them to show a little bit more, a little more consistency from Team Queso, but overall I'm really excited to see all of these teams this weekend and Super Weekend.
Yep, so just under 24 hours to wait, and our hearts go out to the teams already, because there's very intense preparation coming into it for a different type of beast for this weekend, with a different map rotation, 3 Erangel games per day as we go through those 15 matches to see who will continue to be up top. So that is us for this day, and we will see you guys tomorrow. So it's Monica and Professor Tarzan here. We wish you a really good night, and I will see you same time, same place tomorrow for the last final Super Weekend.